Peace, family. Back again. Another live. Staying alive. If you're catching this on playback, as always, my gratitude, my appreciation for those who come through, catch these lives more and more in the playback. And if you are here from the Crowd of Boyz, dealing with semen retention, content, and you catching these lives, I've always said that I would fall back a little bit with the content until I seen improvement with the content being spread out the true way, the right way, organically. But you guys on the channel who continue to show your support, I appreciate you still. And there will be content coming along the way. OG Kicks, peace to you, brother. What up? And as you can see, I switched up the ambiance a little bit. Switched up the lighting on this one, give a little bit of a smoother, calmer vibe. Let me know uh how it looks, man. How you feel about it. I think it kind of fits my personality, being dim, being a little calm on this side, a little cooler on this side on YouTube side of the game. You feel me? And once again, as people they join in, staying alive. And to the contrary to the people who have their own beliefs on their belief systems, how they feel and their feelings, or how they think people or other people should live their lives, come to a realization people feel like whatever works in their lives should work for another, especially when it comes down to belief and faith and having a higher power over their life. Not actually being a co creator, but having a creator rule over them and dictate how other people should be living their lives according to them. When I go against the grain, spread my said message, come across the people, they feel like I would have a harder time living my life. No one can walk in my shoes, or no one can walk in your shoes either. So I always like to encourage guys, be who you are, live life according to your rules, your set of boundaries. That's what it equals out to with your boundaries, your mindset, your standards, your moral compass. You don't have to validate to anyone or anything. People may have the belief that I may have a hard time dealing with life with my mindset. I may have a hard time. Someone in the last live told me, you have a good night's rest. Once again, being condescending, thinking I have a hard time sleeping or have any troubles doing anything in my life. But to the contrary, I'm living a great life, free of the confusion, free of the BS, free of drama. Matthew Bolin, peace to you, brother. Said, hey, I'm going to bed soon. Hope you have a blessed day today. Hope you have a blessed day tomorrow. Have school in the morning or tomorrow, and bowling practice after. And good luck. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay blessed. And if I don't see you, as like as like he says in the Truman Show, good morning, good evening, and good night. I thank you for stopping by and showing love, brother. Nice to meet you as well. Dez says, you're not alone, bro. Just the way the game shapes up. And I know I'm not alone, Des, and you're not alone either. Even when you may be in solitude or be in isolation, whatever the case may be, you're truly not alone. Armando Perez says, "What's up, gangster? Peace, brother. Peace." Yo, can you say Rick and Morty? Just to kind of, peace to you, brother. Carlin Hope, shouts out to you. Peace. Kev Sad, this is how I feel about your Jesus. And this is where we starting off early. We only 5 minutes to the live. Armando Perez says, "Do you have any pets?" No, no, I do not. Justine Castellini. All right. I'll see you later, gang. See you later. Thanks for stopping through, showing love. And as you come into these lives, whoever's in here, do me a favor, double tap your screen for the likes. It helps get this live out, trip the algorithm. And in the upper right hand corner of your device, three buttons you click. Drop down comes out, and you can hit the like there as well. And I appreciate that. My gratitude. Augusto Flores says, "Bro, should I grow my hair out? My dad low key be on my ass, but I feel like that's because he hates being black low key." Augusto, you don't look black to me, but what I will tell you this: if you are under your dad's tutelage, or let me say this, let me not, try to sound so use all these vocabulary words. If you are living under the same roof of your dad and he is paying the bills in the house, he is taking care of you and stuff like that. Um, I remember living in the house with my dad and getting tattoos and wanting to grow my hair out and stuff like that. And he was against the same stuff. Until you go out of the house, pay your own bills, not responsible for another man that's in the house, I suggest you listen. Because the more you go against the grain under someone that is taking care of you, ultimately paying the bills, keeping the lights on, you should not do too much to go against the grain, because he'll take that as not listening. It's someone under his roof, eating the food in his refrigerator, using up the power and the water in the house, and being disobedient. I know it's something small, it's just growing out your hair. I understand. I was there too, brother. I know exactly what you're talking about, but it's about listening. Until you step out and take care of yourself on your own, then you could, make those decisions, not listen, because, it'll be your money that you're spending and stuff like that. So I suggest you take heed to what he's saying. If you do it, just know that it's going to come with a consequence. He's going to look at you a little bit different. So I don't think it's anything about him being black low key. But once again, if you are under his rulership, basically, you dig what I'm saying? I suggest you listen, bro, until you are able to get out and do things on your own. Appreciation and respect, Cassie Morris. Peace to you. And let me know what y'all think about the ambiance in this live. Switching it up a little bit, dimming the lights low, using a little bit of closer lighting, letting this be a more intimate interaction between me, us, the people. But staying alive, someone had condemned me to hell the last live. Once again, for my own standards and my own beliefs and how I choose to walk my life. If you are in disagreement with another man's life, Bobby is digital says, you still box. Nah, brother. Ginger, Sims, what kind of chair do you have? I have a gaming chair that I'm sitting in right now. It could recline back. Watch this. I could recline back. Ooh, get comfortable and talk to people from here. But I'm nearsighted, so I need glasses to see, so I can't see what's going on in the chat if I do this. Let me get this thing back up. But it's very comfortable. I do have a cushion and a pillow for it, but I don't want to fall asleep while I'm talking to y'all. Spamming in the chat will get you going. Doing something dark tonight. Yeah, Genie dog. Yeah, I'm changing up the ambiance. A little bit more intimate with the people, you feel me? Dimming the lights down low. I think it's sexy a little bit. Yeah, spammer, it's all good. I mean, Dad says, I fumbled my ex. Hold on, there's a couple review messages and try to refrain from you using like I don't know, because I'm not checking all the view messages. I'm ignoring most of them. So, keep it cordial for the most part for the people who are in here who are actually real people. The agents and trolls, they, say things and it gets held for review the messages. And tonight is not the night, as you can see. I'm doing a little bit something different. But every now and then I click a view message because it's somebody like Dez. Your message was held for review, but I'm checking that. I fumbled my ex, bro. She blocked me. It's been 2 weeks. I'm hurting, bro. No lie. Hey, Dez, you need to move on. If you are blocked, that rejection is your redirection. You need to go the other way, not be so hard pressed on what she got going on. Obviously, she don't want no dealings with you. You got to respect that boundary, brother. As a man, you need to get over that emotion. I know it sucks. Someone that you may felt like you had or had that love for. Obviously, that love ain't being reciprocated. They don't have that same love for you, so they don't want to deal with you right now, brother. That rejection is your redirection. So you need to redirect your emotions, your attention, your time elsewhere and move on. The emotion of it, of someone that you previously loved, I know how it gets, I know how it feels, but you need to take that energy, transmute it, and go the other way with it. Use that as fuel and go the other way, brother. Get over it. I know it's easier said than done, but for real, sitting in that rut of hurting ain't gonna produce no good, brother. And OG Kicks, I'm doing great tonight, brother. Well rested. People telling me I must have a hard time sleeping. Actually, no, I don't. I sleep like a baby. You know how a baby sleeps after they done got their bottle, they done been fed, taken care of, changed, washed, peacefully. Sleep in peace. That's why I come on here and when I greet the people, I don't normally say hi or every now and then I may switch up the lingo. Hey, what's good? What up? But for the most part, I say peace. It's a greeting. That's how I greet people. That's how I come to people. I come in peace. Your words, very important what you say and how you interact with people. Life is easy. Takes years to look through all the BS though. Casey Morris, shouts out to you, and that's true indeed. Shout outs, Nene. Shout out to you, Nene. And how's night treating me? Very good, man. Like I said, not that I ate and went to sleep, but usually I'm on these lives until wee hours in the morning. But every time I come on, I make sure to do some self care, take a shower, eat dinner, drink some water, meditate, all that good stuff. So it's a routine. As you do a certain routine repeatedly, it just becomes, normal. So this is my normal setting. This is a normal thing for me. What's your thoughts on 1977 Alien FRNA heist? Armando Perez says franchise. Oh, Alien franchise, 1977 Alien franchise. And Des says it's so effing hard, but you're right. Yeah, it's hard, brother. Easier said than done. But brother, gotta let it go. Let it go, brother. It's not gonna produce no good. It's just gonna make you over obsessed with the person even more. And that's usually what that person wants when you get ignored. When you get ignored like that, you get blocked. But that blocking is blocking you actually from something else. You dig what I'm saying? So take heed to it. That person don't want to deal with you. It ain't worth it. You're not worth that person's time and attention. So you need to take heed to that and treat the person the same way. Treat people as you want to be treated. And if someone's giving you that energy, you need to move on. My thoughts on the 1997. I'm not ignoring you, Armando. Just trying to catch up to the chat a little bit. Nowadays, they be coming back with, with bodies. And a Amir Felton says, "Where can I get that little mic like that?" Amazon, brother. Tamara Fletcher says, "Topic. Someone just asked me a question about 1977 Alien franchise. Are you talking about the movie, Armando? The movie Alien? Let me know. Let me catch up to the chat a little bit. But it's no sad topic. I was just talking about staying alive. People who always seem to think that they are living life than the better person because of comparison. We like to compare ourselves to other people as well. I don't compare myself to nobody. I live life according to my standards, my morals, what I have going on. No one can walk in my shoes, and neither can I walk in your shoes. So, you putting your grievances on me, thinking I'm not living a satisfying life because you live life according to a certain standard. That has nothing to do with me, brother. It's time to get your guts bust. Okay. Andre Walker says it's not even like that. Sometimes it's spiritual, not personal. Yes. And that's another thing. Andrea Walker, I'm sorry. Peace to you, sis. And that's another thing. That was directed towards my brother in here, Des. That blockage. Sometimes she's absolutely right. Sometimes it's not even personal. It's a spiritual thing. Once again, man, take heed to these words. You still in here as I catch up to the chat. That rejection is your redirection, brother. Someone may be out there better suited for that position. It's just have to take that block to redirect you. Samuel L. Jackson says, "Sup, Floyd Mayweather, bigger version." Yeah, the movies. Armando Perez. I wasn't really into the Alien franchise like that. Um, I only remember watching it once, and that was like the original Alien. Well, not the original Alien movie. I didn't even know they had one that came out in 1977. Only seen the Alien that was in the 90s, and all I can remember vaguely from that was the alien, and then it had the little alien come out the mouth and stuff like that, trying to eat what's her name? Sigourney Weaver was the actress in that one, and I haven't went back to watch that at all. So I wasn't ever really into that, brother. T Man says, "Do you have a Nike ski mask?" No, I don't. I do have a ski mask though, but it's not a Nike ski mask. It's an actual ski mask that is I use it for the cold when I'm out there in the cold. T Man, peace to you. Alfalfa M. This is a level 2 sonic greeting. This is a level 2 protection field. The difference between him and Floyd is that Crowd of Boyz can read. Armando Perez is funny. I only compare myself to the person I was yesterday. That's amazing. And that's the only person. you should be comparing yourself to is yourself. Focus on yourself. Autumn Hayes. Great quote. Andreas Andrea Walker says the ghosting statement. Yep. Alfalfa, what you doing, man? LaFlame. Peace to you. Do you think ICE is going to surround Super Bowl this year? I don't think so. I think ICE got bigger fish to fry at this moment. Andrea Walker. Will they be present? Possibly, yes, maybe, but I'm not too sure. I don't know how they deal with, sporting events and stuff like that. There's always agents around sporting events because they're aware um, attacking or placing an attack on a nationally televised event can bring a lot of awareness. Um, it's funny that you say that though. It makes me think of which Batman is that? The Dark Knight Rises with Bane, and they hijacked the football game. That's the best way to really get the nation's attention because everyone is tuned into that Super Bowl. So you might be onto something there. I don't know, but maybe for that precaution, they may be. There are always agents around, especially big sporting events, and something as big as the Super Bowl. Um, there'll be presence there to make sure everything is on the up and up. T Man, I'm sorry, Angela Doche, peace to you, sis. And T Man says you should shovel some driveways with me. Where you located, brother? Alfalfa, man, what you doing, bro? I'm out. You going out of here, bro? I'm sorry. You spamming some ridiculousness. Andrea Walker says scare tactics. Absolutely, they always pulling it. They know that fear, inducing the fear into the public is the best way to get everyone's attention. Putting fear into people gets you to respond a certain way. Also, when you respond out of fear, you are responding out of that said emotion. But that's how you get people to react the best way. When you think about like when you watch these movies and they use like torturing tactics or their own fear tactics, but that torture, fear is the lowest vibration, yes. But understand when you inflict fear into people, you get them to react. And like I was saying, in these certain movies, they waterboard people, the fear of dying, introducing the fear of dying and stuff like that. Or how they threaten people's family, like, yo, we know where your daughter go to school at and all that other stuff. It's a fear tactic. So that gets people or that person to give up that information that they really want. So, fear, instead of voluntarily giving up certain information, they rather or get you to do something that you wouldn't normally do, putting fear upon you is the oldest trick to get you to do what they want and a part of the agenda, whatever it is, give up information or get a response out of you. Command Shep, peace to you, brother. Andrea Walker says, I hate them for that. It's been being used for a very, very long time. T Man says, Marlowe Drive in Florida, FL, am I? Damn, you all over the place, it seemed like. Undercover agent, where are you located? Oh, Flint, Michigan. I got you, brother. And shouts out to Flint, Michigan, man. Shouts out to your city where you located. I've been to 2 trips to Detroit before. So I've been around your way. Peace to you, brother, in Flint, man. I remember the crisis in the water. That was years ago. I don't know how well y'all doing with the water out there, but I remember that was crazy in itself. Having a water crisis, something that is natural, free, it being polluted in Flint, man. That was I can only imagine what I was going through out there. You and your peoples, man, and blessings and peace over your family, brother. Real talk. Um, Another cover agent asking where am I located? I'm in Pennsylvania, by the way. You gonna strike on Friday? Andrea Walker says, nope, Austin Templeton. Peace to you. Says hi. Peace. Mason Grandall. Yo, can I get a shout out? Mason Grandall, shouts out to you, brother. Peace. T Man says, can I buy you something? Sure, what is that, brother? And everyone who comes through and donates, man, I don't ask for anything. I don't ask for donations. All my stuff, or how to get in contact with me through email, is in the description. My Cash App is in the description, but I don't promote it. And then also, people usually donate straight to the YouTube channel. However, you guys do that. I always appreciate everything that comes through and the gifts that come through as well. You guys send your little emojis. I always appreciate, man, when people out of kindness of their heart, man, when you don't ask and it just comes through, it's always a blessing. So I appreciate anyone who comes through and donate any form of fashion. That lets me know that you are here, you are aware, and you appreciate the host that's on the side. I thank you guys for that. Andre Walker says, "You're a nice guy. Thanks for answering that." Yeah, I don't do any protests or any strikes. I remember Andre Walker being on the job, and when it comes down to going on strike or causing a type of protest, I was also part of a union while I was on this said job. And I introduced to some of my coworkers who felt that they were being treated unfairly with pay, hazard pay, and stuff like that. And for the most part, it's all just a bunch of talking amongst the staff, how we feel, what they. So I said, listen, as a union, we got power as a people. We should go on strike. Once we start talking that strike shit with people, then you really start to see who's about it. It's one thing to talk about it, then who's really about it. So I started to notice putting yourself out on the forefront, and then being about that life, because once when I talk about something, I'm about it. But now trying to get people to actually put their money where their mouth is, a lot of people just be talking just for conversation. So I don't really get into the group thing unless I know what's really going on with the agenda that is at hand. Um, and I don't follow anybody. I don't follow the crowd like that. So you know, French Thomas says thoughts on Paul Miller. I don't know who that is. If you can explain who Paul Miller is, I may have a thought on. It may jog my memory on something on that topic, but I don't know who that is. Mason Grandall says, "Can I get a quick pray?" And Cool Stingray says, "Bro, can you help me out?" Mason Grandall, I don't know what you're going through, bro, but I pray for your success, your healing, whatever you're going through. T Man says, "What's your size shirt?" I wear a large, brother, but I pray everything is well over you, Mason Grandall. Whatever it is, I wish you peace, prosperity, healing, and Cool Stingray. You can put down in the as the chat goes on, what you need help with, brother, if it's something serious. And you're welcome, Mason. Just have a little patience too. While you guys are in here asking questions, if you need help with something, I'm a little slow on catching up to the chats and stuff like that. But it's a reason for that, because if I get asked a question and then I start to talk, that stops me from scrolling and catching up with the chat. So while you in here and you got something to say, Please just have a little bit of patience, and I got you. Miss Granddog says, "Sorry, I have no patience." Yeah, patience is a virtue. It's a practice. I have enough patience to, kind of deal with it for the moment. But when I see spamming, though, then I got to get you up out of here because that's going to delay me from really catching up to the chat. If you typing over the same thing over and over, but I have patience. I have practiced patience, so I dig it. Cool stingray. Okay, so how do you get a girl or boyfriend? Nah, no worries, brother. It's okay. But I also gave you something too. You know what I mean? Practice patience, brother. And patience is a virtue. It's something very good to have. Don't pray for patience. Yeah, no, practice patience. It's when you are patient, especially when you are patient with people, people will take notice to that. Patience is waiting. There's a saying that good things come to those that wait. So it's very important to have patience because the more patience you have, good things come your way. You gonna be waiting forever, Andre. Say just nah. You're not getting clown, bro. I'm seriously. I'm giving you. Listen, listen. Don't. We gonna joke about it. You know what I mean? It's no hard feelings for me. For real, for real. It's no hard feelings. But seriously, because I've been there. I've been impatient, trying to make things happen under my own accord, and then also repeating myself. You know what I mean? That's not good. Then it comes off as begging. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want you to be in that state. It's not good to beg. But honestly, there are many sayings that comes down to patience, brother, and it's very important to have. I'm telling you, patience is a virtue. I'm telling you, and good things come to those that wait. Trust me, brother. Not trying to clown you. This is really sound advice. But that prayer is genuine that I prayed over you, brother. Yeah, Andre, I get it. Pray for patience, and you still waiting. A lot of people, and who was that asked? There was a question that was asked. I didn't skip over it. Boyfriend or girl, how do you get a partner? I'm gonna just leave it at that. How do you get a partner? I got you, cool Stingray. Just give me a second as we talk about this patience because all right, peace, Mason Grandall, because Andrea Walker is still on it too about Andrea. About patience. I'm sorry. Uh Patience, right? When we pray for certain things, it's funny how once again, how you saying you still in that waiting period, Andrea, even when you pray for certain things. You got to realize that when you pray for certain things, that's when the tests come to see if you are going to remain obedient. And then you have to be put in that test of patience. That's how it comes. You pray for something, it just doesn't pop up. All right, you got it. You got to go through the life experience. You got to go through the test to see if you really got it. So this waiting period is your test. How much patience or how patient are you really willing to be if it's something that you pray for? Once again, good things come to those that wait. So I get it. I've been there. I'm still there. But you still are required to practice is a true virtue. Cool Stingray has said, how do you get a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a partner in general? I don't think that there are any gay bi guys in my entire high school. And I don't think I'm getting a girlfriend anytime soon. The closest thing I have is a platonic relationship, which I am fine with. But you want something of substance. You want a relationship, a true partner. Um, it's a tough question to answer that on how to get into a relationship and how to have a healthy relationship. You have to know your boundaries. You have to know yourself, what you like, what you don't like, your dislikes, and then as you get to meet people and different people along the way, you have to. Is a compromise of learning them as well. But you also have to compromise yourself into how things fit for you and that person. and how things will work in that said relationship. Just jumping into a relationship just cuz is not a good thing, it's not a healthy way. It takes time to really know a person, to build with a person, to learn habits and traits. If they make you upset, what is your response to that? It takes time, brother. It takes time to get to that point. Once again, have patience. And Mason says, "Have a blessed night or day." I don't know what time it is for you. It is after 12 midnight. So but I appreciate you, brother. Once again, peace. Have a great night. Andrea Walker says, "Absolutely." And don't settle. Yeah. And I hope that helps you, cool Stingray. For real, for real. You don't want to rush into anything just for the sake of being in a relationship because you need or want a partner. Or you want to share something with a partner. A lot of us crave that intimacy and being with someone, but you really need to take your time and really learn to be with yourself for a period and be happy with yourself because you can't put too much stock on the next person to make you happy. Stingray, these things come and they go. I've had the pleasure of having many, many partners in the first decade of my adult life, and I have been single the past 10 years. Things come and they go. Daniel Paget, peace to you, and thanks for sharing that. People will come into your life, and it will be up to you to judge if that is right for you. Absolutely. Experience in life will teach you that a partner comes after you have found yourself. Once again, Daniel Paget, thank you for sharing that. And Andrea Walker says, don't lie to yourself either. Yep. Yeah, don't rush into anything, man, because you might get into a relationship and then find out um, that person really wasn't for you because you didn't take really the time out to learn them. You just wanted to connect with them quickly and have them around. When you first come across people, you tend to like them at first. You may grow a love for that person. It may come from a true attraction, being genuinely attracted to that person. But as Daniel Paget is saying, as time goes on and as you learn people and as you change and as other people change, sometimes in that relationship, you guys can grow apart instead of growing closer together. And what he's saying, especially being young, I don't know how old you are, but once again, man, it's sound advice. When you are young, also take your time and to get into any serious relationship. Nia DeWalt 49er says, "What's up? Hope you're having a wonderful night." Yes, having a great night. Night just started for me. It's after midnight, but everything has been up, man. Everything's been cool. Andre Walker said, "That's sad. Almost love hurts." Love is kind. Andrea Walker. I know you probably heard this before. Love is kind. Love is patient. We keep going back to that patient thing. Patience is truly a virtue. It's within everything. That love is kind, love is patient, love is caring, love is nurturing. But it takes time to really build up to that point. It takes all those things to coincide and have a true effect in a relationship. But for sure, yeah, love can hurt. It can hurt, but when it's good, damn, it is good, man. Yep. You nailing it right in my head. Yeah, and I'm saying it for myself too, and for everybody. But it's something about what you're saying. It always connects back to, you know, taking that time, having patience. I know it's tough. It's very tough. At first, I came in here to troll, but I actually like the channel, so I've stopped. Need the Wall 49ers. You always almost all the time come in here to troll, and then you say that. Zion, what's good, brother? Peace to you, man. Always glad to see you, man, in these lives, brother. Pray for healthy love. That's a fact. That is a fact. Zion, staying alive, brother. You was in here yesterday, man. It got crazy. People condemning me to hell. People telling me I must have a hard time sleeping and all this other stuff, or I'm destined, or they can predict my destiny based on their belief system, and that I don't subscribe to their belief system. But it's okay. It just inspires me to do what I do and then show up. I just show up again, each and every way. Still alive. Daniel Paget says, "What you got going on that you want to talk about, man?" Um, I mean, as of right now, just responding to the people right now, and as they are, different people roll into the chat. And Ronnie Stedham, no, I'm not no preacher, man. Yeah, I try to be funny. I only say one thing, and I then leave it alone. I don't come in and spam. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. When it comes in and you're being, I love a sense of humor, so I don't get too riled up when people come and do their thing, be funny. It's cool. It's cool with me. But when it becomes spammy, that's it distracts, and and not only just for me is a distraction, but also the people that are a part of their lives too. People start to complain more than I do about the spamming. Do dumb shit like that and make you laugh. It makes my night. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And I love to laugh, brother. Angela Doche, peace to you. Thank you, Andre Walker. You have a beautiful smile. Yeah, I love to smile, man. I love to laugh. You know what I mean? It's always good. Humor is the best medicine. The title is crazy, man, because I went through something crazy today. Got to start from ground zero, man. I'm sorry to hear that, Zon. In life all over again, but I'm not tripping. Just got to keep pushing. Yeah, perfect time is on. You know what I mean? This up here connection to whatever it is going on. I was just inspired, but like I said, I was inspired to title it that. Just at certain people who were not even people. I can't even call them people. The agents that was in here. You feel me? And like I said, they have a misconception about me. You can say whatever you want about me, feel how you want about me. You can have your feelings about me. You don't really People don't really know me for real. All in all, staying alive. Anybody take a glance at Howard T. Daniel Busket says, and donuts and milk, peace to you. Um, and Shelly Ross says, "What's up? Were you live?" Yeah, I'm live. I'm live right now, and I'm staying alive. The black man will take back what rightfully is, my brother. And who's Howard T? Daniel Busket, my brother. You have a good smile, like from one of them movies, black movies. One of those black exploitation movies you talking about. Andre Walker says, "Zon, only way is up. When you hit ground zero, only way is up, brother." Ex Macedon, black brother, you need to go audition for a 50 Cent series. No joke. Man, Pat, you know what I mean? If the people could get in touch with 50, man, tell him what's up. Place me in the eyes of the right people. That's it. Nah, don't listen to that guy. White folks love y'all. In a real dark place right now. Found out one of my family members passed away today, man. I'm sorry for your loss, brother. And lost my job at the same time. Damn, yeah, nah, it's a rough day, Zon. I get it. I don't know if it's the universe testing me, but I'm trying to stay positive. Yeah, Zon, man. I'm glad you came in here tonight, brother. Through it all, you still found to come to this live, and every time I've come live, Zon has always come through each and every time. There hasn't been a live that I can't remember since Zon. I've met Zon through these lives, and he has came through and subscribed to the channel. He comes in every live, so I'm glad you still found the strength, brother, to come on here and you in here with us right now, man. Through what you're going through, I know it could be it's a dark time for you, brother. A lot of stuff is going on, but once again, man, you got a positive brother here. Um, I always encourage you, if you know what I mean, you need somebody to talk to, you could reach out to me, brother. On the personal side, you seem like great peoples, brother, and I always thank you for your support, bro. Um, I'm up on this live all night, and this gives you reassurance. You know what I mean? You know how I rock on here, and you know what goes on in these lives. Um, but once again, prayers to you, condolences to you and your family, brother, and peace, man. There's always love on this side, brother. You know, on this side is a safe space. You got a brother on this side. What if we all, as a country, didn't pay taxes? Chili Dorito says. I feel like if we didn't pay taxes, then a war would ensue amongst the people. The Lord bless you and keep you. Total takeover. Thank you. Howard Thurman. We were talking about him the other night, but I came back because I couldn't remember your recommendation. T Vorp. Hey, homeboy, you look like LeBron James. Donuts and milk. Never that got that Denzel smile, my brother. Yeah, it's Prince Cash. You out. Peace to you, brother. Great to see you in here too tonight, man. I seen you reached out, and thank you for supporting the channel too. You guys stopped by and told me, you ain't know you could do certain things with this YouTube streets. You could hype up the videos of people. That also helps the algorithm out. And I appreciate you, brother, for all your support. Ebony Smith. You Teddy P fine. I thank you, Ebony Smith. Thank you. And Andrea Walker, no, I'm not an earth sign. I'm a water sign. I'm a Cancer. Maximum says, what does ID stand for? Think about it. I, IEY, identification. Deep. Like 2 months ago, a woman I was with 7 years left me. She had cheated on me multiple times, and we talked about it. And I forgave her, and we were trying to move forward. And so through all the heartache, I left turned to the Lord to try to walk the path. I feel like it's my last resort. Um, you need to leave that woman alone. After the first time she cheated on you, you should have left her at that point. She betrayed you, brother. Um, she disrespected you in the relationship that y'all was in. And once when someone does that, it's better to leave it alone because then it will always be like a makeup game. You'll always be looking at that person like they owe you something. You shouldn't put that on the next person. Um, so yeah, whatever you need to do to turn away from that person, leave that person alone, let it go. The line of disrespect was already crossed, so there's no getting that back. Just move on. Command Shep says, "Homeboy, it's for the best, bro." Watch the story of Sitting Bull, one of the greatest Native American. Sitting Bull. Why can't we have strong leaders? Andrea Walker says, "Thanks for that gift. Action. As I catch up to, I need to catch up to the chat a little bit. Just going through some questions, man. One of the loyal fans, man. Cool people, Zahn. He's going through some stuff, man, and I feel that. It could be stressful times, but once again, man, keep your head up. Appreciate it, bro. For real, I'm trying to my head positive, keep from going back to old things. So I came in here, just get my mind off things. Yeah, man, stay close, bro. Stay tuned. I'm up when I come on these lives. I just got on. It hasn't even been an hour. Well, it's coming up on an hour, 50 minutes since I've been on. But you know how I rock out, man. I go until wee hours in the morning. So I'll be here, brother. Um, yeah, having strong leaders, man, is always corruption. Corruption causes us not to have as strong as leaders to speak out, speak how they truly feel. Usually, strong leaders go against the grain, and when you go against the grain, that starts to affect, you know, the top dogs. the The agenda is already set, and when you have someone who's going against that agenda is going to disrupt things. Strong leaders usually disrupt. You can't disrupt the agenda. You can't disrupt the program. There's recourse or happenings, cause and effect that goes with that. So it's better, to stay low, do your own thing, be a leader amongst yourself and a leader amongst the people that you have close around you, your own community. And Andrea Walker says, "Zon, go on a run, switch up your vibe, you get down." That's great advice. Yeah, get some fresh air, change the scenery, clear your mind, clear your body. I don't feel like it is for the best that we're not together, but either way, I have to try to move on. Brother, I'm telling you, sorry, you need to let that relationship go, brother. What it seems to me is that you're codependent on that person, and that person was able to affect you and got you in your emotions. And I want to put this out there. And I hope this can affect you in a certain way. The person that is able to control your emotions is your God. Humble, if she truly loved you, then she wouldn't have done the things that she did to you. Facts. Please, man, do not let someone who's clearly does not respect you affect your peace. She did you a favor. That's a fact. I'm trying to tell you that's a fact, man. No, he ate buffaloes. Humble, you deserve someone who respects you, homie. Command Shep is telling you, humble, humble. Wow, donuts and milk, bro. That's crazy. And once again, I know heartache and heartbreak is a deep thing, bro. It's hard to get over that person that you had love for, but that person don't clearly got the same love that you have for them. They don't have that same love for you. It's different. It's convenient for them to have you around. You are second, and whatever that person got going on. Jane Smith, what's up, brother? Peace, bro. Action Jackson sent the 100. Thank you for the gift, Action Jackson. Yo, Speed just shouted you out on his stream, Jonas. Did he? I don't know nothing about that, brother. Keep your head up, Zon. Yeah, Zon, man. Keep your head up, brother. Yeah, somebody want to dictate is the reason why no strong leaders. I found out about the multiple times at once. I gave her my everything. She abandoned me. Feels shitty, but I guess it's the best, even though it hurts. Yeah, it's gonna hurt, bro. Once again, it's necessary though. You gotta move on. You gotta be strong and move on. We need woman leaders who don't take no shit. Andrea Walker says, "Of course, darling, Jesus loves you. That's why it's hard. You can do hard things, son. I believe in you. I believe in strong woman leaders, but you have to get the people on one accord to trust that woman. You got to get the men on that side as well. That's an uphill battle, to be honest. To be honest, I don't want to speak for all men, but I'm a man. I know how other men think. To get that recourse and to get that overall approval from men is a uphill battle. But there are strong women that can lead. They have women presidents in Africa who lead nations, certain nations. Bro, people just left Congress and political people do whatever, bro. If you don't do it, yeah. Yeah, rejection breeds obsession. People don't care that Congress and political figures just do whatever they want. Humble says, I subbed. I like the positive vibes here. Hey, I appreciate that, man. And tell me what y'all think about the lighting, man. Tonight I was trying something new with the lighting, creating a new ambiance, making it chill, making it more intimate between the people, myself and the people. Everyone's your God, though, because you're engineered. If you say so, Koyo Shono. If you let everyone affect you, then you're right. Everyone is your God. Oh, you already said that. And Koyo Kanoshino. Not everyone can trigger you. Some people I don't give a fuck about. Straight like that. Hello, sending a big wave from California. Shouts out to Cali. Jasmine Rose, peace to you. Just stopping, early morning, sweet dreams. Have a great night, Jasmine Rose. I appreciate you. Damn, that's true. I was codependent on her for sure. Yeah, codependency, bro. You need to step away and be independent. Go within. Start to focus on yourself. One sided love is painful. Yep. 707, if you can fix that bad habit of codependency, you can take your power back successfully. I'm gonna get Jay Live out of here. I got y'all people. I'm catching up to the chat. And I'm gonna get Jonathan out of here too, man. He's wild. Andre said she'll dog walk him. Nah, I'll just get about out of here. That was funny. Nah, it's cool. You good, Andrea. Check Star, peace. Great to see you in here tonight. Any advice for young players out there? Young players? I don't know what you mean by that. Same here, Andrea. They don't understand people can make that quick shift into that dark side. Oh, you miss me, Shex Star? I miss you too. It's great to see you in here tonight. Avon salesman for going on 20 years. Yeah, I could dig it. Broski, how been differently? You good? And donuts and milk, I'm straight. Came back in here. All right, I got you, bro. There you go. Yeah, Commander Shep, you always got the agents coming in here. Andrea said, "Yeah, I hear that, Andrea. Yeah, they come in here once you get them up going. They'll make another account, come back in. It's cool. It's regular." Mm-hmm. Dre says, "I'm a light worker. Go both ways, and I'm here for it. I'm here for all that." He got more than 3 accounts. I'm pretty sure, but it's all good. I'm doing great tonight, Shex. Shex Star. Hello from Germany. Dawes. Peace to you, brother. Dre Sar says, "I love war. Actually, I'm built different, like you." I always say, man, if you don't got enemies, you need to make some. If you don't have enemies, then that means you might be on a course of doing the devil's work. The devil doesn't bother you if you're not on a certain path. You're playing right into his hands, so he's not going to bother you too much. But when you are on a certain path, switching states again tomorrow, got to pack up and go see the fam. This is my last time in here for a while. I just want to say thanks, bro. All the positive energy, bro. You a real genuine bro. Hey, Zon, man, I appreciate that, brother. And take care, man. Um, Once again, bro, don't ever be afraid to reach out. Um, Even if you're not in these lives for a minute, for sure, bro. Take care, bro. You know what I mean? Your health, your mental health, all that comes first. If you gotta pack up, take care of you and your family, man. Once again, man, I'll see you soon, bro. I'm pretty sure you'll be back soon, brother. Take care, man. Prayers to you and your family and condolences once again, brother. It's love and peace. Yeah, God's people are warriors. That's a fact. Why would you want to make some enemies, bro? Um, it is very important that you understand that you'll always have people, especially with people of light, of genuine likeness. They'll find a way to hate you. So it's better to know that you have the enemies and know where your enemies are coming from instead of being naive out here and thinking that everyone likes you. Because the enemy does attack. So it's better to be aware of your enemies than to be out here thinking naively, thinking everyone is a friend. Mm-mm. You got enemies right now, and you probably don't even realize it. Donuts and milk. Those enemies, there's a saying that your enemies will be your footstool. Your enemies actually help you, brother. So if you don't have enemies, you need to make some. Your enemies actually help you. They create that awareness. They boost you on your elevation. There are a boost. You need enemies. And if you don't have enemies, then you need to make some. You need to find out who your enemies are. You need to study your enemy. Because trust me, there are people out here. that prey on people like us. You hold a certain light, if you hold a certain calling over yourself, people don't like that. People pretend they can act like they like you, but behind your back, plotting, strategizing over your life. People will play with your life, bro. Enemies mean you are standing for something. Yes, Andre Walker. Why does he bother people? Because he needs your energy to exist. That's where all it stems from. Tawana Hearn says, I don't have no enemies. How can you be so sure? Some people move very stealth like. You know about stealth? Especially with spiritual warfare. Man, spiritual warfare, you don't really you need to be more spiritually aware. And you cannot have any personal enemies, but with spiritual wickedness in high and low places, you have enemies, trust me. Just not too aware of what's going on around you. Stability and first and foremost, God. You should know that, my bro. I must have any enemies. The devil don't bother when you doing his work. Exactly, Prince. You cash out. They're not understanding. But when you got God's people in the room, there is a issue. Bro, I stay on point for real. I believe demons are walking and no one is a friend. They hated Jesus Christ first. I do have enemies, my bro. So how do you go from one thing now to saying the other? Donuts and milk. You went from saying one thing about me saying that. All right, you got it. Andrea Walker says, look at Judas. Thank you. Thank you, Andre Walker. And see, when you have a certain mindset, you start to understand what is going on. Jesus actually knew Judas was going to betray him. He had the enemy right there and knew his plan before he actually did it. It was destiny, they say, that Judas would betray Jesus. I have to listen to these stories and pay attention very closely because it's the closest people that will do it to you. You're just not paying attention. That phrase, if you don't have enemies, you need to make some, comes from the 48 laws of power, right? And it is referencing if you don't have enemies, once again, as even Prince Cash You Out said, if you don't have any enemies, you may possibly maybe doing the devil's work. He's not going to bother you because you're already feeding into something, whether you are conscious of it or not. You are feeding into something where you are doing his work. So he's not going to bother you. The devil only comes when you are putting pressure on the system, on certain things to disrupt, to distract, in disguise, moving stealth like. So to skip all that, if you don't have any enemies, you need to make some so that way that builds your awareness. That is power. It's building up power for your awareness to what to watch out for. That's it. My monitoring spirit just called me, my mom. That's funny, Andrea. Yeah, donuts and milk. I understand that we are anointed, but with that anointing comes that part. Just because you're anointed don't mean that people aren't going to come up against you. They want your light or they want to dim your light. It's better to know your enemy than to be blinded by it. And then when it happens to you, you asking why. It's put right in front of us. We just wasn't paying attention because we believe we don't got no enemies. Everybody don't like me my whole life, Trek said. Let me catch up to the chat, guys. Dre, what's up, brother? Peace. The real Onika, peace to you. They catapult you. Yes, your enemies will be your footstool. Energy, vampirism. I'm the most hated in my area, probably, Andre said. The real Nika. What's the topic today? What are we talking about? Uh we talking about some talking about the ops. Enemies. I made a statement talking about enemies, and if you don't have enemies, you need to make some. And people take that out of context or may take it the wrong way, but this breeds awareness. This is all about awareness and having power to how to navigate this world because people will be low key. Watch this word preying on you. Some people may pray for you, but some people may be preying on you. Spiritual world is called Call of Duty. Let him talk is so attractive for men to speak about prophecy. I appreciate that, Andre Walker. Cactus Zach. Andre Walker, so cool. Can you help? What can I help you with? Checks? And that's very deep what you said, Andre Walker, about monitoring spirits. And I'm doing great tonight, the real Nika. How you? They want to take your light and should computer active. Michael Ramil says, computer, activate amazing vibes and successful and bountiful streaming career. You've been programmed. Thank you for that programming, brother. Thank you. That's positive programming right there. The real Nika, you got it. Devon Weekly says, my grandma do voodoo. Are you spamming? All right, now I gotta get you out of here. Try again. Maybe next time. Damn it, Bobby. It's like there's something wrong with you. It's like you hard time listening. Who you talking to? Veronica says hi, peace. The real Onika says, I have a few aunties that do it too. Any advice on trying to get good and closer to Jesus? I am praying every day, going to church, but I feel weak in my faith. Hey, brother. Um, sorry to inform you, brother. Uh, I'm not the Jesus type. And I'll leave it at that. So you're asking the wrong person on trying to get closer to that said deity. What I will advise is that you focus on yourself. Search for God within. Heal from within and stop seeking something outside of yourself. This is a man here that has clearly said he's been going to church, praying every day, but he still feels weak. That is because the power that you have inside of you, you haven't tapped into yet. So I'm going to suggest something new to you instead of giving away your power to something, your time and your energy to something. You need to start doing things that make you you. Got that? I'm not saying pray to yourself. I'm not saying that you should be praying to yourself. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying to you is that you need to have more faith within yourself than any outside deity. This sign behind me is dark tonight. I set the ambiance and the mood a little bit more calmer tonight. I took the lighting out and you know, and I hope you guys like it. But this sign above me on this side, I'm sorry, it's backwards, but it says timid nose is Latin for know thyself. And it seems though that you don't truly know yourself yet because you have been in a codependent relationship. You have given yourself, even in relationship, so much to another person that you truly don't really know yourself. My advice to you is if church ain't working, you still feel weak, I think you have come to the right place because I will tell you something different, and it's not to go to church more. You can go to church all you want. You can continue to pray every day and all you want. But until you turn that energy back into yourself, do things that truly make you happy. You find joy in the things that make you happy. You'll find yourself in an overall state of a better vibration and not giving away so much of your time and energy to other things outside of yourself. You will have invested into more of yourself. Veronica, Veronica, right now I'm currently in Pennsylvania. Trevor Phillips, peace to you, man. My mic got went out for a minute, but Vine F Empress, shouts out to you. All right, I had to switch up mics. Let me put this other one on the charger, guys. But I can't give out my real name. I don't know if you caught that. Not on these YouTube streets. Too many trolls, too many agents. They will love that. Let me get some of these people up out of here. If you have the flu, you need to stay hydrated. That's a fact. This might be a hot take, but once I did acid, it literally made me become more in touch with myself and taught me how to manage my severe anxiety, learned how to appreciate the small things in life. Via Vimper says, acid does that. Do you give advice because I'm kind of liking somebody, but I'm real shy? Yeah, Ronnie. Be honest with yourself. Um, be honest with yourself. Have some confidence. Be courageous, and just tell the person how you feel. Get your feelings out. It's best to tell that feeling. Best to tell that person. Excuse me, that you're having those feelings for, to just be honest with them and tell them how you feel. Just get it off you. Feels better. Don't be scared. You can't be scared. Be fearless. Once again, have some courage. And just tell them. It's the best advice I could give. Especially as a man, you can't be scary and you can't be scared of women, bro. Or I'm assuming, you know what I mean? Ronnie, I don't know if it's a woman that you're talking about that you like, or you know what I mean? I don't want to assume. But regardless of who it is, you can't be scared. But especially my guys out there, you can't be scared of these women. If you like a woman, if you are attracted to a woman, um, just say it. Andrea Walker says, no, church is not your answer. Personally, I couldn't, but could you see yourself dating someone of a different faith? Think it could be chaotic. Symmetry, peace to you. Glad to see you in here tonight as well, sis. Um, I went over that a little bit last night. I don't think so. I don't think I could either. I don't think I could date someone with another faith, of a different faith. Especially at the point where I'm at with it. And the information that I've come across and studied, I don't think they they would find themselves yeah, it'll be a hard time for them. They probably wouldn't want to mess with me for real. It wouldn't be me not wanting to mess with them. It would be them not wanting to mess with me. But either way, like once when an argument ensues, it's gonna be over. Observe and chill. Stay consistent. I see you every day on my feet. I appreciate that. Observe and chill. Yeah, my mic went out for a little bit, guys. Hope everyone is happy, and if not, I understand. Sometimes the nicest things you'll ever hear about yourself is when you say something nice to yourself. The things we go through aren't coincidental, but I want to ask, when in dark times do you come, how do you manage to come out of it? Got nobody to ask, conversate with right now. Just looking for some advice. Zon, when I'm in dark times, bro, once again, man, I turn to things that can possibly cheer me up, take my mind off of things. Managing stress can be in itself stressful. And I know we hear the common things like meditate, breathe, and all this other stuff. But everything is a process. It's one day at a time. You just got to get through the day. And we are fortunate enough to move through those times, and it tests us. It makes us stronger. But once again, hearkening on to things that make you happy, taking your mind off of things. As you said before, change your atmosphere, going on a walk. I know it's, short things that we do, or even going on a drive. Um, Getting in your car, just taking a ride somewhere, eating your favorite meals if you got the appetite can help. Um, just working off that stress, those thoughts can help a lot. But it's a one day at a time process. And with everything so fresh, man, you just got to work through those set emotions, brother. Crowd of Boys Donuts and Milk is a nonprofit organization that I started, and it is dedicated to my father's legacy. He started it sometime in the late '80s, early '90s with a group of his guys, where they did community work amongst the African community that was here in United States, specifically in New Jersey, where I'm originally from. Just on the short side, because I always, every now and then, people ask me, and I say it on lives. I said it on the last live before that. Godfather of Chicago weather forecast. All right, you have more life experience and kind of older. That's why I asked. Yeah, the pain is temporary right now, Zon. You know what I mean? And you just got to work through it, bro. Whatever practices that it is that helps you out, you got to harken on to those, man. Gary Harden says, message me when you are able to. Gary Harden, I don't know if you still in here, but you message me, brother. I'm not gonna reach out to you. I have nothing to message you about. You need to visit Kingston, Jamaica. The Rosses would respect you. Check out Sizzla, Laundry Music. Do you think Ultra Instinct Goku? You guys are funny, man. Am I trying to someone to come to church, but they're not sure yet? Um, Ronnie Stedham says, I'm trying to someone. You trying to get someone to go to church, but they're not sure yet? That means they probably don't want to go, bro. Fear can be crippling. My anxiety F's me up daily. It's definitely a battle. Said he want to go hear from God, go outside. Um, this is no safe place for Batiman. Yeah, Batiman is wild. Dead Batiman. Oh man. But listen, man, I get people who come in here who a guy just asked me about how do they get a boyfriend or a girlfriend. I mean a girlfriend or a boyfriend. That's how you work. So, you know, when they put it like that, um, you know, I had to assume that they were bisexual or whatever. They wanted to know how do you get in a relationship or how do you get a girlfriend or a boyfriend. So, people come across from whatever. I'm not judging anybody based upon their preference. They're genuinely, asking a question. So, I'll just give them, what I mean, my thoughts and my opinion. I ain't going to judge nobody, not me. The chat will, but not The chat is gonna judge you, but not me. I'm not. Zon, every 7 years we have one dark night of the soul. Andre Walker says. That's deep, Andre. Yeah. It's like a karmic cycle ending. Yeah, you gotta go through the darkness. Gotta go through the darkness at times. I know that's probably something, it's hard to hear at a time like this, but Andre is absolutely right. We face those dark times and it tests us. Jamaica would be so fun. Yeah, absolutely. Um, Donuts and Milk, you talking to me about checking out SZA song? He like a Jamaican Nas, but not Nas. He says, "Look, I probably like Bob Marley. I'll never step foot in a church against." CASHAPP says, "Yeah, Donuts and Milk. You're so hard pressed on me going to listen to SZA just because I haven't made no comment on SZA doesn't mean I don't know who he is or I don't listen to him. You're assuming, and if that disappoints you, then you're going to be disappointed. I guess I can't go listen to it now. Just stop my live stream and go listen to a song request, bro. So please cut it out, or I will have to get you out of here. Ask for forgiveness, oh son of Adam. When I talk to God, I ask him why he doesn't answer everyone. He says it's because a lot of people pray and don't believe. Andrea says I'm bisexual. Sorry, y'all. Ah, brother. Now that I've caught up to the chat, yeah, people are impatient and they assume a lot. And once when people do that, it gets me in a mode of where I just ignore. Solid as a rock is one of my favorite songs by Sizzler. Donuts and milk for you. If you would have gave me a chance to actually catch up to everybody else saying what they are saying in the chat, so I could properly respond, I would have told you that before you just assumed that I don't know his music and I don't listen to reggae. I grew up on reggae music because my parents were immigrants. So they listened to different genres of music, but one of them being reggae. My father's favorite artist was Bob Marley. I appreciate that, Donuts and Milk. So once again, I hate to bring this up again. I brought this up before. Patience is a virtue. Please, guys. It's not one of the lives where it's like a gang of people in here over hundreds, but there's people spamming in the chat, putting ridiculous stuff. Then there's people, saying other things, trying to get to down to some nitty gritty on this channel, and not able to respond to everything and everyone at one time. So please have patience. So I thank you. Reggae is so healing to the soul, for real. Yes, it is soul music. It comes from a place of soul people. Once again, connecting back to Africa. RP Bob Marley. When I was in Jamaica as well, I didn't go to Kingston. I was around the area of Ocho Rios, and I was so blessed to go on the Bob Marley tour while I was out there. Visit his house upon a mountain. Taking that ride up to the mountain was crazy because there's no side guardrail or anything like that going up the mountain. Um, it's very refreshing, man. It was after, what I mean, my father passed away too. So going there was very spiritual for me. Had a deep spiritual experience there. But going to see where he lived, his home, got to see the room that he slept in and stuff like that. It was deep. It was very deep. Going there and with that experience. I plan to go back to Jamaica as well. And I plan to go on that tour again. It was a great experience. Donuts and milk, I appreciate that respect, brother. Gio Elio Kula says, "Do you eat eggs?" Yes, I do. Andre Walker, that's magical. Yeah, it was a magical tour. At the time, I was also vegan, and if you know about well, to let you guys know, if you don't know about Rastafaris, they are vegan too. They practice a non they don't eat meat and stuff like that. So the tour guide, he was vegan. Um there was a meal that was a part of the tour where they asked you, are you vegan? What you want as far as like your meals and stuff like that. That was part of the tour. And I was the only one that was vegan. I was being asked if I was Rastafari. I said, nah. Um and I got to share, I'm of African descent and stuff like that. And our tour guide was vegan. He was about, I think he was like 74 years old. He wasn't no older than 80, 74 years old. When I tell you this guy looked amazing, he didn't look 74. He looked older. He looked like he was in like his 50s. For real, for real. Like older, you know what I mean? 50, 60 years old. He was 74 years old. I said, wow. Skin flawless, looking, like an elder. So it was overall like a great experience. Anyone who goes and visits Jamaica, I encourage them to take that Bob Marley tour for real, for real. Bronze Golden, good morning to you, love. Peace. I got to visit Elvis Presley Mansion too. So fun. Was that in? I'm pretty sure it was in Tennessee, right? Andre Walker. Well, you said his mansion. I don't know where he actually lived at, to be honest. But I always think of Nashville, Tennessee. I believe he was from Tennessee or something like that. Humboldt says, "Sun is shining." My favorite Bob Marley song. That's one of my favorites too, brother. That's crazy. Have you ever heard the like the raw uncut version of that song? Like it's real like it's like the raw version. It's like it has a different sound to it, brother. Like it's like they recorded that joint like not in the studio. It sounds so authentic. Where's our son, guys, for real? The sun is not the same, Sheck Star says. B Dog says, "You look mad wise." Gillo said, "Are you a Rastafarian?" No, I'm not. What is a Rasta? So, for those that don't know about other religious or spiritual fractions that's across the world, in Jamaica, there are a tribe of people who come from that place, who comes from that country. They practice Rastafarianism, Rastafari, where they have the same figures as Christians do as the Father and the Son, and they believe in their own Christ figure, if you will. And it is almost closely something tied, you would say, to a more of a Hebrew Israelite approach to religion, but they have their own set of ways and standards based upon their culture. There are a tribe of people who believe things that they believe. It is not meant for everybody because not everybody is a part of Jamaican culture if you're not Jamaican. So when I encourage people and I tell people that I don't follow any not conform to any religion, creed, culture, cult, whatever the case may be, is because there's so many vast, not just places, but also in culture. They practice their own way of spirituality. That if you go to Jamaica and tell them something different about their culture, it might be a bad time for you. So all that Jesus talk to them, if you go to Jamaica amongst them preaching that, it's going to be a hard time for you. Can I get a shout out? Shelly, shouts out to you. Tupelo, Mississippi, Jeannie Doe says. Uh Andre Walker says like Graceland. I haven't I look it up. Missouri, I'm sorry. Hope y'all doing great tonight. Sal, peace to you. Epic Robots, peace to you. Respect your ideology. If I'm wrong, then tell the people then. Tell the people what Rastafari is. I'll be quiet. I thought you was okay. You got it, donuts and milk. Go ahead. I'll be quiet. You the one with the mic. YK Not says when I was in Jamaica, they wanted to chop me up for taking two puffs off the joint, talking about $100. These guys weren't joking. Lucky for me, this nice man came out and saved my ass. I'm trying to tell you, they do not play about certain things out there in Jamaica. But Donuts and Milk says I should do my research. I actually touch soil out there. I'm not claiming to know everything. I'm not claiming to have all the knowledge in the world. And Rastas believe Haile Selassie is the reincarnation of Christ. So once again, as I was saying, their version of Christ is different from the people that will believe and hear that there's a separate Jesus Christ. Isn't that what I said? You don't like what I said. See, your feelings is in it. You just basically confirm what I just said. You got kids there, you got dreadlocks, you got this and you got that. That makes you Rastafari. That makes you know better than me. Listen, you just confirmed what I just said. Anyone who was listening to me, as I was talking about Rastafari, I clearly said that their version of Christ is different. They practice a different way of Christianity because their Christ figure that they worship or that they look up to is different from the original, or not even original Christianity, but the version of Christianity that you guys practice today. This man said, "No, I'm wrong, this and that." Guys, please read what he just said. Rastas believe Haile King Selassie, Ashe, and rest in peace to him. They believe that he is the reincarnated Christ. I didn't say exactly who it was because people wouldn't know that. Their version of Christ that Rastafaris are in, if you're not Jamaican, you're not a part of that culture, you wouldn't know that. It is not even my business to really share that because I'm not Rastafari either. But the people ask, what is Rastafari? I have a little bit of knowledge on it, but I'm not part of that culture. So it's not anything for me really to speak up on. All I'm going to say is what I've been taught by the people of the land when I spoke to them, like the tour guide that I was telling you guys about, that was 74 years old, shared some wisdom with me because we shared a thing in common at that time where we were vegan. And I was asked if I was Rastafari. I said no. I explained that story, sir. So if you want to be right, I thought you said you was going to be quiet and listen, but obviously you got an issue. You got an issue with me. You said you don't like what I said. So you and your feelings, it's okay. Um, and it's nice that you got dreadlocks. I don't got dreadlocks, so I guess I'm not qualified to speak on I'm not qualified to speak on this stuff. And I guess I wasn't too qualified to know the knowledge of it. But guess what? Someone was willing to share the information with me because I hail from a place where Haile Selassie roamed, which is in Africa. My people are from Africa, the original land. I'm sorry. I'm doing great, Isaac Wolf. Even when I'm right, I'm wrong. Oh my gosh, yo. Oh man, Rastafari was the last king of Ethiopia. Where's Ethiopia at? It's not in Jamaica. Oh man, yo. Oh my gosh, yo. Haile Selassie was an Ethiopian king. This is who the Rastafari believe to be a Christ figure, according to their religion, to their spirituality. Ethiopia is not in Jamaica, people. I think we all know that. Why can't not? I'm not laughing because listen, I only brought out the information and knowledge. That's all I was doing. And you're right. He did have true power, for sure, for sure. SBG Camp says, bro, you going to hell because he talking to you, though. That's a bill. You're trying to tell someone who brought truthful knowledge, and I'm just bringing it to the people. They try to tell me I'm wrong. I got it straight from the source. And then you just reiterated something I said, but you actually brought the name out. I never brought the name out. I just tried to make the people aware their Christ figure in Rastafari. So I said, if you guys went to this, is all I was saying, if you guys went to Jamaica and tried to tell them something different about their Christ figure, you would have a hard time. Those people will exile you for disrespecting them in their religion, their beliefs. That's all I was getting to. Yo, oh man, oh my gosh, yo, oh man, bro. Aaron, at Aaron, peace, man. Sal says, "Don't get your donuts in the milk; it makes you soggy." Oh man, yo. YK Not says it is real. Just some information for the people. I was just trying to put out there, man. Total Takeover says, "Do you go to church?" Nah, This dude be using all kinds of cheat codes. Kyle Jazzy says this dude be using all kind of cheat codes. Oh man. Sal says, "Oh yeah, everyone has their own version. I hear they throw you off a building for being homosexual. They don't play that Batsy Boy stuff, man, because of their beliefs. They believe is abomination and they believe is blasphemy. So they deal with it amongst their community a certain way. Donuts has formally decided you can no longer go to Jamaica. Command he revoked my passport, bro. My passport is revoked and my Jamaican card is now revoked, bro. I guess I can't go, man. I'm sorry. I guess that I guess that second trip I was planning, I think I need to cancel that. I've grown thousands of pounds, but don't smoke anymore. But I have met some amazing people from Jamaica. I have too. One of my best friends, I play ball with, he was from Jamaica too. That came up here to visit the big wheat grows. We had some of the most kind people ever known. Yes, Humboldt, beautiful people, beautiful soul, willing to share, bro. Those people, and especially down there, like just being down there and just seeing the land, the people, beautiful experience, bro. For real, for real. Janito, peace to you. And 15 VR, I'm catching up to the chat. You say you got a question, have some patience. And I seen your question. All right. You got me with that. SBG Cam says weed is bad for the spiritual, bro. It is supposed to bring healing for real, for real. The actual marijuana plant. Once again, the Rastafari, those who do indulge, it comes down to overindulging. And even on that tour, the same tour guide, trying to tell y'all, I drink tea. They use the marijuana plant and brew it as a tea, and they were actually selling that as well. They bake it with the in foods. We had the brownies out there that had marijuana infused in it. It's the smoking that is bad for you. The smoking, the effect to your lungs, and stuff like that. But the actual plant, um, they use it in their food. They drink tea. It's supposed to heal you. Why does this guy remind me of LeBron James? Real bad, man. Oh man, yo. SBG can, but I'm a firm believer in that too. Be sober and vigilant. What does your family think of you, honestly? What does my family think of me? Uh, One of the well-known aspects of Rastafarianism is the Christian branch, the influence of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, and the prophecies of the Jamaican leader of the Back to Africa movement. So when I shared with one of the Rastafaris that my descendants, my mother and father, immigrated to the States, where they were from West Africa, Liberia. Then we continued to have a conversation. He let me know some things about the Rastafari culture, and I let him know some things about my culture, and we connected some dots. That's it. Total takeover, man. Not as we just can. If you aren't gaining anything spiritually from marijuana, you don't need it. It doesn't apply the same to everybody. It depends on how and why you're using it. Yes. Marcus Messiah Garvey. Marcus Messiah Garvey wanted to had a plan to go back to Africa. Uh, Geo, do you know what country he was trying to get the black people to go back to? What exact country it was where his movement he wanted to take it to? Look that up, please, if you don't know. Why can't not? I grew up in Houston and Rasta. Man, took me. And when I was 11, yes, very beautiful, kind people, man. I was 11, had a wife, a young child, still treated me like his son. I have a ton of seeds from them still. We can be incredibly healing for the soul, physically as well. Yes. And yes, it's definitely medicine. Even in the some of these scrolls, the Egyptian walls, um, the marijuana plant is actually carved into one of the sculptures, bro. A man laying down and a plant being placed over him. Now, you can't really say precisely if it's the marijuana plant, but they use plants for healing. Marijuana plant being just one of the few. If you look at ancient times, even in other cultures, they use the marijuana plant when we talk about what we know as the Native American Indians and their peace pipe and how they use it. So you just look all across the board to certain spiritual groups, not religion, but when you look at certain spiritual groups and how they use certain things, it's very revealing and how it is supposed to be used and what they used it for. My interpretation is from the Bible where it says, "Be sober and diligent." Diligent. But yeah, the teas and oils and such are good. I agree. As for the THC being genetically bad, and always, yes. CBD heals too. I used to be a smoker though. Yeah, I smoked that. You know what I mean? Come on. Let's not be holier than thou here. I've only been 3 months sober off of marijuana. So yeah, everyone has their vices. Everyone has done something against their bodies in a fashion where you know what I mean, it just doesn't agree with you. You haven't been on tip top on top of your game. But then it comes into play abuse of it. It's one thing to use it for whatever you use it for, but then when you start to abuse it, that's where you fall into overindulgence and of course abusing a substance. We smoked it because it believed and he didn't act like it was something weird to smoke with an 11-year-old. Yeah. As a matter of fact, he treated me really good and took care of me. I love that man. Oh man. Tyler says Black Power. So you're double American with roots in Liberia. Jeannie Doe, I don't know what double American is. I've never heard that term before. I'm the first generation born here. My parents, father first migrated here in 84, 83, 84. Then he sent back for my mother around 85, 86, and I was born in the States in 87. So I'm first generation born here. And I have an older brother. He was born in Liberia as well. So I'm actually first generation born here. That's all I can tell you. I don't know about double American or nothing like that, Jeannie Doe. Yeah, that's all that I know. And many men can't stop smoking ever once they get COPD and end up on an air machine. Okay. Yeah, if you don't stop with the smoke, yeah, you have a hard time with the lungs. Casual smokers don't get cold often. It's facts. Some can still smoke to 100. Gio says, first of all, these plans of the organization where were related to, there you go, Gio, Liberia. And I wanted to bring that out is because that's what me and the tour guide was talking about. He said, your people are really from there?" I said, "Yes." He brought up the late great Ashe, and rest in peace, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. His organization was trying to go back to Africa, bring some of the people back to Africa, specifically to where my roots is, Liberia. With those leaderships in UNIA entered into negotiations in 1921 to buy land for the purpose of subsequential colonization, but the Liberian authorities refused this deal. Thank you, Gio, for looking that up. I appreciate you, brother. I've been smoking since I was 9. I had a very in-depth conversation with that brother, with that elder, with that soul. It's very beautiful. Liberia was founded by Americans. The capital is named after James Monroe. Yes, absolutely. Monrovia. That's where my people come from. You look at the flag of Liberia, it's the American flag. It just has one star. They were colonized people. They were people of many tribes. There are many tribes along that west coast and the Ivory Coast and stuff like that. But there are some dark times in Liberia. You even have some stuff going on in the jungles of Liberia. Some people who roam the jungles of Liberia. Don't get caught up out there. Black Americans in particular, I should probably say. Yes, you got it, Genie. Though I'm a real light. Oh, okay. Command Shed, you can dry out your lungs from daily smoking, but there are other ways to use marijuana. I smoke for 2 days a week. Got like sobriety. No way, same. I quit on Halloween. Was last spark up. Yeah, man. It's always good to take a break from it, bro. And over the course of my grown adult life, when I was smoking, at one point I ain't gonna say that. Um, I would always take these breaks. I would always stop. But this time around, like I really did taking a more of a serious break. 2 months, no weed. For me, smoked it my whole life, grown it for about 30, feels better now without it. Yeah, my mental, and I always express this that my memory is sharper. My long term memory has come back. My short term memory is on point, and that's with clearing up all the fog and stuff like that. After you fast from real. SBG says I smoke Black and Miles right now. It helped me quit weed. You should only smoke cigars without inhaling or a pipe. Hey, someone asked Bob if he smokes cigars. I'm a cigar smoker too, but that's something like on occasion. And no inhale. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to inhale it for people that don't know. BG can't say, man, I'm 18 and my chest be hurting already. I don't know how y'all smoke this long. I'm old people. Where inside my heart it skips. Damn. Yeah, take it easy with the smoke, guys. Albert, please like and subscribe and be respectful in the chat room. Positive vibes only, Albert says. I appreciate you for always coming through, Albert, with that public service announcement. Behold how good and how pleasant it is when your brethren dwell together in unity. Yes, brother. Excuse me. Trying to catch up to the chat, man. Catwalk says Garvey born in Jamaica. Yes, but he was so closely and indebted to certain roots going back to Africa that he had plans and organization to try to make and get together an expedition for the people to make way back to Africa. Nobody European slave. Nobody liked to speak on them European slaves, though. That's a fact. Can't believe 2018 was 8 years ago. Feels like last weekend. What made you think of 2018, Blue Cat Bandit? What made you reference there? And shouts out to you, Blue Cat Bandit. Peace. When I smoke herb now, I get really high and don't have many negative mental health issues from it. Um, I don't know where you get your marijuana from, Bob, and I'm not asking you where you get your, you know what I mean? I don't want to jam you up or anything like that. But even with the weed today, is something else, bro. A lot of shit is going on. So I hope you get it from, however you get it is a safe spot, safe place, where it's not like enhanced. These dispensaries and it being also now legalized in certain places and more dispensaries being built and some of this weed being more GMO. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just glad that I was able to stop. And I'm not saying it was causing me any mental health issues from it or something negative was happening to me that made me stop. He said just drink water. It's just having those lapses, bro. Especially with sleep. My sleep patterns also bring up like not able to dream, like just knocking out. You feel what I'm saying? Like after I guess whatever effects it was having on me personally, I would notice when I smoke at certain times when I would go to sleep, like I would just knock out. I would sleep peacefully. I would sleep good, but not able to dream and stuff like that and just knocking out like that. I don't do that now. Like my dreams are more vivid. That's what I'm saying. Everything is more clearer now for me mentally, more sharper, more on point. I've been trying to quit since I was 11, but I love it, man. Yeah, Bob says it's all different now. I got my shit from the streets. SVG. Yeah, same here, man. Every now and then, I had somebody that had a medical card and stuff like that. But shit from the streets, man. When it's grown for real, from a grower and not messing around with these other growers, you know what I mean, from the dispensaries, I feel more comfortable. Machines to make crap good and whatnot sprays, yes. Do you believe they switched the Titanic with its sister ship for insurance purposes? Armando Perez. I don't know where you came from with that question, but that's a conspiracy that I never heard before. The Titanic being switched with a sister ship for insurance purposes. I don't know. I'm not too sure, brother. That's my first time ever hearing that. I tried the gum, but I gave up on it. I couldn't find one that didn't taste horrible to me. Anyone here had luck with nicotine patches? Are you talking to the smokers in here? Gotta grow it oneself. Yeah, I hear that. Because everything was good in 2010s, music era, etc. Evan says, you know that all of your food is GMO, right? You don't eat regular bananas. You don't eat regular anything. It's all been modified over centuries, but you won't smoke the weed. What does one have to do with the other though? Envy. I don't understand. So you're saying that I should be smoking weed then? I don't smoke at all. That's the point. So I shouldn't eat at all, is what you're saying? That's what you're getting to? Make it make sense. I've stopped smoking. So I guess I should stop eating as well, is what you're saying. There's no way for me to go and get organic foods? No? You sound like you have a drug problem, trying to make an excuse for everything. I'm not smoking street weed or GMO weed. Ah, man, some people, bro. Man, when I was smoking, I never dreamed, and when I stopped smoking, I go days, no sleep. I'm a lover to blaze. I dream when I smoke weed, pretty vivid too. Kind of weird because I hear people say they don't dream. If fishing is not a sport, then golf isn't either. Anytime you stop drugs, you dream is normal. It's your brain being more active. Now, is that good or bad? That's debatable. Man, I never got dream. Okay. I was walking at night barefoot to a warehouse, then Sal says, eat healthy. That's it. I don't understand where that, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna argue over what the food is or what it isn't. Um, I know if I stop eating, I will die of famine. I'm pretty sure that's all across the board for everyone, right? For the most part. If you stop smoking weed, um, whatever the effects that is being grown, GMO, with the weed, isn't going to be the same effects as I'm done, bro. I don't even want to talk about it because that's a silly ass argument just to be cool, bro. Good evening. Just wanted to check that. Thanks, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. My carbon monoxide is perfectly fine. Jeannie Dove says, peace, peace. Peace to you, Jeannie Dove. You still up in here? Gotta catch up to the chat a little bit. Oh no, I'm caught up for the most part. Also, another time I was walking into the mall, there was this weird guy. SBG Cam says, how often do you go live? I've been going live almost every day this week so far. Usually it's like every other day, but I've been more consistent of coming on every day around the same time, like around midnight. Um, when we had snow over the weekend, I came on around like 10, but I always go live nighttime. Catwalk says workout at gym and sweat out the smoke. Get a routine, use water, juice, and vitamins. Glitch Trap says hello, peace. Then I woke up in a dream and called her friend. And Catwalk, I appreciate that. Liking the sub. Damn Jezebel. Oh man. Yeshua Yo Shin. Why? Yain says 0010 exit the matrix. I feel you, brother. Henry, peace to you, man. So far, man, the real TT, peace to you. Doing whatever. The F I want. Peace to you, sis. Excuse me for chewing in your ear. I'm just eating a little snack. Yes, I believe in gang stalking. Do whatever the F you want. Gang stalking also has to do with having monitoring spirits around you to watch what said person might be doing, being in a business, making sure that you are kept in line because you may pose some threat to society for real, or pose a threat to the people. So gang stalking is done to keep an eye on the said person who may be deemed once again uh different from the crowd, different from the people, not one with the nonsense and with the mind control BS. Doing whatever the F I want. A great movie that has to do with gang stalking is The Truman Show with Jim Carrey. I don't know if you ever seen that, but that gives a almost like a it's almost like a documentary um of showing you what gang stalking is. Everyone is in on it. Monitoring spirits are real. They work through people, though not random bots stalking you. Yes, that too, for sure. Is this a spiritual life? Yeah, you could call it that, brother. Absolutely. This is definitely a spiritual life. That's a great question. Thank you for that question. Instead of asking me, am I affiliated with any religion? That's a better way to go about it. Doing whatever the F I want. I'm living with it. I'm glad you're here, sis, because yeah. Yep, that's a great movie. Yes, it is. It tells it's based on gang stalking. That's exactly what it is. And the more you start to peel back layers of what the hell is going on around you, the characters will start to try to pull you back in. And you're not alone, sis. A lot of us, people out here who are different, who may be the outcast in your family as well, what they call the black sheep, the rebel, you'll be gang stalked. You do, and it's crazy that's your screen name. Doing the F you want. You do your own thing, and that's not supposed to be the way it is. You're supposed to take command. You're supposed to be on other people's time and then doing what other people do. Sal says, like everyone's out to get you. And no, it can't it's not all about everyone's out to get you. Some people misinterpret that as like everyone's out to get you. It's about you not walking the line. You not conforming to certain ideas, ideologies, and stuff like that. Not having the herd mindset, not being sheep. That's why they call them the black sheep. Usually, sheep ain't black. Usually, sheep are, gray or white or whatever the case may be. That's why they call those that are different the black sheep because they stand out. They are different. Once when they notice that you are different, you have a certain light over you that is different, that ordains you as a black sheep. Uh, what is that? Blackson says, "Hi, Chief. Peace. What's good, my boy? California in the house." Jay Smith, shouts out to Cali. What part of Cali, man? Broker says, "Where you at?" I'm in Pennsylvania, brother. Javari, peace to you, brother. Hello. Bronze Golden. My day has been going and my night. It's been great. It's been great so far. How about you? On the stream, talking to the people, staying alive. It's a great feeling. Walk the narrow path. Yes. True man, like they out to get them. Or is it just to reel you back in? That's all it is. Once again, just to conform with, certain things, ideologies. When you become aware of how spirits work through people without their knowledge, life becomes something different. It'd be hard when you see how they work through your friends to keep you low vibrational. And that's what I'm saying. It ain't all about out to get you. It's just that once when you have that certain light, and like you saying, SPG Cam, you're a high vibrational being. People can see that. Sometimes we won't see it within ourselves until we really start to enlighten ourselves. And then when we catch on, then we start to realize, like, oh, damn, this is why I used to get, you start to understand why you get certain attacks or, things just start to make sense. You start to wake up. But the stalking happens and monitoring spirits comes along to bring your vibration back low, brings you back to a low vibration. So it's those tactics that are done, the gang stalking to get your attention, to bring you back down to a lower state. So yeah, it is to get you out to get you. But once again, a lot of people, you'll be surprised how many people are really on a low vibration, operating in a low vibrational state. We just recently dropped a music video. Can you kindly check out? I can drop the link. Blackson, you can drop the link, brother. I'll come check that out. Yeah, facts, black sheep power. Be a black sheep, but never be caught because only you know you a black sheep. Nah, other people know it. I'm telling you, other people realize what is going on with you. Once again, some people will see your light before you realize that you got it, so they'll try to suppress you before you even get to that point. And shouts out to South Africa. Shouts out to you, Blackson. I love different. Don't say that, Sal. No one likes different. I know what you mean, though, Sal. But I love different people. I'm at work right now, ready to go home and jump in my bed. I hear that, Brown's Golden. Finish out your shift. Don't fall asleep on the job. I'm glad you're out there doing your things. Stay safe, love. God wanted us separated. That's why he split nations and created different languages after Babylon. Yes. Truman Show. My bad. Spell check out. Check out to get me out. Spell check hates me. We just dropped. Okay. And Blackson, I'm gonna check out that music video. What genre of music is it? You say you're from South Africa. And I always love listening to music, man, is one of my favorite things to do. And as much as I support people out there that's creating, I'm willing to do that. Wake up soon, never wake up late. Morning time is morning time. Catwalk says. Exactly, the friends did it unconsciously. But when I fell back into sin is when the game stalker paranoia went away. That's why it's always good to fall back from people, cut people off, not have many friends. People say it's lonely. People could have a misconception or that may be lonely. That may I'm trying to tell you, When you got a certain light and you're different from certain people, you need to cut people off and stand back to see who people are and what they actually how they actually serve your life. You ever notice some people just are nosy? You got to ask yourself, why are you in my business so much? Who else are you talking to after you talk to me? And then, because a lot of people gossip. Just saying. When they gossip, best believe it ain't all that positive talk, especially if you're different. When you're different, you're deemed as crazy. So when people talk behind your back, most likely they're talking over your life and calling you crazy because you're different. You don't know what you're talking about. See, you could be on talking to someone and it could be all good and dandy, but when they go talk to someone else, yeah, I was talking to so and so, you know how they are. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's you. That's because you think outside the box. You think differently. Because you have a because people misunderstand you though. They are quick to call the people that they misunderstand crazy. And that's how they talk to you about to other people about you. They're speaking over your life. So it's best to not let people know what you're doing. If you have to, cut them off. Just like and subscribe. Handsome. Thank you, Stephanie Woods. I appreciate that. What is your channel about? A little bit of everything. We talk about various things. Right now, it's all someone brought up about gang stalking. It's not a paranoia thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing to be. You shouldn't be paranoid and live in a certain way based off of that. You're supposed to move on because there are ways to get away from the gang stalking. Not letting anybody into your personal, into your business, and cutting people off. Keeping your circle small. Would help if I type using periods and stuff. Also, remember the shepherd leads the herd of 99 to find the one who is lost. Point is to share the spirit and the love. Right when you are enlightened, you gotta have a isolation period. Facts. Until you are strong enough to be around others without letting them influence you. And that's what the group mentality does is strength in numbers. And the more people you have around you is going to have a overall influence on you because you'll be standing alone on your own. That's gonna affect you. Human nature is to gossip. They all do it. Abe Snake, peace to you, man. And yeah, people are going to talk about you, whether it be negative or positive. But when you are misunderstood, it's going to be more negative. Because once again, when most of the time when people are misunderstood on that level, it's quick to call someone crazy. That's the easy way out. Instead of actually looking into what they said, you know what? That person's crazy. They don't know what they're talking about. I check people at the door, respect everyone. I don't care if you're mad. God said to forgive like has, like he has forgiven. Soup, sir. Peace to you, and thanks for sharing that. And yeah, I don't care about feelings. I don't care if you get mad at me, if you're angry, or whatever case may be. This is what it is. The gossip, they gossip because they want to see your downfall. Man, that's deep. Or you the talking point. You just that. Sometimes you just who you are, and you the main topic. So they're gonna gossip about you. You something to be talked about, especially if you're different. You stand alone. Once again, don't sweat gossip. People talk, think how you talk about others, but it's all the same. We all mirrors of one another at different moment in time. Gossip people get clingy, very clingy. Do you like candles? Bronze Golden says, yes, I love candles, Bronze Golden. Love candles. Ape Snake, thank you for that donation, brother. I appreciate you, man. And glad to see you in here tonight, too. Keep your circle tight. Form a tribe with your people you truly bond with. Go gonna head out. Sal, I appreciate you for stopping through as well, man. Peace to you. Blessings over your day. Much love from Sydney, Australia. Joni Gray. Shouts out to Sydney, Australia, and shouts out to you, Joan. I'd rather have 4 quarters than 100 pennies. Ron's Golden says, I hear that. I don't like preaching, but always fun. Don't everyone gossip to not do it? Just say nothing about them you wouldn't say to them. And I don't gossip, bro. Um Anything I gotta say about somebody, I would say it right to their face. And I have. I've told people exactly how I felt about them. Um, Especially at points before I cut them off. So that way they got I I'm also a person that I don't owe you no explanation either when I cut you off, but I don't want to go behind your back if someone ever asks me, "Yo, how come you don't talk to so and so no more?" or "How come, you cut communication off with someone?" So the question don't got to be asked. I want to tell you right to your face how I feel, get it off, and then we move accordingly after that. So there's no misconception about me gossiping behind your back. I don't do that. Whatever I got to say about someone, I'm willing to say it right to the front of their face and to them. Whether it gotta be phone conversation, through text, or right up in a grill. I don't run from confrontation. But you see, people gossip because they're scared of confrontation, so they rather talk behind the person's back and say how they really feel about them instead of telling that person in front of my face. If you tell me that I'm crazy, you know where it's gonna go after that. But when you do it behind somebody's back, that's gossiping. Gossiping is a coward move. So not everyone gossips. I don't agree with that. Anything I gotta say about anyone or how I feel, I've said it to them. Family members also. This go like I listen. I had a family member to contact me, and I told her straight away. Listen, don't contact me with the drama. I'm not into the drama shit like you are. Straight up. What I'm telling you guys here on the internet is written down on text. I had to tell her because she's in another state and stuff like that. But yeah, she tried to project some negativity on me. I said, listen, I'm not doing that with you. I'm not into that. I don't play that drama shit, and it is what it is. I tried reaching out to her, to greet her happy holidays. She ain't respond. Cool. Haven't talked to her since. I don't chase people. I'm really not into that drama. So I'm not calling you, yo, why you not picking up this and that? I'm not into that. So I recognize what it is. You're done. You think I'm not going to stand on what I stand on? No, I'm really not with that. Told you how I feel, what it is. So your approach needs to be different when you handle with me. If you don't got it together yet, then yeah, don't pick up my phone call until you get your act together. It's about boundaries and respect. We don't need that negativity and that negative energy on this side. Once when you lay out that boundary to someone, however they feel about it, they want to be in their feelings, that's it. But I'm not gonna go to another family member and say, yo, you know what cuz did? No, I told her straight away. So that way we have a mutual understanding. And I ain't talking behind your back. Telling other people, yo, my cousin's messy. She with the drama. Nah, I'm gonna tell you right to your face. Yeah, nah, I said above that's rule to keep me from gossiping. Yeah, I got you, SBG. I try not to gossip, but I still gossip about sports. I think that still counts. Ape Snake says. Like gossip, and that's what I'm saying, bro. Like I don't. I've had to cut off other friend groups, bro. Talking about other men talking about other men too, bro. Nah, hell no. Mm-mm. Not gossiping about another man, bro. That shows low key envy, hate. I'm pretty sure when you talking about sports and what I mean, you gossiping, that word hate comes out. Yo, I hate this team, or I hate this person on this team. I hate when he do this. You gotta watch that, bro. People who love to gossip are miserable with their own lives. And sometimes it's just that, like bro said, just gossiping about sports for real. But listen to this. Your brain isn't picking up on if you're serious, really that serious or not about a sport like that. I know it may might not be that serious to you, but your brain isn't picking up on how serious it is. It's just picking up on the patterns of you and how you're going about that said situation and the words you are saying about whoever it is you're saying it about and gossiping about. If it's not positive, it's going to register. It's not positive up here. I don't gossip, bro. If you can't say it from in front of them, you should not say it away from them. And SBG says, I don't know that if that still counts. It all depends, man, how you going about it. If it's some negative shit being said, can't do it. Me, I've been around, certain friend groups, group chats and stuff like that. There's been a lot of negativity in those group chats, bro. Can't do it. And especially when it's men, other men gossiping about men. Wait a minute says, yes, clock it, diva. I don't do that gossiping stuff, bro. Carlos says, yes, sir. First time and alive. I'm a random scroller. What you talking about, bro? Conquer the squirrel. Right now we talking about gossiping, bro. And I mentioned, guys been talking, we go over different topics, but right now we on gossiping and men gossiping, bro. Especially about other men. Dominic Flores, peace. Says, what's up? I don't do it because I feel like if I'm talking shit behind they back the person I'm telling it to, gonna think I'm a puss. Cause when someone trying to gossip to me, I tell them to say it to their face. Why you talking to me for? Yeah, SBG. That's another thing too. The other person listening to you gossip, and this is me too. When people have gossip to me about other people, it always makes me think, yo, what do you say behind my back when you go on and you go to somebody else? If you're not willing to say it to their face, yeah, I'm gonna think you weak in that manner. But then when I'm going and what do you say about me? Men don't gossip, bro. I, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Screen name says men don't gossip, bro. And SBG said gossip goes both ways, bro. 225, Danny Lockett. That's it. Daniel Berry Sports says happy Wednesday. What's up, everyone? It's technically Thursday now, but peace to you, Dan. I've seen men gossip, bro. I've seen some channels of men who gossip on their channel, bro. There's some gossipy niggas on these YouTube streets, bro. I definitely have my flaws. Yeah, everyone has flaws. Yes. Richard Carrillo says hi. It's hard to be social in today's world. I read, run, but I also drink alcohol. I'm trying to stop it though. There's nothing wrong with a little drink. Ape Snake. I don't drink like that either. I've never been a drinker like that. Only in like my college days, early 20s. But I haven't drank in a long time. Not heavy like that. John Williams says, "You like pancakes?" Yes. That's one of my favorite foods to eat. Is breakfast foods and stuff like that. Pancakes. Divine F Empress says, "Men gossip big time, big time." I've seen it, bro. And it's disgusting behavior to me. But it is hard to be social nowadays because of, you know what I mean? Social media. It's easier to be more social on the internet than it is to be in real life. People really got to check themselves, and people haven't been checked in a long time. They're more comfortable interacting like this than in real time. And in real time, it's, Divine F Empress. As my question is, do you pat your, yeah? I don't know what you're saying. You said, do I pat your bush down, or is it just thick like that? I don't know what that is. Divine F Empress. Out make me too social. I be everywhere. Yeah, SPG. Yeah, if I'm out and I'm drinking and I get, get a little bit of that liquid courage up in me, everybody turn. You know what I mean? Get a little bit more encouraged when they got that drink up in them. So you prone to interact more. You get a little bit more talkative and stuff like that. It's that artificial confidence. Ape Snake says I drink 3 times a week. Damn. Usually just to decompress from work. I hear that, brother. Yeah, I drink only on occasions now. Even on occasions I don't drink for real, for real. Like I just chill. It took me leaving my ex-husband to find out men are hella emotional. Nah, men don't really men don't know how to control their emotions. I would say, excuse me, my F Empress. Not so that they're hella emotional. It's just that, excuse me, when men get into that state of emotions, they don't know how to properly handle it. So it comes bursting out all at once instead of really processing certain emotions and knowing not to be emotional like that as a man. So I think it's more of a process of not knowing how to control their emotions. So when it comes out, it's uncontrollable. So it comes out as being hella emotional. If that makes sense, if you get what I'm saying. I think she means beard. Hold on, let me catch up to this chat. Maybe and yeah, SPG says Divine shit. Everyone got emotions. It's just about how you deal with them and show them. Yeah, my African dad has 3 settings: happy, chill, rage. Oh man. Like I said, when that emotion finally comes out, it comes out, you know what I mean? Like that. Are you saying my dome, my headpiece, my mini fro? Nah, I don't pat it down. I um I comb it. It's just a mini fro, so I just put a comb through it just to, not have it be nappy. I don't come on here with a nappy head like Kevin Durant. You you ever get so drunk you get to the point you can only look at your phone with one eye? Damn, nah, Armando Perez. I haven't been drunk like that in a long time. Even the last time I drank, I wasn't drunk like that. But in my days where I did drink, I had, certain blackout nights, not knowing how I got home, but I'm in bed. Something just guided me or whatever, just crazy, man. Divine F. Emperor said 3 times a week is alcoholism. That's commitment. Nah, that's a fact. That's what I said. 3 times a week. Damn. Yeah, bro. Got a schedule for alcohol. When I was done, and he realized it, he cried so hard. He did a snot bubble. Damn, yeah, he was hurt. Should not every man like that laugh in your face and cry 5 minutes after you leave the house? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, SBG. Like, I'm not doing all that crying stuff in somebody's face. Especially to the point of snot bubbles. I mean, he was crying pretty hard for real. That's crazy. It really does. We don't have a middle ground. It's either no emotions or all the anger and rage and sadness all at once. Learning how to emotional mature is such a huge advantage. Takes practice. Yes, it does, Ape Snake. I totally agree. Emotional intelligence is something that one of the things I always talk about, and when you have learned how to control your emotions, master yourself and your emotions, you have emotional intelligence. So there's a time and place for everything. Just as me and SBG was saying, listen, we can know how to have that intelligence enough to have the awareness of what's going on around us and not be too emotional in certain points and then process certain things later. And you know what I mean? We need to cry and all that stuff. We'll do that later. I am an avoidant, and then you got the whole other side of the spectrum. I got drunk once in my life, 21st birthday. I fell asleep walking up the stairs, my pants at my knees. Damn. If I smoke ganja before bed after heavy drinking, it lowers my hangover by half. Mondo Perez funny. I woke up and made it to the bathroom and got my pants to my ankles. My mom hit me in the head with the door around brunch and it woke me up. Yeah, he was gone. Okay, hear me out. I saw him cry twice, once drunk, and that in 12 years. Chris Voss has some really good books that talk about emotional intelligence. He was a former FBI hostage negotiator. Yeah, that's what's up, A Snake. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, those agents, bro, they know what's up. I guess. My stalker ex was the most emotionally unstable man I've ever known. He had the emotional intelligence of a of a shoe. That's funny as hell. Yeah, there's some guys out here that they get very emotional. If you test any part of a man like that, manhood, you test any part of his manhood, it'll be it's gonna flip. Some of these dudes in the chat say the wild stuff. Yeah, Ape Snake, it's cool though. Whoever visit Mexico, Armando Perez, I would like to visit Mexico. I never been there. I never been. SPG says you attract some emotional idiots. What's wrong with you? Listen, man, this is the thing though, bro. It's not even really. It's not even really. I don't know what Divine F Empress got going on over there. That's making these men crazy. But for real, like these dudes though, for real, don't really have that type of intelligence, bro. Messing with certain women. When it comes down to women, bro, like even earlier in this chat before, I don't know how long you guys have been in here, but there are guys that have come across in this specific live chat, um, with the same thing, losing a girlfriend. One dude said he don't know what to do. Um, you know, what I mean, he extremely hurt and stuff like that. He didn't. I said, listen, it seems like you didn't invested so much into this female, and now that she's showing you another side, oh, she done blocked the man, and he can't basically get in contact with her. Now he's, you know what I mean, in a rut right now. So I said, you invested too much into this female, your time and attention. Now you don't even know what to do it yourself. That comes from investing time, energy, and all these emotions into a woman. Now that she has it, Had to grasp her hand, and now she has control over that time and attention that you gave her. And now all it takes is a block, and you don't know what to do. You out of sorts. That's a lot of guys get get mixed up into doing that with these females, bro. Women are amazing, but they are also dangerous. Very dangerous, bro. You have to be careful, fellas. Yeah, dude got blocked by his girl. They broke up. Now she don't want to talk to him. Don't want nothing to do with him. Nah, you don't. You don't even do that. You don't invest everything but money. You don't invest too much. You don't overshare anything, whether it's money. You don't overshare too much of your time, your attention. That's why you gotta take it slow. I gotta know who I'm dealing with. Yeah, it's a process. Humans need partners. I left my lady of 4 years because I wasn't seeing ambition on her heart. All I saw her as at the end was a debt. Like, bro, help us get the fuck out. I live alone now in a 3 room, 2 bath. He said it was so good he couldn't think straight. That it was, yeah, she got voodoo over there, brothers. I knew it. I never been with me. How would I know? Yeah, Kansas Owens and Kansas Owens. Shouts out to you. But nah, you don't invest too much like that, bro, because even with the money, bro, the money ain't gonna, you know what I mean? Not even the money's gonna save you. Once when they got your time, your attention, because attention is the new currency. So the more you giving her time and attention and making it known that your emotions and all that is tied into her, she got you. She got you. Playing with your emotions is more satisfying with some women than actually getting to your money. Just think about that. Armando, no shame in doing you, brother. You can find someone if you wish. Yeah, these women out here, they got money, so they ain't not. Some of these women not really concerned about getting to your money. They want to have control over you, brother. And another guy that was in here earlier, he was saying, you know, that his girl cheated on him, and they tried to work it out, get back to it, and now obviously it's not working out now. Should have left. Should have left the first time after the betrayal. That's what I told him. You know what I mean? Leave at the betrayal. You should have did that a long time ago. She already showed the true colors. She crossed that boundary of respect for you. So it shouldn't be no surprise that things are coming to an end like this. But it takes those lessons. It takes to go through certain things to understand that. So I get it. But to have to hear it now out loud for real from, I guess, somebody like me, um, I hope he took heed to it and he listened and will move forward. I just told him, listen, bro, you got to move forward with that. But yeah, you come to a point where you feel, as guys, into emotional, you done invested so much emotionally, you don't know what to do. She got you by a string for real. Time is the most valuable currency. Spend it wisely. Have a great night. Abe Snake, thanks for sharing that too, brother. Attention is the new currency, but time, like Abe Snake said, he's absolutely right. Time is the most valuable. You can't, once when you spend time, can't get it back. That money and shit, you can always go make money. But that time that you spent, how they say is waste of time. That time you can't get back. Ape Snake is absolutely right. Shit, everyone can be sneaky. I'm the worst one. It takes too much work to be sneaky, bro. Too much work. And it's not worth it. Being sneaky for who? For what? Hide? I gotta hide from you and dip and dodge. And You giving that person that you being sneaky for and around too much power. For real, for real. Even if they don't know what you got going on, that person really got you. Like I'm saying by a string. If you being sneaky, looking over your shoulder, hiding, you gotta hide and shit like that. You like a little boy. I never did the deed with the Starker X. We went to third base. I was vegan at the same time. Lots of fruit, pectin. So even my kiddos were sweet. Divine F Empress, you're dangerous. What do you think about Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein. He dead, ain't he? I don't really got no thoughts on him. I didn't know him. I didn't know him. I didn't know him like that. I didn't know he was into until all the stuff came up about him and his island and all that other stuff. I never knew him. I can't speak on, you know what I mean, something that I don't know about. My stalker ex said I did voodoo. I would never do, but if I love you, I do it for heart. So you feel it. Damn, Divine F Empress. Um, Michelle Raton says, hi, peace. You just gotta stop idolizing your female. Let's go. SBG says, you just gotta stop idolizing your female. It's supposed to be 50-50. Y'all be dogs. These bitches sometimes making fools out of yourself. Yeah, SBG, man. Idolizing these women. Be hypnotized by beauty, body, and then they give you access to that beauty in the body and they be hooked, bro. Armando Perez says, money, not the problem, is the dream part, you know? You have a dream, and as a partner, I would love nothing more than to see that person fulfill those dreams. Yeah, Armando, I got you on that. That's a fact. You want with your partner what you would want for yourself, especially if that person is really rocking with you and you care for them. I 100% get what you're saying, Armando. That's a fact. But and it's like what you said before. Once when you see that they aren't working, not even just as hard as you, but they aren't willing to put in the work, something got to change. Something got to give. Do you feel like people are becoming more overly emotional online now, fam? Forgottens? That's a great question. People, once again, some people are just faking. You know what I mean? Some people just willing to crash out because they can. Nothing can happen to them because it's online. Um, some people don't have the emotional intelligence on how to deal with people online. So when they get trolled or spammed or whatever the case may be going on online, they don't know how to deal with it because they still self-conscious or they still have certain things going on with themselves emotionally. Some people don't know how to handle shit emotionally. And they have seen this online stuff and now with this hyper reality is real to them. So these people really interacting with them, they feel like it's how they deem themselves in society in real life. This shit is all internet shit. So someone saying something about you on the internet shouldn't really have too much an effect on you in your real life, especially when you step out there, because how certain people interact on the internet, they not like that in real life. But some people crash out just because they can, for real, like that, just to get, notoriety for clout. But people are overly emotional on here for no reason though. Sometimes it seems like because they wouldn't really be like that in real life. Divine F Emperor says, I've never cheated. If you have ever cheated, I won't date you. That's not right, Divine F Empress. Cheating is an immature, um, for men, it's an immature game that young men have played. That's a young man's game. Cheating, being sneaky, talking to other women and stuff like that. It is what it is. Word up, broski, says liar. or forgotten in general. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Never rekindle with a woman if she cheats. And I mean never. Yeah, nah, OG facts, that's a fact. I mean OG kicks. OG kicks, that's a fact. Once when that line has been crossed of cheating, it's over. There's always a transaction of time and energy happening at every second. There's always a winner and loser in a transaction. Nah, man. Mr. Bo, that's come on, bro. The if you spend the time and your energy with someone, it should be an even exchange when you are with the right person. They are truly attracted to you. You are truly attracted to them. That should be a win-win. There ain't no such thing as a winner or loser if it's a genuine connection. Period. That's it. The only time is a winner and a loser is if you are doing too much. Someone is doing too much. They're putting in too much effort. Then you're losing. But if it's a mutual understanding, a uh, genuine interaction, I'm not looking to win or it's not a win or lose thing. It should be a win-win, win-win for both of us. My F Empress says, I just say it. It's the chosen says just finished a 3-day dry fast. That's what's up. How you feeling? You still in here? Let me catch up to the chat. Nah, that's not what I meant by sneaky. I ain't hiding shit because I don't F with girls that like to be nosy and clingy. I do my shit with no worry. Yeah, same here, FBG. I got you. Yeah, make it very clear. If I'm not committed to you, this is what's going on. And I don't do the same thing, FBG. I'm not once when I pick up that you nosy and clingy is a turn off for me. I can't deal with it. Please. Men say that to me, I don't get it. They fall in love and I'm not in love. When I'm in love, they lose it like overbearing nuts. Especially as dudes, we just gotta be calm when you in love yourself over everything. Yeah, for guys. That's the most important thing, man. It's just staying calm, bro. It is the children. That's awesome. I learned to break fast, bone broth, and prebiotics. It helps me at least care about yourself. Divine F Empress says, I don't do 50-50. It's 100-100. I feel that. Okay, Divine, that's that. Voodoo at work. And Mr. Bo says, Divine Empress, you're right. Don't seek any man. Let it come to you. That's a fact. Mr. Bro, yeah, finish watermelon juice. A-Twin, I did the number. Divine F Empress says, pretty women have different paths. Men feel rejected at the slightest thing. Some people are just keyboard warriors. Yeah, men, I mean, I've dealt with my with rejection and I don't really care. That's just how I am because I know me and I know what I'm capable of. Especially in my younger days. I would get rejected and I'd be like, all right, on to the next one. Somebody's gonna somebody's gonna bite the bait. Oh man. people who do online relationships is crazy. Like they just lonely and substitute for real love and affection. Yeah, SPG, I agree with that. Someone asked me the other day about they told me going online, go on Tinder to get a girlfriend. I said, hell no. That's the worst advice you can give me. I'm not asking for no girlfriend. I'm not on here for no girlfriend, but the last place I would go to get a girlfriend is online, bro. Posting up your stats the way you want them to look and picking the pictures that are the best to you to put up on. No, I don't want to see that. I want to see you how you look on your worst day. To know what I'm going to be dealing with. Don't pick and choose what you want to post and what you know what I mean, what you want your stats to say and all this other stuff. Mm-mm. I need to hear you talk. I need to really have a conversation with you. I don't need to read no paragraph about you. I don't need no synopsis, no thesis statement on how you are. I need to meet you in real life and let me read your energy. Is the chosen happy for you? Fasting adds years to your life. That's a fact. Hope it went well. You discover something. That's another thing too. Starts to affect your mind when you fasting like that, especially dry fast. Motto Man says, "Hi, brother. Peace." Divine F Empress says, "If you cheated once, you'll do it again." Yep. Thanks, Mr. Bow, man. I ain't fast in so long. I need to get back on that. SBG says, "You right. I can't." Are you speaking in the context, Divine F Empress, as in if you cheated once in that said relationship, you'll cheat again, or are you talking about just in general? Because I heard this other female say, if you cheat, once a cheater, always a cheater. And if that's the case, I don't think you should deal with um anybody at this point. I don't know. The what I told that female, she says, "What do I think about once a cheater, always a cheater?" I said, "How can can you fault a 20-year-old man or a 21-year-old man, not even man, a 20-year-old guy for cheating in his 20s and now that he's older and was able to get married and not cheat, still hold something up against him for 20 years now. Over those 20 years, through that. I'm gonna switch mics real fast, guys. Hold on. All right. So let me go back a little bit, right? If that's a general statement that once it's in you, right? Divine feminine, and Lou Becker says, I disagree, divine. People mature. You learn from mistakes. Yes, it's a maturity thing. Learning from your past relationships. Learning to over the course of time understand heartache and heartbreak and how you treat people is not right. I would have never got married if I wasn't comfortable with myself and within myself that I wouldn't betray my wife. Now, when I cheated, that was on a girlfriend. Now I have a wife now. So it takes a certain maturity. I've invested into that said marriage, put investment into whatever it took to build my family up, wife, kids, and all that. So to jeopardize all that by cheating wouldn't be smart. You wouldn't be dealing with a smart man at that point. But um, whatever you believe, Defiant F Empress. If you feel that that's in a person, then once when they do it, it's in a person, then that's cool. Both mics is dead. My bad, guys. Let me know if y'all can hear me now. So this is the thing. I don't know if you guys how far back I gotta go back, but Divine F Empress believes if you cheated, it's in you. So I guess a lot of guys aren't out here that's going to be qualified to be in any type of relationship or to get married. And my bad. Love from Kenya. Peace to you. She said this is my first time in here, by the way. My bad. I'm sorry I'm making a bad impression. But I've been on here for almost 200 minutes right now. I don't know what that equals up to in hours. I got to charge these mics up. But however you know what I mean? However you feel about cheating and men who have cheating, I could have easily said, I've never cheated before. And it could have been Cat. If you know and so hard pressed in your heart that your men have never cheated, that you have dealt with, all right. I'm going to be very clear and transparent of who I am and what I have done in my past. And I got no reason to lie, and I got no reason to hide anything to deal with anybody. I'm going to let you know exactly what you're getting with when you're dealing with me. I've cheated in my past. I've cheated in my 20s. But when you become a man, you put away childish things, right? When you was a boy, you spoke as a boy. When you was a boy, you did, when you was a child, you did childish shit. When you become a man, you put away those childish things. I was able to hold myself down, control myself, marry, move my family out of the hood and into a better situation. Protect my family. And even through my divorce and stuff like that, I didn't get divorced because of infidelity or no cheating. When you become a man, you put away childish things. And if guys that don't understand that, and people tell you once when you do something that is in you, then there's no reason to basically repent for your sins or what you did. I guess once when you do it, you just do it, and that's it. That's who you are forever. So I don't know. It could be mansplaining or whatever the case may be. That's cool, but I know who I am and what I've done in my past. Some niggas haven't they'll say anything to mess with a woman because it'll paint them under a certain light. I don't care. I've done it before in the past, in past relationships. And if you think I'm still that boy, then that says a lot. I don't need a date. I don't need to date anyone with that mindset though. Because you're looking for someone that's perfect. I'm not perfect. So that's why I'm willing to put it out there. If you're looking for perfection, that's not me. So good luck finding a perfect man. There's always going to be a flaw or something in the past that a man has done or is going to be coming to the table with. If you can accept, then, you know, that'll be on that next person. Adrian, you cast stones. Have you ever sinned before? Yeah, 3 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you for that breakdown of how long I've been on here. And once again, love from Kenya. I appreciate you for being here. And nobody's perfect. If you're looking for the perfect man to fit all these standards, good luck. That's all I'm saying. Love from Kenya says, I cheated on all my boyfriends too, but I won't cheat on my future hubby. Love from Kenya. Hey, if men had the same ideology out here, and I mean, according to Divine F Empress, that's in you. I can't trust you then. Why wouldn't I date? It's fun. I just don't date women who think like, oh, okay, all right, now you talking to somebody else. You have to have non-negotiables. Nah, and all I'm saying is Divine F Empress. If that's one of your non-negotiables, good luck. Because young men have played the young man's game. It's just that some men are willing to be more honest than others. You said you dealt with other men in the past also. What were their non-negotiables if they never cheated? They told you that, right? But if you didn't stick with them and wasn't with them, what was the other non-negotiable to make you have to leave them? They were crazy, they were this and that, they were... But when if you come across a real one who's not crazy, has emotional intelligence, got his bearings together, but he tells you, yo, I've cheated before. See, guys, this is for my men. It's always good to be upfront and transparent about who you are, what it is that you want. And also, yeah, I get that, men who have put their hands on women. I know her non-negotiables ain't phased out them crazy dudes she messing with. Once again, most likely those. I'ma chill. All that is good though. I could dig it. Love from Kenya says you look like Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, I get that sometimes, man. Divine F Emperor says you don't have to be perfect. You have to have a personal standard that doesn't allow certain things. But you would be holding up certain people or a man to a standard when he moved on a different type of timing in his past. You're holding the past up against someone and bringing that into the new relationship. So that would be like being that I got a divorce, right? Now I'm going to hold every woman accountable for what happened to me in the past. Now I'm going to be bringing that to the forefront to every woman. And now I'm going to have this certain mindset that every woman acts a certain way who has done whatever in the past. George Bonilla, have a good one, man. Love for Kenya said, yeah, DV is domestic violence is a non-negotiable. If you want to fight me, you gotta go. Sit down, be humble. That's a compliment. Looking great, bro. And Devon said, I dated one crazy one crazy one, and he faked the funk. Never claimed him. All right, that's fine. I'm not a fake dude. That's one thing. But one thing I'm not going to allow someone to do is to hold the past against me. I'm not doing that. So I wouldn't date anyone myself that's willing to hold the past against me. I got nothing to prove to anybody. That's where I'm at with it. I'm not explaining no more or over explaining or mansplaining. I'm just letting you know who I am. That's what it is with me. I also have had so any female that I've come across and asked me about past relationships, I told them. Any female asked me that, listen, yeah, I've cheated before in the past. If that's your mindset, that once a cheater, always a cheater, peace. I'm not doing anything else outside my body to convince anybody or whatever it is. I also have been weak in push a girlfriend on 2 occasions, but I am ashamed and have much more respect and restraint as I am older. Yeah, nah, I've never touched women, bro. I call him an ex because we dated and I refuse to be seen with him in public. As SBG says, on gang, DV is a no-no. Shorty punched me in the face. I ain't say a word and dropped her off at the crib. Never seen her again. Kind of woman I am. If you want to sleep with another chick, just say so. You know, Divine, you don't play about that shit. Anita, shouts out to you. person. You're just telling me you wanted to date me. Who said that? You talking to me, Divine Empress? I said that? I wanted to date you? I said I wouldn't be able to date you. Because with that mindset, once a person has done something in the past, they're always like that. That's how you're going to see me. Because of a mistake that I actually admitted to. This is a mistake I made. So if you're willing to hold that up against me, that's not someone I want to be with. That's not someone I would that's not something I would do. I'd be setting myself up because you would hold that against me, and then you would feel compelled to have to keep an eye on me because you feel like that's who I am. That's it. Give us some life advice. I don't know. So give me. Can't be more vague than that. What love from Kenya talking about? She says sometimes when you got too much motion, it's hard not to cheat. But the goal is to be happy with your partner and be loyal. Facts. Once again, I was able to move on past it, get married in my 30s, have a family, move my family out the hood, and proceed as a man with my life. Once again, once when you were a child, you spoke as a child, you moved as a child, you did childish things. But when you became a man, you put those childish things away. That's wisdom. I wish I would have had that wisdom before. But when you get it, you apply it to your life. And you move on. That's it. One thing I don't do is lie. I don't lie right now. So it is what it is. I also slipped in her. No, mistakes. Divine F Empress says mistakes are paper cuts. No, Divine F Empress. Mistakes are to be learned from. You aren't learning or haven't learned from any of your mistakes. You're still moving as a fool. That's what I believe. How is your self-control? Any advice on how to have better self-control? Armando Perez, semen retention. Semen retention helps you with your self-control, controlling your lust. My content, if you actually go over to my page and all my content, there's various tips. There's various content over there that talks about semen retention and controlling your lower centers, where lust, that sexual energy can burn you up and you feel like you can't get control of it. Semen retention is one of the best ways for us guys, man. I stand by it. And I guarantee it. You take a process of controlling that sexual desire, 30, 60 days, 90 days you said. I promise you. After 90 days, you got it. 3 months. A good solid 3 months on semen retention. For guys that's just beginning out. But that helps you with that self-control. Once you know how to control your sexual desires, bro, you got it. It's transformation. How do you get out the hood mindset and move forward from the childish headspace? Fish Scale says. It takes growth, brother. It takes a lot of personal growth. You have to focus on yourself. You have to understand your habits, your triggers. Sometimes it even comes down to the environment that you're in. Can have an effect on you. But your habits, childish habits, you know what I mean, the childish things that you do, your actions and stuff like that, you have to make a change. And you have to make a conscious effort to change those things, to want to change within yourself. But once again, when you learn yourself and your triggers, and want that growth for yourself to become more masculine and a man, you know, you become better. It says, how do you get out of the hood mindset? This is the thing. I never had a hood mindset, right? I just had some certain characteristics that um that had influence over me. Some good, some bad, some instincts. You know what I mean? Some things kept me on my P's and Q's, just having awareness of where I was at. So having certain hood instincts or a hood mindset can actually save your life because of your awareness. Being able to sense danger and things around you like that, it's great. But the childishness that comes with certain things, with being in the streets and stuff like that, that's the things you got to put away and move forward from. Once again, moving from a more negative atmosphere to a positive one, it changes a lot. Divine F Empress says, you don't know how I was raised. I didn't say anything about how you was raised. I don't know if you're talking to me or not, but I didn't say anything about how you was raised, Divine F Empress. But she says, you don't know how I was raised, never in the hood. I grew up with a summer house and houses in Africa, and I was raised that some things were beneath me. That's fine, Divine F Empress. Nobody's holding that against you. I didn't say anything about how you was raised or you being in the hood. I was just talking about myself. That's it. Once again, you have a certain mindset. And if certain things are beneath you, then they are beneath you. I'm not trying to change anything. I'm not trying to change anything about you, sis. You got it. Got to separate from them people because you keep mentality. Oh, okay. He's talking to Fish Girl. Genie Doe says, must be nice. I don't hang with SBG no more. Got my code going for me now. All right, Divine F Empress, you got it. I'm confusing poor choices with mistakes. Okay, you're right. What if you separate from the people or place, but the mentality still stay? Once again, it takes a shift. It takes a time to take with yourself with trying to practice mental clarity, processing the negative traits about yourself, understanding your triggers, understanding your habits, and getting out of that place and producing more of that with positive habits, with positive things. Once again, change your environment can change your whole mentality. Is a shift in atmosphere. As a move, Phoenix. Bro, I have a question. I'm gonna catch up to the chat a little bit too, guys. Give me some time. Give me some time. Oh, you playing around. OG Kick says, when you know better, you do better. That's all I'm saying. Angel G says, any SR video soon. Any semen retention video soon. Angel, somebody else asked me about that. I got one dropping for y'all soon. I'll drop one soon for y'all, man. I've been away from the semen retention content, been on these lives more, been able to reach more people, and it's been more of an open conversation and just talking about semen retention all day. But I got the guys over there, man. They seem to be they miss me all over there on that side. I dig it. I don't got a hood mindset no more, but that is, come on, when I feel like I'm being treated a wrong way, that mindset corrects disrespect. And that's what I'm saying, SBG. Having that mindset corrects a lot of things. Once again, it teaches you also survival tactics, instincts. If certain instincts coming from a certain place, and it could save your life. John J says, "Are you Ghost from Power?" Nah, man. That's why he should to TT live so he can speak, convey tone, avoid confusion. Now, I get it. I don't I honestly don't care about the, you know what I mean, how in the context or what it was that you're saying it in the tone. If you're talking to me, I'm not even too sure. I already said what I had to say about that, so I'm past it. What I said, you don't know how I was raised, the tone I was more of. If you knew how I was raised, you would get it. I got you, Divine F Empress. I get it. But I said you got it. That's the thing, though. All in all, however I took your tone or whatever the case may be, if that's how you feel, I'm not here to change your mind. You have a certain standard, right? I'm not here to convince you that your standard is wrong. All I told you is that I wish you luck, sis. Mirror Watcher says, LOL. What's the vibe? Nah, man, we just talking. We chilling. I don't know if this question has been asked of you on this live, but have you ever cheated in a relationship? If yes, why did you cheat? No judgment. Bronze Golden. I was just saying, I was getting off of that topic. That's what we were just talking about, and that's what was put out there. I'm honest about my past, and yes, I've cheated in the past. Why did I cheat? One of the reasons why is because it was immaturity. Not really being in a relationship in my 20s, young, moving around, right? And I had some status. I was playing semi-pro football, traveling. It's part of the game. It's part of a young man's life. It's a young man's game. At the time, I was in a relationship with someone, and I just didn't take the relationship that serious. It's just as simple as that. It wasn't serious in a relationship. I didn't have no plans of getting married to this girl or whatever case may be. We were just boyfriend and girlfriend. And once again, moving around as a young man, I'm not going to put it on anyone else or whatever case may be, but, you know, it was my doings. It was my habits, not being, how would you say, having the awareness of my vessel. Didn't know anything about semen retention or self-control, or was even worried about controlling myself in that manner. That's it. Chanel Anderson's, what are we talking about? I was trying to move past the topic of, I thought we was done, but Bronze Golden came in and asked about have I ever cheated in a relationship, and I said yes. I just explained a little bit a reason of why. And I brought a little quote up. You are a child. You have a childlike mindset. When you were a child, you spoke as a child, you moved as a child, you did childish things. But when you become a man, or as you grow into a man, you have to put away those childish things to get to where you need to get to. It's transformation. You grow from a child to a man. Stages of growth. Two different mindsets. That's all it is. But What was happening was some women have, a lot of women, because this wasn't the first time, not the second time or third time I've heard this rhetoric from women. Once a cheater, always a cheater. And that's fine. That's totally fine if you have that mindset. And if you have that standard. I'm not telling any woman who has that mindset and feels that there is better for them out there, listen, pray and hope and seek that you find a man with that standard and that is honest with you and himself. That's it. Are you a fan of Michael Jackson? Of course, man. So are you going to see the movie in April? His nephew plays in I don't know about that, OG Kicks. I might watch that, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Huge fan of Mikey J, man. Things have been so crazy lately. I don't think turned down. My F Empress says, I agree. I wasn't trying to convince you. We were conversating. Yeah. Hold on, the chat is jumping a little bit as I'm trying to catch up. Oh, my bad. I'm working, so I'm missing bits and pieces. It's all good, Golden. But yeah, we was just talking about that, man. It's not a part of a young man's game. Oh, excuse me, damn. It's not part of a young man's life. It's certain young men. You don't cheat because you're young. You cheated because... So now this is the thing, Divine F Empress. How are you going to tell me the reason why I cheated? That don't make any sense. That don't make any sense. The young lady asked me why, right? And I'm giving her a reason. Now, if you want to answer for me, I don't need that. Listen, the way I express myself is how I express myself. My feelings are my feelings. No one else can validate that for me. I was a young man. I was a child with a certain mind state. Now that I'm older and I reflect on that time, I was very immature at that time. I had a certain mind state. I didn't take the relationship serious. Bronze Golden, do you hear me talking? Please don't pay attention to the chat and another female talking for a man isn't what I'm in the business in. Please don't speak for me and you a female. Now we gotta take it there. I don't got no wife. I don't got none of these women are tied to me, nothing. I don't know them like that. I'm a grown-ass man. I can speak for myself and process my own feelings. All right? Emotional intelligence is over here on this side. Please go to the channel and support your boy on the channel. I talk about being in tune with my own feelings and knowing how to process them. I spend enough time in solitude to process everything that I've been through, to work through the process of transforming myself into the man I am standing in front of you guys today. I have no problem admitting my faults or my mistakes or whatever the case may be. And for damn sure, I don't need a spokesperson for me. If I did, we can collab. And we could go over notes. And we could go over my content. And then you could speak for me. But y'all don't know me like that. Just because y'all see me through these feeds, that's one thing. But Bronze Golden, once again. Dealing with immaturity. Going through a process and being in a relationship I didn't take serious at the time. Being inexperienced because I was young in relationships and not taking serious had a lot to do with me cheating. That's it. True, some men don't ever grow out of that phase. It takes growth. I'm glad to see that you made it. I thank you, sis. Thank you. There's hope out here, brothers, with some females, man. Just stay true. Be honest. Be honest with these females. And with the females that have that mindset of saying once a cheater, always a cheater, bro. Bro, if you have done something in the past, once again, if you have cheated in the past as a man, you don't have to lie to these women, bro. I'd rather be respected than liked. So if you don't like that about me, that I cheated in the past, whatever the case may be, and then you're, be honest with yourself, guys. It feels much better than trying to save face for people. But in SBG says, but in his defense, some choices are made with the lack of maturity. And I don't understand. People want to make it their version of why I cheated, and they haven't grown up with me, don't know me from a can of paint for real. I know how to perfectly express myself and my feelings of what I've been through. You asked me a question, I didn't lie. So I wouldn't lie about the explanation either. I know exactly what I did and why I did it. Period. All right. It does have a lot to do with age too. Can't ride a bike before you learn how to walk. Catching up to the chat, guys. Let me get anonymous out here. He's spamming. Oh, man. You don't have a wife? Okay, thanks for answering my question from 5 days ago. So, Edison, I got you. Love from Kenya says, hi, as a cheater gang. Yeah, listen, man. Oh, man. Divine Empress, the sister came in here and asked a question to me. I answered and you said, no, you didn't cheat because of this. You cheated because of this. People paying attention to the chat, that's you're basically putting out there, I'm not talking for myself, or the words that I'm talking isn't right. That's speaking for me. You're trying to revert the words. Once again, I don't have no wife. I'm not tied to any of these females on this channel. They don't know me like that. I know how to verbalize and speak for myself when I'm asked a question. I'm very in tune with my emotions. I've done the process of reflecting back on my past, thinking about ex-partners that I did wrong. Also, that's part of the healing process. And once again, being honest with myself and saying how I truly feel. You cannot process someone else's experience or what they did in your version. That's your version of it. All I'm saying is fall back. I don't need anyone speaking for me, especially Angel D says female nature. I know, I got it. That's why I had to put it out there. I can speak for myself. I'm willing to live and die on the sword. Yeah, I've done it before in the past. That's it. These people think they better than somebody as if they never effed up before. Love Kenya says. Sometimes people project their emotions or past experience on other person in order to deflect. And once again, I've been said, whatever your mindset is, if that's how you feel, you're not the first person, Divine F Empress, to have that same sentiment of once a cheater, always a cheater. But that lets me know the type of person I'm dealing with. So if you're going to paint me under that narrative for my life forever, then there's no more to be said. And I've been said that minutes ago. A couple minutes ago, I've been said that. I'm not here to convince anybody of nothing. This is who I am. This is who you're going to be dealing with. But I've also done a transformation, documented. If you deem me untrustworthy or whatever it is, then that's fine. That's cool. I don't care. I could do bad all by myself. Trust me. I've been out here in the free world for going on almost 39 years. A little bit of that time with my parents and stuff like that, but you get the gist. There's a lot of people under false pretense living a lie. I don't live in no lies. And I'm comfortable with my sin. Very comfortable. I've been on record saying I'm not in no committed relationship because I'm not going to give no one a false pretense of being with me. And I'm talking to other women. I'm not going to set you up for that. I'm not going to set myself up for that because I'm not in the business of leading anyone on. That comes with maturity. Now, if I wanted to still play that cheating game, I can. But that takes too much work. That's why I say it's a young man's game. That's why I mentioned that before. It's a young man's game. It takes energy. It takes time. I don't got time and energy like that. I got a 9-year-old son. So to be worried about women and then cheating and all that, I don't got time for that. I got another man to raise. I got another boy to raise. So my priorities and all that have changed since I was a 20-year-old boy with no kids. Got me? Good. Thank you. Oh, man. All right, let me catch up, guys. I'm caught up for the most part. Jeannie Doe says, you could do it because you're grown, but that don't mean I'm staying. I'm an OG in this cheating shit. I started with very first boyfriend in high school. Never stopped. Damn, Love King, you're a savage. You're a savage with it. Yo. That G, I don't know how to say your name, brother, but that's, I ain't saying all that, bro. I'm not saying all that. Yo, some of the stuff y'all saying is oh man, some of the stuff y'all saying is it's hilarious, man. And I'm not trying to put certain female natures on all females, but certain shit got to stop for real. Because I heard another man express his own self, right? Once again on these YouTube streets. You know what that brother said? He said, I don't even want to go down this route, bro, because I don't wanna upset too many people. I'm gonna leave it alone. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to leave certain stuff alone. Love from Kenya. I misunderstood what she said. You sure about that? So, all right. This is the thing. I'm trying to move past it because that don't make no sense. The reason why it don't make sense, right? Saying that you want to date someone that cheated in the past, what is that insinuating, people? That what? Once a cheater, always. Why wouldn't you date someone that cheated in the past? What's your reason? Because in your mind, once a cheater, always a cheater. That's how this whole thing started. Now, being that we can't go back up, or no one will be willing to go all the way back up through the chat, that was the insinuation of the topic. So you waited until now, because I'm done after this. You waited till now to now try to say, right? That's not what you're saying. People can change. People could do that. What's your reasoning? What's your reasoning? I'm asking. Because obviously I took it wrong. Someone said even FSBG Cam says I took it wrong. I misunderstood. Are you sure that I misunderstood? So let's revert back, right? Yeah, now's your chance. Here it is. Insinuating that you want to date someone that cheated in the past. What is that insinuating? SBG Cam. Now it's a lying thing. So now, so here comes the confusion. Now trying to introduce confusion into it. We've been talking about this for a little while now, and I've been trying to move on. Listen, you're not going to twist me up on what we've been talking about, what it is. I understand and I could dig it. You feel like, once again, once a cheater, always a cheater. It wasn't that same rhetoric when we were talking, and I brought up certain topics, and I brought up certain things, and I even brought up a little Bible verse for you guys. Once again, men, listen to me, brothers. When you were a child, you spoke as a child, played as a child, you did all these childish things. But when it came time to be a man, you have to put away those childish things. That's it, brothers. Brothers, listen to your brother. Take advice from your brother. Now, the other females that ask, And once again, I was asked this the other day. Once again, not the only one who has that thinking when it comes to treating our men. A brother that I came across these YouTube streets, he says, these black women don't love us for real. That's why we in the state that we in, and that's why a lot of black men rather go deal with that white woman. I didn't want to go here, now I'm going there. Because those white women are more considerate and actually in listening and dealing with us. Now, it could be a fetish thing, it could be whatever the case may be, but it's something about them because they don't have this complex that they are always trying to be better than us, even through our mistakes. Now, I'm not saying I'm switching sides or anything like that on my culture and my people. It is what it is with me. But yeah. Divine F Empress, you said I based your statement on my assumption. Are you sure that was only my assumption? Because I've been brought it up in the beginning of the topic and we had a whole dialogue about it, and now you're just saying something. Now you're just saying something about my assumption. Even SBG had the question, oh, now it's a lying thing? Or is a lying thing? All right, you got it. You're right. You're right. Once again, and when we were talking about this earlier before, I said you got it. I told you got it. Please, let's move on. Please. You got it. I'm trying to move on. All right, yeah, it's not, that's, yeah. Nah, Divine F Empress, it's not that. You're right, I assumed. I was the one that assumed, and I'm wrong. You got it. It's not about being right. You're absolutely right. It's about me assuming that it was something else when it really wasn't. It's about lying. Okay. You never lied before, Divine F Empress. Never in your life. You never lied before then. Because if it was really about that, that's what I would have asked you. You never lied before? And if you sit in here and lie right now, you're a liar. Go ahead and do it. All right, it's not about being right or wrong. Let's move on. Have you ever lied before, Divine F Empress? And if it's a lying thing, then I don't date liars either. All right, we done, yo. Anybody else in the chat, man? Let's switch the topic, bro. Oh, man, yo. It's a great topic. I appreciate it. Nah, I'm good. It's cool. Yeah, SBG, Cam.
if you're noticing what's going on, bro, that's what I'm trying to say. It is not one, it's the other. You can't get it right. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. Can't win for losing, bro. Jeannie Doe says, can't liars change? Liars and cheaters cannot. I'm chill. I'm gonna chill out. Yeah. I'm trying to move on, Jeannie Doe. I'm trying to really move on from whatever this is right now. Because it goes from one switch to the other, and then it becomes the same question. Oh man. Yeah, SPG says, shit too caught up on that, my brain going numb. Yeah, SBG, that's what I'm trying to say. Is it really about me having a misunderstanding, or I'm just sharp like that, reading between the lines? Tell me different, and I'll tell you right. You try to tell me something different. I could read between the lines, people, and I'm gonna say this, and we're gonna move on. When you have a conversation with people and you insinuate certain things, I know how to read between the lines because it's a common thing with certain people, mindset, and if that's how you feel about your men out here, your black men, don't ask why some of our brothers are willing to deal with the other race. It's because of shit like this. And I'm done. What do you do for fun? What books do you like? Any book suggestions? I always be dropping some book. I got a book right now that I could suggest to the people. And certain things I like to do for fun, like I love going to the gym and stuff like that, working out. Little stuff like bowling. I haven't been to the pool hall in a while, so I like, you know what I mean? Just doing some active shit. You feel what I'm saying? I know how to play pool a little bit. And then also movies, movie buff. So I always like to explore new movies. To me, the movie game hasn't really been the same like it used to be, man. But I like going back to watch old films and stuff like that. Especially some I haven't watched in a while, or anything old. I don't know, something about the 90s, 2000s with the movies and the music always intrigued me. So I always go back to watch that. Hidden Power. How to Unleash the Power of Your Subconscious Mind by James K. Van Vliet. It's a suggestion to the people I like to share. I'm not done with this book yet. As a matter of fact, while I have it out and in front of me, I plan to do some reading tomorrow in this book. But the subconscious mind is the most sophisticated software, hardware. At all times is recording, downloading. So the information that you give it, that you feed it, is very important. Going deeper into it, find out using your limitless mind. Love from Kenya is funny. You could be a Floyd Mayweather lookalike and get paid for it. Let me catch up to the chat, guys. Can you throw hands? My hands is decent, pretty decent. Bronze Golden says, I hope the next woman that you find, woman that you be with, brings out the best in you. I appreciate that, sis. Thank you. SBG Cam says, I ain't gonna lie, I don't F with white girls. Hey, SBG Cam, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I don't F with white girls either, but they don't give me the, I haven't got this much static. I always get static from, brother, brother. I'm chilling though. You feel me? But I've dealt with white men before. Nah, left from Kenya. I didn't say I have a wife. I'm divorced from a black woman. I haven't. When I say I haven't got that much static, I've messed with white women before. Not much static, bro. They don't give you static like they don't give you static, and they still going. I'm trying to catch up to the chat. See, they still. Can we move past it? As I catch up to the chat, I hope when I catch up, we've gone to the other side. I really do hope so. I don't want to skip everybody that's been saying stuff, but I don't want to jump ahead to find out that it's still going on. And you see, this is the thing I'm talking about. To be when people used to go to the movie theaters, I kind of miss it. Yeah. And Chanel Anderson, like outdoor activities, camping, hiking, amusement parks. Yeah, I like amusement parks. Camping and hiking and stuff. I'm in an area where it's great for that stuff. I ain't really found nobody to do that with though. I would have to go dolo for real like that. I've been hiking before, not real camping like that. But I want to go by myself though. But I'm into stuff like that. And Chanel Anderson, do you read books on live? Or YouTube live book clubs a thing? Nah, I don't. As far as reading books on live, I haven't really tried that. I don't know if that's a thing on here. People came across that, if they were really tuned in like that. But it'd be so many trolls and other people doing weird stuff. It'll be distracting from certain people. You could probably do it and like give out a notification to people who are subscribed to the channel and then make it a private thing. So yeah, you could actually make a live book club, but it would have to go through the settings, make it a certain way where it's only exclusive to people who are subscribed to the channel. And I don't think I look too much like that to Floyd to be doing cameos and stuff like that. Cause everybody always say I look like some other celebrity of some sort. And then when you put those celebrities that they say I look like, they don't look anything alike for real. Peace, bro. Have a good night. Hey, Zon, salute to you, bro. And once again, man, keep your head up with everything, brother. Condolences once again to your family, man. For real, for real. man, bro. Change it. A lot of people read the Bible online. That's all I've seen so far. Yeah, with the Bible, yeah, that's a common thing, you know. TSG says, yes, my queen at times has driven me crazy, but I wouldn't change it for the world. My own is my own. My kind is my kind, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, brother, I hear you. You know, that's your queen, brother. I don't got no queen. I got no ties to nobody right now. So I can make whatever choice I want. That's a beautiful thing about being single and really paying attention to what's going on out here. You know? That's it, brother. That's all I'm saying. Damn, SBU 18. 18 years old, brother. Dang. Left for Kenya says she's 26. Damn, we got some youngins in here, man. That's crazy. If you could travel to any country, where would it be? I would go home. I would go to Liberia, Africa. Touch soil over there. I work in a bank. Love Kenya works in a bank. Inferno, you putting the same joke in here, bro, over and over. Why you doing that? Yo, Michael Non-Glop. Peace to you, bro. Chanel Anderson is 38. You hold the same age. SBG can. It's peace. Nah, I seen it, bro. It's the same joke, bro. I get it. All right, I'm gonna read it out loud. I guess because I'm not reading it, I got you, bro. Hey, twin, why did the number go to the hospital? Because he was a sick 7. Are you gonna stop now, bro? That's crazy, bro. When is the last time you've been to Liberia? I've only been once, and I was 3 years old. My mother took me, so I don't remember. I want to go as a grown adult, a grown mature adult. Under my own cognizance. I was supposed to laugh. Yeah, it's man, y'all funny as hell, yo. Damn, Blake said thoughts on Erasley war crimes. Bro, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about that, bro. I mean, I'm sorry, Inferno, man. It wasn't. It made me smile. Is that? I get it, bro. I get the joke, bro. What these tragic? Yeah, nah. I don't, yeah, Israeli war crimes is crazy, bro. I don't know nothing about that, bro. We not in Israel. We gotta deal with the war that's going on over here. You feel what I'm saying? I can't pay too much attention to that. It's already nuts on this side. Um, do you think we're in the end times right now? Mr. Bo says. And do you believe in manifestation? Yeah. I'm living in certain manifestations that I put out for myself, for sure, for sure. What you believe you can achieve is all in your mind. It's all in the state of mind. Really concentrate and want to work better for yourself. Um, as far as the end times, man, certain things are set in prophecy. What will be happening in these times? What will we be dealing with going forward and in the future? Some things are meant to come to pass, and as we, come to reveal certain things when it comes along, only time will tell. Future doesn't exist yet, but there's been things in prophecy that have been coming to pass, man, and yeah, you can wait to come to see. Have you been to the West Coast at all? Los Angeles, Washington State? No, no, Chanel Anderson. I always say I want to go out to Cali. West Coast to California. People been telling me also that I need to come out to come out to LA to pursue a Hollywood career. Like the same people telling me I need to do Floyd Mayweather cameos and stuff like that. People been telling me I need to come out to California, to Hollywood, and do some stuff in Hollywood. Do some cameos. Become an actor and stuff like that. The West Coast as vacation. I love to travel for real. SBG says, man, shit, daily life is a war itself. If Jesus came back, I'll be so happy. Shit, man, some need to come back and do something out here. I'm telling you. Man, when them trumpets sing, hope I'm going up. Yeah, there needs to be the trumpets going off. Last Trump. My bad, brother, as in Australian Christian, I noticed Americans are real close with the people who, man. He says Americans, if I'm reading it, yeah, I noticed Americans are real close with the people who killed Jesus. Much love, though. What Americans you talking about exactly, though? That's a crazy, that's a crazy statement to make, and then say much love, though. What do you mean by that, brother? Clark Kent. Clark Kent always asks this. I've always noticed this question. Are you good enough for heaven? Ever lusted or hated anyone before? Ever lied or stolen before? Yes, 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 yes. And you've put this in here before, Clark Kent. And I always say yes to those things because I am honest. Am I good enough for heaven in this certain state that I'm in? Yes. Ever lusted or hated anyone before? Yes. Ever lied or stolen before? Yes. Have I done the inner work to heal from all those things that requires me to do and make recompense of those things before I get to heaven? Yes. See, only God could truly judge you. So the judgment of others really don't mean diddly squat. Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Only God can judge. It was funny when you were muted. Yeah, that was funny. And like your chat, I just subscribed to it. I appreciate that love from Kid. Yeah, she was like, this my mic was muted. I tried to switch over. And then I just it caught my eye. It was like, this is my first time in here, by the way. I'm like, damn, this is a bad impression. But I appreciate that you stuck through and stayed. Love from Kid says, you have a nice smile, though, Diddy. I appreciate you for stopping through, for real. Mr. Bo says, manifestation and prophecy conflict each other, in my opinion. Okay. How can I create my own reality when prophecies are unfolding against my will or your will? Because certain things are written in stone. The power of words and spelling. And then get this, Mr. Bo, there's more people giving energy to this prophecy. They're on a vast scale. There's more people giving away their energy, their thoughts to this prophecy than your own. You're the only one under your own volition. So that's why certain prophecy will override what you got going on, because the energy putting forth into this prophecy and this manifestation on a vast, more of a majority level than just your existence and your reality. I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's very minuscule, bro. Think of it as like, you know what I mean? Ants. You're a separate ant doing his own thing, but to create that ant pile, it takes more to build it up. So the spread of this and that prophecy and people reading it and actually believing in it, even if they haven't read it, they just with blind faith, believe in it. That's how the game goes, brother. I'm sorry. But that's a great question, though, bro. And I'm glad that you asked it. And you know what I mean? Once again, this is my opinion, but the way how manifestation goes and with the energy that you have to put into manifestation only makes sense how you saying it with prophecy and how people are so hard pressed to put their beliefs in a belief system. It's going to override your manifestations, bro. You can only how they say in the Matrix, not worry about bending the spoon, but understand that the spoon doesn't even really exist. You get what I'm saying? Can you decipher that, brother? So you have to wrap around your reality of what is actually happening, what's being prophesied, and what has to come into prophecy, and wrap your mind around how it will give reverence to you and manifest around that. That's it, brother. Man, talk about his ex-wife when he said some need to come back. Best way to travel is becoming a trucker. You get paid to see the country. Yeah, but then you're doing deliveries, Chanel Anderson. Like, you're not really, you're on a highway and stuff like that. I don't want to be on a highway. I want to be in the city. I want to be amongst the people, for real, for real. Clark Kent says, we broke God's laws, but come on, bro. Come on, Clark Kent. Inferno says, a twin. Why did I appreciate the donation, brother. See, all right, you got me to laugh, bro. You happy, bro? I can't believe you donated just to do that, bro. I appreciate you. A twin. Why did the number go to the hospital? 'Cause 6-7. You ain't had to do that, brother. I appreciate you for the donation, man. For real, for real. That's love. Allison says, hi, peace. I think Blake is asking about Jeff if he really did it. What? No one is good enough for heaven. Romans 3. That's why we need God's mercy. Okay. All right, brother. You got it. Jesus befriended prostitutes. He also said not to cast stones. Clark Kent is playing God, is what he's doing. Maybe you need to read scripture onto how not to play God and how Clark Kent is determining who and what is determined by his standards and whatever Bible scripture, because I'm not going to go read it. I'm good. Of who will and can and not make it to heaven and heaven's gates. You're playing God, brother, and trying to justify it with, once again, a Bible to make it fit your narrative from your perspective, brother. That is just a shame to do that. If I'm not good enough to make it to heaven, then I'll see you in hell for sure, brother. How about that? Because you really think I care about your, well, what you got to say, bro? Hey, SBG, I appreciate the donation, brother. It's 2026, 6-7 jokes, not funny no more. Yeah, bro, yeah. I appreciate the donation, bro. Thanks, bro. Mr. Bo says, you always have a dope vibe when I see you. Thank you for the amazing setting you create when I'm scrolling through YouTube. Mr. Bo, I appreciate you, man, for always stopping through and coming through tonight. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for those words, man. And I was hoping that y'all, you know what I mean, dug the vibe tonight, man. I dimmed the lights down, a little dim setting, make it more intimate with the people. Some people took it real intimate, man. It's only guilty people who don't like being judged. Am I guilty, sir? Am I guilty? Nail me to the cross. Only God can judge, bro, and you're trying to play God. You could do all the judging you want, brother. Are you supposed under your is that Christian like to be judging people though? That's crazy, brother. That's crazy talk that you're talking right now, brother. Come on, man. Once again, like you said, under your qualifications, if none of us are good enough to go to heaven, then I'll see you in hell, brother. It's fine with me. I'll see you there. Salute. Or unless you since you got the secrets, you getting into heaven is what you telling us. What you trying to tell us? If that's the case, you in the same boat, and I'll see you in hell. We're already living in hell is the real secret. Oh man, yo, that's man, that's crazy. Yeah, faith plus works. Faith without works is dead. Armando Perez says, I left religion completely, totally against it. AJ Gross says, as above, so below, as within, so without. I could dig it, brother. Zach is trouble says, what's up, Tom? Peace to you, man. And it is 4:30 in the AM. And it's been a very interesting live. This live is always entertaining. There's always topics to be talked about, interacting with the people. Once again, man, appreciate everyone for coming through. I have a friend who's musty. What would the Lord do? I am Stitz is crazy. I am Stitz. If he musty, man, I've been in that situation too, being around musty friends and stuff like that. You gotta tell him. Yeah, give him deodorant. Give him some advice. How to wash up properly. And stuff like that. Give him some advice. Some people don't like using deodorant for whatever reason. They say the chemicals or whatever. Some people just like being natural. But there are ways you can wash yourself and stuff like that and not offend the people around you, because that is pungent smell. It's disturbing everybody. Your aura, that lessens your aura. A lot of people don't understand your scent also has a lot to do with your aura, and that brings your aura down. Give him some tips on how to take care of himself and get that funk up off of him. Love you, brother. God loves all his children. Yes, he does, Slap Hunters. He loves all his children. YBC method, bro, is a Skyrim NPC. I don't know what Skyrim is. YBC. If you could explain a little bit as I catch up to the chat. But an NPC is basically like a bot being able to be controlled to just do, like, just follow a script. You're following a script, bro. GBE, WGW, my ass, cats, nasty mass of gassy splash with, what? All right, I'm reading some nonsense. That's how I know I'm getting a little sleepy. I try to read everybody's, comments and stuff like that. When I start reading some BS, that's when you know y'all got me. Don't know what I walked into, but the sentiment hit. Sub. Name is Ferrari. Peace to you, man. I thank you for the sub. Everyone is worthy. Just repent and walk with Christ, Slap Hunter says. Chanel Anderson. When you're a truck driver, you can plan activities in the state where you set to do a delivery. Best job I ever had. Oh, that's what's up, Chanel Anderson. That's what's up. I mean, yeah. When you want to roll like that, I guess that makes sense. You're right. That makes sense. But to me, I would. I'm not saying I would, but I probably most likely, if I was a driver and I was on a roll like that, I would most likely like want to do my delivery and get it over with just to get home. But that's what you did. Was a great idea, though. Playing around your trip and stuff like that. That makes sense. So, Jeremy Burns says, all right, I'm about to get you up out of here. Wow, YCB. Jeremy Burns says, I love being judged. Why would God bother judging? GB says, I don't know. Are you chat GPT script NPC? You asking me why CB? Man, yeah, you up out of here, bro. What the hell are you talking about? Yes, it is Christian. Like to judge. They judge everyone about everything, especially if you don't go to the Bible study on Wednesdays. Chanel Anderson, you got it. That was you know what I mean? It was you know, you're absolutely right. Hypocrisy, dare I say. Yeah, Love from Kenya says Clark is a goof, you don't mind him. You got hell wrong. First level of hell is Goat Cemetery. Next is Judgment. Lake of Fire. Okay. Man, he need to catch up with the child. I'm tired of hearing. My bad. Let me catch up, guys. I'm sorry if y'all being bothered. I would assume God would have no idea we even exist. So God would probably have other entities like itself to contend with the idea of God even bothering to start the pursuit of learning about us is crazy in itself. My brother from another mother, the other lives is all tripping. Love Dean. Loving Dean, the God machine. Said the other lives is tripping. Yeah, man, you always know it's more cooler on this side. I am Stitz. Sinister Drip says, no, please wear deodorant. Listen, man, some people man, don't wear deodorant, bro. They want to have a natural lifestyle. They don't appreciate the certain chemicals that they have out here. But it's a wicked game that they playing with that, bro. MBR Love says, this is their opinion. You can't give people advice as long as you in your sin. I don't know what you mean by that, brother, but okay. I put period. Oh, shit. Okay. That is wicked behavior. See what I mean when I get a little bit sleepy? Things start catching me off guard, but I gotta catch up with God. Made some of us. Chanel Anderson. Chanel Anderson is on point. GBEW says God didn't make us. Love from Kenya says, if you're not gonna wear deodorant, please shower daily and apply a little lysergic acid or even lemon. Works if you don't sweat much. Love from Kenya. Yep, and drink your water. Eat healthy so you don't have BO. Yeah, your body odor. Some people, bro, their body odor, wicked. If I was broke as a man, I'll definitely get a CDL. Get that money. I don't sleep well, ever. I'm always up. Julia says, hi from Alaska, Eskimo here. Man, I don't know how I feel about that, but shouts out to Alaska, man. Eskimo people. And greetings from Greenland. Some of y'all be cat. Kay, you work tomorrow? Let's tell her. Let me catch up. I gotta skip over some shit. Yeah, when I get to talking, especially if someone asks a question and I have a long response to it, it'd be hard to, not hard, but it takes me a while to catch up to the chat. All right, I'm caught up for the most part. It wasn't even really much to catch up on. And I was going to ask that too, SBG. Is Kenya really from Kenya? Or is your roots there, Sir Crowd of Boyz? When did you start your YouTube channel? I started from 2022 is when I started my YouTube channel. So I've been on these YouTube streets for 3 years. Kenya's from Canada. Canada? What part of Canada? Your name is Kenya. Okay, that's what's up. And it's crazy. When I took a trip to Detroit a couple years ago, and I didn't have my passport with me. I was about to drive over to the border into Canada. Through Detroit, you could take the highway, the French part, Quebec. I live in Montreal. Is Montreal on the border of where Detroit is? I was on that bridge and I had to turn around on the bridge. I realized I had my passport with me because I was in the States. I didn't plan. I was upset at that. I really wanted to go over into Canada. Texas got motion. I love Texas. SBG, man, chill out, bro. Yeah, that's the part I was about to drive into, I believe. I got halfway down the highway and then I realized I don't have my passport. I wasn't really prepared to do this. I didn't think about it until I got out there. I took a flight out there to Detroit. and I had a rental car, so I was about to take the rental over the bridge into Canada, but then realized, yeah, no passport, no go. So I busted Yui on the highway. You're not supposed to do that, but it is what it is. I remember the Canadians had a Canadian and asking what happened to that. Nah, Detroit, brother. SBG. Not Dallas, Detroit. I was in Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, Michigan. She was saying something about Texas. So it's pretty exaggerated. Renew says like indigenous Hollywood accents. That's funny. Some people exaggerate it. Yeah, it's pretty cringy. I'm originally from Jersey. Right now, I reside in Pennsylvania, Toledo, Ohio. Is that what you're talking about, SBG? Yeah, I'm originally from Jersey. I currently live in the Great Commonwealth state of Pennsylvania. Crowd of Boyz is a nonprofit organization that I said, hell yeah, Toledo is the spot. Shout out to Toledo, Ohio, man. PA right next to Ohio, by the way. It's out west for us. We gotta travel wild west. It's like a 4-hour drive. Um, but a Crowd of Boyz is a nonprofit organization originally started by my father. God bless his soul. Um, and I just picked up where he left off, carried it on to these YouTube streets, onto this YouTube platform, and what he, what they would do with the Crowd of Boyz organization. It wasn't an official, documented nonprofit organization, but amongst the community of himself and another group of African men, they would host certain things like cookouts, certain parties. If someone of along in the community of the family, like a daughter of the family was getting married, they would put money together as a collection of their group and donate to the family to help with the wedding. If someone of the African community passed away, as a group, they will put money together to help with expenses for the funeral or repast or whatever that was needed. So him and a couple of his buddies of his that migrated from Liberia to the States, they got together, formed this group, and just like started a small community, a tribe here in the States, and that's what they named it at that time. After he passed, I just wanted to, you know what I mean, keep the legacy going. And the path that I was on, I just correlated it with what I was doing on these YouTube streets, which was semen retention. Brought it to the YouTube platform. Figured, hey, it made enough sense to call a Crowd of Boyz, transforming these boys into men, bringing a collection to guys and bringing awareness to our sexual energy, how much it has control over us and our vessel, and continue to ride along with it. I actually put the Crowd of Boyz in actual formation as a nonprofit. So as these donations come in and as people support, man, I give right back into what it is the mission is for this Crowd of Boyz, and that's to help across the board with any information like these books I come across and share, but also on a wider span, trying to actually link with some of these guys out here and bring some more light to these YouTube streets. Try to take my chain, I ain't going. Yeah, you could. I mean, Jersey still exists. They ain't all that ain't happening. You feel me? You could try to blow New Jersey up, but better be careful. Commonwealth, my ass. they can have this Commonwealth ish. I'm ready to get out of VA. Yeah, I always say that to see who could catch up on what type of time it is on out here. So I always like to put that in there. I live in a great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Her DMV had good quality men for marriage. Love from Kenya. Damn. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, mark that off the list. Love from Kenya. My gramps from VA and he divorced. I wasn't. Yeah, we need that type of community for real, man. And like one of the things I remember them doing as a kid, like in the summer. So in Liberia, our Independence Day, we celebrate our Independence Day July 26th. That's when Liberia has their Independence Day. So around that time, if it ever fell on the 26th or that following weekend or however it planned out, they would have Africans in their soccer. They would host a big soccer game and get money together. It would be a big celebration, cookout, good food and stuff like that. Everybody would come, join, have a great time. And that was a yearly thing. That was always like the standard though, because Liberian Independence Day. But then other social gatherings they would have as well too. And then of course, like I said, with the community helping out with funeral calls, whether it be a repast or somebody getting married in the family, um, they would help out. Oh man, do not come here expecting to find anything of value. Damn, Chanel Anderson. There's a heavy Liberian community in the DMV area. Little parts in DC. I got family in DC, but in Maryland. In Maryland, there's some great African community. We spread out all out for real. Amongst other African countries too. Ghanaians, people from Ghana, Nigeria. Donuts and milk, man. I thought you gave up, man. A good man, if you find one, come from other states. Pookie Zeta, hey man, you seem chill as fuck. Hey, Pookie Zeta, man. I am that I am, bro. I'm just chilling though. I'm chilling, man. You came here to listen to music. You came to listen to Sizzler. I'm glad you came back, man. Stop through. Dan's or Dan Smigo says what's good. Peace, brother. Yeah, I can always tell that men that come from somewhere else here always. But I'm about to get off soon, man. In a little while. I'm gonna get off. Once when I start getting hungry, that's a sign for me to start wrapping it up for real. But I'm on here for a little bit longer. My last talking stage was from Liberia. He was fine as fuck, but he moved back in with his parents, so I dubbed him. Damn, love from Kenya. You women, bro. Why you do that? Why you do that to him? It's the history. The history has destroyed these people here, and that's fact. Damn. Dan Migo says, shout out from Chicago. Shouts out to Chicago, man. Great Lakes Tattoo is one of my favorite spots. I got my aunt tatted on my left arm. I got that tatted out there, man. So Chicago always holds a significant spot. Not only in my heart, but on my left arm. Love that city, man. Had to keep my head on a swivel, though, for real, for real. It gets very spooky in those parts around there. Love from Kenya says, "What you gonna eat?" So usually obviously it's breakfast time for me, right? So usually when I get off, maybe some eggs. I'm not too sure yet though. Hey, shout out Chicago. Those folks from just moved down here. I got the link to everything. Yeah, Chicago's a great city, bro. Very nice city. But did some driving around, and whenever I go traveling, man, when I go outside my state and I go to certain areas, I like to take a pass by the hoods a little bit. Not too deep in the hoods and get out and be known, but I like to see what's going on in the inner cities. I go past the inner cities for real. Um, Especially looking for like good food and stuff like that, like good home cooked food. You catch some of those best spots in the hood because they be, those hole in the wall spots. So, but got to Chicago, no sir. You feel the energy immediately. You're not supposed to be in this area. It's very dark, from my experience. So, sticking close to the downtown area, moving around there, and then, yeah, I'm into tattoos and stuff like that. I got about 20 tattoos, and one of the additions that I added on um, was the Ankh. And I remember I wanted to go to, what's that show? What's that show called? I'm gonna catch up to the chat, please. You guys, y'all know exactly what show I'm talking about. It's slipping my mind right now. I'm independent. I've been living on my own since 18. I look at dating a mommy's boy. If I look like dating a mommy's boy, love from K. I wasn't judging you. I genuinely was asking, but I got you, and I get it. I get it. And yep, and you're right. You're not wrong for that. Once again, ladies, I have no once when you guys have your certain standards and you place in a certain and you got a certain mindset of what you want, what you place for yourself, what you see yourself doing and dealing with. It's not me judging you. I didn't mean to say that would judge you, but I'm always interested to hear though, you know what I mean, you know, what's going on, what's the reason, you feel me? But I get it. I understand that. Yes, I need me a confident African at this point. I'm talking straight from Wakanda. And I gotta get you going, bro. Speaking of Chicago, go ahead as I catch up. 157 for me in LA, my bro. Donuts and milk. I thought you said you was in Jamaica, bro. How you get there so fast? Can we talk about the Emerald City? What Emerald City are you talking about, Chanel? But yeah, 2 a.m. in LA. And it's going on, it's 5. It just touched 5 a.m. for me on my side, East Coast. Yo, what do you think about ghosts? Also, what's the best sauce for chicken tenders? Ghosts can be considered to be spirits, bro. That's it. That's what I think about it. People talk about ghosts, I just draw them up to spirits. Best sauce for chicken nuggets. Honey mustard. Go to sleep, bro, and listen to Sizzler. I'm gonna get some rest soon, bro. Don't worry about it. I'm doing work in South Shore, TM. That's miles and miles of underground roads in Chicago. What is that about? I used to tell people about the underground city. That's crazy. I didn't know that's what it's called. Al Capone. See, I'm into I love gangster movies. I love learning about the mafia and stuff like that. Al Capone constructed a underground city in Chicago. There's a tour about that. And I didn't get a chance to do that tour. We only stayed in Chicago for like a day and a half when we went out there. West Africans love eating eggs, especially boiled. Yo, get up, get out. You just said that you was messing around with a Liberian. Yo, that's messed up. You in my business, yo. Um, those underground roads have to do with how the mafia was moving, and especially Al Capone in that city of Chicago with the racketeering and the dirty shit that he was doing. I didn't know they called that the Emerald City, but he would do his dirt, Al Capone, and either when he got locked up, how he would escape was through the underground, those underground railroads, or he would pop up from his underground civilization or other people that was doing dirt. They knew they'll pop up to civilization and do their dirt, rob banks, and then go straight underground and start building under there. That's what some of that is about. So when people talk about underground bunkers and stuff like that, that shit originated from the mafia. So, would you give up everything for one thing or give up one thing for everything? FMI says. That's a good question. I'd rather give up one thing for everything, depending on what that one thing is. All in the context. But I think of a mindset in abundance. So I'd rather give up one thing to get everything, to be in abundance. So it is what it is. Haha, that's the lower whackers, you know. They come to the Pinks over here in Dallas and the Fishbowl in Fort Worth. They're gonna treat you right, Crowd of Boyz. Yes, that's another place too in Texas. I have a homie out there, bro. Two. I got two homies that I graduated high school with. One of them I played on the ball team with. We won a championship together. Everything, man. That's my dog to this day, man. That's my brother. My brother in war, bro. He's in is he in Fort Worth or he's in Arlington? He's in that Dallas area, bro. I believe he's in Fort Worth. He was originally stationed in the Navy, and then I have another homeboy who moved down there with his wife, and they ain't come back ever since, bro. They stayed down there. But they've been begging me to come down there, bro, to take a trip, man. So FBG got shot in downtown Chicago. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you in Chicago, it had to move. Head got to be on a swivel. Shots. I already answered that. They're trying to bring that down here, and FBGs got shot down here too. Yeah. Hope life always gives you lots of reasons to smile. Keep going. You got this. Thank you, Misty Dawn. I appreciate that. And sauce for chicken nuggets. Love from Kenya says Chipotle mayo. Appreciate you, man. Get out of here. Very easy to give up on one thing for everything. More around otherwise. Yeah, I hear that. Do you invest your money into anything? If so, do you have any advice? I'm investing my money into cryptocurrency. But yeah, it just seems to be it is what it is with crypto right now. You could give away habits, a toxic friend, or an enemy. Yeah, that's what I was saying, donuts and milk. You could, but Matthew, yeah, investing into crypto. That's where it seems to be going at with digital currency and whatever's going on with the actual dollar and stuff like that. Free Palestine is crazy. Just subbed and liked. Headed to work in a few hours, just popping in for a little. Have a good one, y'all. I appreciate that. Dan's Migo, man. And peace to you. Have a great day, brother. You say you trade Sapien? Oh, my bad. I hold, bro. I trade and hold. You say trade sapien. I wanted to get into what do you call that? And y'all ain't dropped down the tattoo spot, man. I was talking about, bro. That's messed up in Chicago. They had the show originate in New York first, and then they did a season in Chicago, man. What is it called? Please, someone help me out. Put on some sunglasses. I got some sunglasses too. I was gonna put them on in one of my streams. One of my streams was named you can't force anyone to put on the glasses. I was gonna wear I was gonna wear my glasses on that one, but maybe next stream. Maybe next stream. I got you guys. You subscribe and come back. I'll definitely have on some glasses now that you say that. Forex. I was gonna get into Forex. What is that show, man? Black Ink. Thank you. Thank you. There you go. Damn. The boss. I appreciate you. Yeah, something ink. I was thinking like, yo, what is but Black Ink, yes. Come on, Confucius say, whatever it is. Don't I'm not even gonna ask you. I'm gonna just get you out of here. That's it. What was your longest relationship? It was with my ex-wife. We were together 10 years. Altogether, we were together for a good 12 years. You could say that. We were only married for 2 years over that course of time, but we were together for 10 years. Yeah. Yep. And then when we got married, switch up. Yep. Totally different person. You put that ring on that finger, or not even the ring on the finger, because we was engaged for a little while between that. But yep, that's the way it goes sometimes. I do semen retention too, but with boxing, I have a lot more hate thing with it. It's hard to explain. The boss, I get you. I understand. Why is it always like that? I don't know. Once again, not to put it on women and stuff like that, but it's the mind state of women of having a certain way it's supposed to go for them and what you are supposed to do as a man. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm not in the mind of a woman or whatever they thinking about or whatever what causes that switch. But I saw the change. I saw it unfold right before my eyes. I bought 1,500 in Sapien and turned into 2,300 twice, bro. I'm trying to, but 5,000 this time. Hopefully sell for 7 to 8. Hey, man, good luck with that, bro. Shifty says, I love you, bro. All women aren't the same. Yeah, I know that. I never said all women are the same. I don't believe all women are the same. Some of them do have certain characteristics and a thought process because of certain things. Certain experiences might come along with that. Modern society has a lot to do with certain mindsets and ways they deal with men, what they have been taught and programmed. If they weren't taught the right way, or brought up the right way, if they haven't come up under the tutelage of a married woman and being taught how to be a wife for real, things go south. A lot of women want the title of a wife, but don't know how to be a wife. Donuts and milk, bro. It still hurts you, huh? Does it look like it hurt? Do you think I will have a problem getting another wife? Donuts and milk? You know what's crazy? Even after all this, if I wanted to, I could get back with my wife. Guaranteed, 100%. Think I don't know that? Come on, dog. Don't be naive. I always said the three things that change a relationship: a baby, marriage, and moving in together. The biggest humps. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he still sound hurt over his ex-wife. You think so? Love from Kenya? I could always get back with her. I'm telling you, I'm not really the one that's hurting right now. Trust and believe. Well, you don't gotta trust and believe me. It's cool. Oh man, yo, the valley of human, but having different chemistry in our brains because of sex. Yeah, honestly, I fear for my son with his ratchetness going on in the female community. Free Live says, do you have money to support women? What kind of question is that? Y'all funny as hell, yo. Does it look, I'm gonna say this again. Does it look like I will have a problem marrying again, getting another wife? And once again, uh, I'm not the one that's hurting. Trust and believe. Once again, when you understand the game that is being played and people undervalue, I know my value and I know my worth. Trust and believe me. I'm not the one that lost. Uh, been divorced since what 2020, 3 years now. Going on, yeah, 3 years. 2022. Yeah, since 2022. You think I'm? What type of guy do you think I am? I'm going to be sitting around 3 years, 4 years later, still hurt over another female, ex-wife or not? Come on, man. That's a shame on you guys. See, y'all don't know me that well. And once again, I know my value. I know my worth. It hurt in the beginning, of course. Yes, yes, of course. Let's not be But come on, 3, 4 years later, it would be wouldn't be smart on my behalf. It wouldn't be smart for my mental health, for myself, to still be hurt over some bullshit like that. You know. Now on the other side, and the attempts that have been made to get my attention. Let me share something with y'all. Let me catch up to the chat. How long You know what's funny about the internet, right? And it's man. Oh, is that the one you cheated on your wife? No. Mm-mm. I'm a man of my word, as the Joker would say. And when I make vows or take a vow, or if I give you my word on something, for real, this is serious right here. If I give you my word on something, that's why I tell females, listen, I'm not ready to be in no relationship with you because I'm not committed. Especially, you know what I mean? However it shapes up. And once when I'm ready for that commitment, then I could give you my word on certain things as a man, straight up. If I go back on my word as a man, you won't respect me as a man no more. So that's why we need to be finished. But I digress on that. Once when I give my word on something and I take vows, I don't go back on that. That has actually nothing to do with being husband and wife. That's just being a friend. Even friends can make a vow to each other and say, "Yo, listen, bro, brother, sister, I've made a vow with one of my brothers since our parents passed, right? Made a promise to each other. I'm in connection with my brother as we speak. We didn't have the best time growing up or whatever the case may be, but after our parents passed, we made a certain vow to each other. You get what I'm saying? This is just the type of person that I am. So if I befriend somebody, I make a vow with them, or if I have promised them something, I value of friendship, of really being there for somebody and being courteous. And I got to see my mother and father, they're buried next to each other. They're buried next to each other. So I know and got to see what marriage looks like. So through all the bullshit or whatever the case may be, you treat people accordingly, especially if you are giving them your word for real, for real. Straight like that. I've been to Africa when I was 3 years old, so I don't really remember. Are you saying you're too handsome to struggle with getting a wife? And I'm just catching up to the chat. Not that I'm too handsome to struggle with getting a wife, but I know me, and I know what I bring to the table. And I also know what it takes to make a marriage work. I grew up in the house with both of my parents. I never seen them argue. I never see them. My father never got kicked out of the house and had to be away from the house or anything like that. My father never put hands on my mother. Never seen that. Certain things I grew up and I got to see the standard of how a marriage was, what it is, and how it's supposed to work. Those are positive things I picked up along the way. When people ask the wrong questions, like have you ever cheated before and want to talk about the negative, I could talk about the negative too, but y'all asking the right questions though. These are positive things that I could talk on. I could speak on. You learn from your mistakes and then you remember also and process the positive ones. Like being in a loving household and being raised under the tutelage and being raised by a father that was there. Didn't miss a step. So I'm comfortable in myself. I'm very confident in myself, and I know what it takes to be in a relationship and how to control myself. It's not an issue, not a problem. But once again, it's not an ego thing. It doesn't come from ego. I just know me. I don't have a hard time with the women, never have. And then when it comes down to a relationship, I know what it takes. That's it. To really commit to somebody. Chanel says, "Oh, that's fresh divorce." Yeah, it's pretty fresh for the most part. Honestly, y'all could fuck again, and her leaving you is going to keep hurting, regardless of how many years pass by. Just learn and don't hold grudges. Some advice from a guy who broke his own heart. Shifty, honestly, y'all could, and that's what I'm saying. I'm good though. I'm straight. I'm straight on that. It's not a sex thing for me, but that's what I'm saying though. I've noticed over the time of certain things. And once again, we share a child together. We have to co-parent. That's as far as it goes. I don't hold no grudges. Listen, bro, I'm 38, going on 39, 40, whatever the case may be. I don't got time to stress. That's how you keep your youth. You keep the stress off of you, bro. Holding grudges against people and shit like that, it's stress, bro. Once again, I'm not trying to make this a self-image thing or whatever the case may be, but understand me for real. The more stress you hold on to, the more grudges you hold on to, that's added stress that you don't need in your life. And that will take years off your life. Your nervous system will pick up on that. And you're doing damage to your body. Listen, I'm pretty sharp up here. You deal with it accordingly. Then you look at the bigger picture. We got a whole kid to raise into a man. That's the most important thing that's in this all. Whatever reason she wanted to get married for the self-image or whatever the case may be, I see it now. I'm good. Now it's about moving on, following my life. But my son is first priority. Not no females and getting married and stuff like that. I'm not, nah. I got a little man. So that's my understanding of it, and that's where I go with it. I can't hold a grudge against someone I got to co-parent with. Absolutely not. It's not going to work for the benefit of our child. We have to have some type of respect for each other. And once again, I don't get all the respect and dues that I deserve. Just saying, because I'm deemed the villain in certain aspects, right? But it's okay. Gotta take it how it comes, right? Dang, dude, you're still on her. Yeah, man, I'm chilling. I'm always vibing, man, late in the nights, bro. You keep bringing it up. That's why people are assuming you're still up. But people are asking, love, can you? It's more than one person asking and saying certain stuff. So do you want? I'll move on. I don't care. I don't care that much to keep on the same topic. I keep bringing it up because more people are engaging about the topic, like the troll, health, inappropriate comment. That's all it is. I could care less, honestly. Like I'm saying, I've been moved past that. What I will say is, before we move on, right? All right, I'm gonna just skip through. SBG says, "Shit, he's speaking truth though." Listen to this. Do you know how when do you know you can see who views your videos? I mean, that's obvious, right? You could go to analytics and stuff like that and see who's been, on your page, looking at your material, looking at your content. For everybody, if you are stalking an ex, if you are stalking an ex on platforms like YouTube or anywhere else, it'll be smart to either use a different account like these agents do and not actually use the account that you have your profile picture on. And that's all I'll say about my ex-wife, and we can move on from that. Do y'all get me? Do y'all get me now? I just want to know if y'all caught me on that last part. I'm 5'8", Chanel Anderson. Short king. My parents were overly toxic, beating each other up and cheating. Yeah, love king. I'm sorry to hear that. Mitchell D says, "What's up? What's up, brother? My mom took me on a date with another man and his daughter while she was still married to my dad. Damn. Told me not to tell my yeah. Nah. See, that's messy behavior. Love Kenya. Traumatizing as well. Then she said my dad got another lady pregnant. Yeah, it's just a toxic relationship altogether, man. That's not healthy. And then you being exposed to that as a child, you know what I mean? Like I said, the way we have experienced certain things and come up and how we treat people and this and that, you know what I mean? It does have an effect on us in our older lives, but it could it teaches you both, it teaches you what to do and what not to do as well. Yeah, definitely asked about his longest relationship and brought this back up. That was me, my bad. Listen, so love from Kenya, you know what I mean? Once when you're discarded, right? And you told, you know what I mean? It is what it is. I ain't gonna put her business all the way out there or what happened, whatever. right? When you're discarded and you under the impression that, you don't matter, it is what it is. All right, so bet, boom. You deal with it in the moment, then you move on. Cool, bet. But now, I thought, you know, listen, I didn't go looking for any issues, any problems. I just want to move on, right? But there, you know what I mean? When I got to see that, that's weird. Very weird activity, if you ask me. But yeah, love from Kenya. I don't know. Donuts and milk is crazy, bro. Short men usually have a bad temper. Listen, I'm able to come on these internet streets. Um, there's a Napoleon complex that often gets stigmatized for our short kings out there. That's not the vibe over here at all. I've practiced patience and I respect people. That's it. I'm a very respectful person. I was raised like that, to be respectful. I was also raised, don't cross the line of that respect into disrespect. That's it. You cross that line you cross that line and it goes into disrespect. Just be careful. That's it. And I don't put my hands on females. I don't. There's no need for that. None at all. But crashing out and all that unnecessary stuff, that's too much energy. I don't waste energy like that with people who want to push you to that point. There's no need. Just don't threaten me. Don't put your hands on me, and don't put anyone that I love and hold near and dear to my heart. Don't put your hands on them. Then you're gonna feel the wrath. So there's boundaries and standards with me. There's no, temper thing. When I was younger, once again, when I tap into being young, being immature, not knowing how to control myself. And people will say, no, it's not has to do with age or a younger thing. It has to do with a choice. You made a choice. That's not true. Whether you're young or old, when you're younger, you have to go through certain experiences. You've made decisions out of immaturity because you were young. And to grow out of that, you had to go through the experience of life until you became older. Now you have time to reflect on some stuff and analyze and reflect. And you haven't learned from it, then you're still immature. That's it. That's it. It says, yeah, you seem commonplace. Yeah, nah. Honestly, for real. Like listen, I have a point where you can't cross and the temper comes out. But it's not like an unwarranted thing. Like I move in toxicity. That's not me. I'm not ready to crash out with anybody. And even if someone makes me mad, I have a certain way about going about it. I don't want to give all my tactics away, but I'm not easy to get upset. I'm very patient with people, and I practice that patience with people. Sometimes I'm too patient with people. That's a fault of mine. Sometimes I'm so patient in my loyalty, right? I'm loyal to a fault because I give that to the wrong people. You feel me? And it's the same thing with my patience. Sometimes I'm so patient with people, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, and you can be around me for too long where I should have been cut you off. Because you're taking my kindness for weakness. So no. At times, yes, I've had a temper, of course. But yeah, it takes a lot to get me to that point. I'm glad for every experience I've been through. It definitely made me stronger. Yes, Ron's golden. Little man syndrome real though, yeah. I'm not a little man though in real life. See, 5'8" can be 5'8" to someone who hears it. If you was to see me in real life, um, yeah, it's about how you carry yourself. If you think it's about height, you're sadly mistaken. I brought grown men. Now, I ain't gonna talk. I ain't gonna talk too much, bro. But it's a real thing. Damn, bronze golden 411. So you, that's a shorty right there. And me too. I'm very patient and loyal, but once I'm done, I'm done. But these grown 50-year-olds play more games than 23-year-old. Man, some guys in their 20s are focused on making money and not out here playing around with women's hearts. Yeah. Yeah, there's older guys out here that do the same thing. You're absolutely right. Trying to be old players. Playing the game. Trying to play the young man's game. Nah, you're right though, SBG. It's because some guys truly have that Napoleon complex. I wasn't saying what you were saying was wrong. I'm just talking about personally me. I don't have that misconception like you know, that all 5'8" men or short kings out here, man, are moving around with a certain energy because they need their attitude to make up for the lack of height. So they have to do more. They have to do more to compensate for the height. I don't care for real. Oh, you had a gentle giant, Love from Kenya. Love from Kenya said, it's true, my 5'8" was a menace. Yeah, guys are like that. They are insecure in their height. I'm gonna let you know exactly what it is. Shorter guys are, when they have menace like that, they're insecure with their height. So they have to do more or show off to compensate for that height. That's why when I started talking, even me, like I don't even really like talking about who I am or carry myself because that could show off the insecurity. Like I have to talk myself up or big myself up to make me seem larger than life. That's why I said, you know what, I'm gonna stop. You let your energy talk for itself. That's it. But that's the true thing. Overcompensating or being insecure with your height, you'll either talk yourself up bigger than what you are or act it out in that manner. You know, make it seem like you tougher than you are or you bigger than you are. She says my 6'3" was so gentle. Literally treated me like a queen. Yup, gentle giant. Have you ever met your dad? Oh, great question. Yeah, my father raised me. I was raised by my father, molded by my father. The king is 5'5". Yeah, 6 foot. 6 foot is 6'3" though. My son says jumping like the Maasai tribe in Africa will make you taller. He has been testing this theory out. Yeah, stretching, and all that other stuff, jumping around, that could help. I got a sports background, so I was always playing basketball, football, and stuff like that. That stretching stuff, it is what it is. It's just your genetics. My father was 5'8", so I got to grow to be the same height as he was. But yeah, stretching and jumping can stretch you, you know what I mean? Stretch those ligaments. Yeah, he has been progressing, but I low-key think he is just going through his natural teenage growth spirit. I'm gonna let him think it's working. Yeah. Yeah, don't tell him different. Okay, eating all your nutrients will make you grow taller too, I think. Oh, Murto is funny, man. That's funny. Yeah, playing basketball. I knew at a certain point, my basketball days was done up. Being 5'8", but I could hold my own on that court. I remember having to guard six, 6 feet, 6'4" point guards, bro. It's tough. You stay up late like the New Yorkers. Yeah, I've been used to always being up this late. I've always had a job where I was working overnights and stuff like that. Um, so always been a night owl. Night owl. RSVP. Shouts out to you, RSVP. Peace to you, sis. Yeah, he don't sleep. Nah, I sleep. I get rest. When I turn this off, eat some breakfast, I get a couple hours in before I start my day. Then I jump on here and around. I always come on here at nighttime. You'll rarely catch me on during the day. I'm busy during the day. Yo, love from Kenya, yo. Oh man, maybe. And Reza, baby. Let me get you out of here, man. Let me get you out. Get you going. I'm gonna have some eggs. I don't know if I'm gonna boil them yet. And I'm only gonna be on here a couple minutes longer. Corey Mosley, peace, bro. Paul at Jesus Apostate Church, Louisiana, and the King who came to the people who were in the midst in heaven, and the King who came from. Paul, shouts out to you for that. Sean Jones, peace. Peace to you, sis. How you? Peace to everyone, man. Coming to the lives, even though it's this late. Y'all just rolling in, popping in, man. I still appreciate y'all love, man. Yeah, my content all over there is about semen retention. It's for the guys for the most part. You know what I mean? But I encourage the women too to still go over there, check it out. To see what guys like me and that has come across the practice of semen retention and what we've been on. It's always good to, you know what I mean, inform yourselves on guys like us, our mindset, our practice. And it also helps you guys look out for some signs in the guys that may be around you guys. It can help you in your female's life with the guys that are around you. How to notice these overly sexualized guys. Are they making eye contact with you, ladies, for real? Or are they all over the place, trying to avoid the eye contact? So it's certain stuff y'all could pick up on and look out for when you are engaging with these men. And especially with conversation, what type of conversations are you having with these men? They'll always revert to talking about sex, trying to, you know what I mean, get you to their house. I know I shouldn't be saying this to the females, but there's a little game over there that y'all, you know what I mean? I mean, it's out there for, you know what I mean? It's free. The content is out there and for everybody to go, you know, come across and see. But for real, it's a benefit to you guys because it also gives you an insight on, once again, the mindset of a man who is practicing sexual discipline. That is brothers out here like me who have cheated in the past and willing to admit to you that I didn't have certain knowledge and a certain discipline to be able to control myself now that I found a practice and have been practicing the said discipline. and knowing how to control myself, my vessel, and not just to be in a relationship, but for myself. I'm not doing a practice for other women. I'm doing it for myself and my healing. So with guys with that certain mindset, you can understand the transformation that it takes and the discipline that it takes to refine themselves through the practice. So I encourage the women to go over there and check it out too. So Jones says, and then yeah, if you sub for the lives, I appreciate that too. I'm on here for the lives, for sure, because I get to talk to everybody, not just men, but the women also. Faith is the man. You are savage, love, light, and balance. Peace to you, brother. Thank you. I get so happy when I scroll through and see you. I appreciate that song, Jones. I thank you for being here. That's love. I heard mixed things about semen retention. Some say it causes some type of cancer. False. That is to deter the people off of controlling sexual discipline. We live in a hyper sexualized society where sex sells. So for those not on that type of timing, it's a diversion. It's to divert guys from really building themselves up. And some will say it causes, you're talking about prostate cancer. This is false. A man holding on to his life force energy to better himself, to contain himself, and then also increase his light. This has to do with something spiritually also. And produced by Sven Gali. It's been a minute since I smacked someone. It's been a long time. I've been waiting for someone to give me a reason to smack them. SBG says it can cause blue balls though. No, false. Once again, blue balls comes from getting an erection, right? And not to be so graphic, but this is false information. Once again, brother, getting an erection, and if you are not able to breathe and release that urge that's making you get an erection, holding on to those thoughts or those triggers, whatever triggered you to get an erection for whatever reason, if you're not able to bring that erection down, if you're not able to control your thoughts, your mind, and your body, then you will get blue balls because you're still in a mindset of thinking a certain way. Obviously, you think about something sexual too much. You're overly sexualized in the mind. That's what I'm saying, guys. This practice ain't just about the body. It's about renewing your mind also. So your thoughts and your thought patterns is causing you to have these urges and having you to cause an erection from your thoughts, from your own body. If you're not able to calm yourself down, that's why a lot of guys, the tip is, or the trick is to go take a cold shower. If you can't control your thoughts, go take a cold shower. And what that will cause you to do, whenever you get under cold water, what you start doing? Breathing. It's a breathing technique, and everything will subside. That urge will go down. If you're not able to control yourself and you stay in there with that erection, not knowing what to do, then that's when you'll get blue balls because blood flow is continuing to just stay down there. That's all it's doing is pumping blood into that muscle. So now you're sitting there with that erection, all that blood and all that is being built up within you and you're not able to get that off. That's how you get blue balls, not because of practicing semen retention. Corey Mosley says about sports and politics. I'm sorry, but people are asking about semen retention and they have the right spot. What does it mean when a man asks you for sexy pics after you said you not gonna give the coochie? Yo, love from Kenya. Once again, he wants to see you in something revealing to possibly get himself off to. I'm gonna be honest. Some guys have that. You know what I mean? He's gonna be looking at you, obviously in a lustful way. So, he's gonna use his imagination in that way. That's another thing. With semen retention, you practice semen retention, drawing back up to the mind, introducing back into the mind the flow of your semen and how it comes back and generates through your body. Your imaginary parts come back because a lot of guys are still dealing with an addiction to pornography. And with pornography and that screen, those pixels and those images have now warped the brain. Now you have to use your imagination of taking matters into your own hands, watching pornography, and using your imagination now to get off to the screen. When you stop doing all that set together, this up here starts to come back with the imagination. Makes a little sense? I don't know. Gooner. And gooner is a term. Does it mean that they're a gooner? Yeah, gooner is a term that, you know, one of these new age terms that these guys been using. Yeah, he's a gooner. SBG. Come on, bro. Crowd of Boyz says, Divine ain't want to hear none of that. And, hold on, SBG. She said she ain't want to hear none of that. I mean, once again, and that's on her, bro. I don't do the content to appease to a female. All the content on there is actually for the bros. That's for the dudes to enhance themselves and get themselves right. Physically, mentally, and spiritually. When you really look at semen retention, really do your study on it, it's an ancient practice. They practiced this in ancient times too. It's that overall, when it builds you up spiritually, you start moving around with a certain light, you naturally attract people to you. It doesn't have to be a sexual thing. It doesn't have to be a thing of being in a relationship or whatever the case may be. Some guys do it for that reason, but you know, it is what it is. Once again, this helps you build your confidence, amongst other things. There's many benefits to it, but it's not a practice to appease to anybody to their liking. So, you know, it is what it is, SBG. I'm not here to be liked by anybody anyway. It's cool. I'm authentically myself. I'm honest about myself. I'm honest about my past. Some brothers aren't. I just got back from the Virgin Islands. That's what's up. All of the men were overly sexual. Telling them I am celibate seemed like it was offensive to them. Song Jones, I'm glad you had safe travels. I'm glad that you back. Made it safe. You had a safe trip. But there are more overly sexualized men in this society than you would believe. And not to burst anybody's bubble out there, but a lot of men are liars. They're not even true to themselves. So what makes you think they're going to be true to another female? A lot of men will say whatever they have to say to women just because it sounds good. Men are comfortable telling women what they want to hear. I'm not in the business of that. I'm going to tell you the truth. However it lands, that it is what it is. Makes me know, never mind. I'm not going to lie to you. I want your respect, women. I don't want anything else from you. I don't need the pussy to and excuse my language, but I need to get this across. Getting in your pants isn't or getting sex from you isn't how can I put this without being so like it doesn't I value your women better than just, you know, getting that from you. Put it like that, and I'll leave it at that. So I'd rather tell you the truth than to lie to you to make it seem like I want to gain something from you. I gain nothing from lying to women. I gain nothing. But I do want what's mutual is respect between me and you. So I won't lie. There's no reason for me to lie. That's like saying not eating junk food. That's like saying not eating junk food causes obesity. Okay. That's prostate cancer. Okay, that's what I was wondering. And other one of those white lies I see. Yep. Avele, that's how you say your name, says, hi, peace. Trying to control it is what makes it control you. from Atlanta, at Atlanta from Atlanta, is saying, let go. Yeah. Crowd of Boyz, in the situation, I was in hell. Nah, I wasn't getting through that. You got to fight through it, bro. It's the fire that you must walk through. Fire tests you, bro. The fire refines you. You're baptized through fire, brother. When you go through that, that lust urge, that's what I'm saying. It takes real, bro. It's not an easy practice. It's not easy, bro. Fighting that urge and getting through that lust demon for real, it's not easy, bro. So when you have come out to the other side, I'm trying to tell people, it's nothing really that anyone else can tell you because you have had a battle with yourself and came out on the other side. Come on, bro. I've always heard about blue balls, but I never knew what it was. Thanks for explaining. Yes, no problem. Once again, I don't got a PhD in nothing. I'm not no doctor. I'm not no physician. Okay? This is all for educational purposes of what I've been speaking on, what I've been talking on. But doing certain research and going through the path of actually practicing what it is. Do you talk about the foods of endocrine disruptors that are messing with these guys up down there? I read that some babies are now being born with the micro penis. Damn. I don't know about no micro penis. Babies being born with micro penises, but I talk about the basis I talk on is about the diet. I talk about certain things with the diet, um, certain foods that help boost testosterone and energy. I don't go in depth about because with the testosterone and and the diet, things holding like zinc helps just overall creating healthy semen, making sure that as you're holding on to your semen, that you're also that your diet correlates so that way you're just producing an overall healthy body. Everything has to make sense. So guys know the disruptors when they eating like shit. You feel what I'm saying? And of course, it all ties back to your normal dieting. It all has to make sense. But I don't really go too much into it. But just certain audios that I do talk about taking care of yourself and make sure that you're eating the right foods, you're drinking a lot of water, and just staying healthy. Julian Jambalaya, peace to you. Carno says, W edging, setting yourself up. Erections are not a muscle, it's blood vessels and capillary, capillary? Whatever, bro. You got it. Hold on, good to know blue balls can be controlled because these men be acting like it's our fault. When you have a overly sexualized mind and your thoughts, you know how your thoughts become things, it's going to have an effect on your body. And where it has an effect at is all that blood rush to the penis. If you're not curing it the right way by getting those thoughts off your mind or going to take that cold shower, you're going to sit there long enough with an erection and all that blood stored up, and it's going to cause blue balls. So it's not you women that are doing anything, it's guys. It's the guy's fault. You don't get blue balls per se. That semen gets reabsorbed in the body. Yes. Kid was though. Shorty knew what she was doing. Yes, it's not easy. Love K says, she says, all you gotta do is take a cold shower. Yeah. And a cold shower ain't really necessary. You just gotta breathe and redirect and get your thoughts all off of sex, bro. Thinking too much about sex is what got guys in that problem. Or it's gonna get guys in that problem. So how long y'all supposed to hold on to the semen and not have sex and all that? It's starting to sound like a protest. What's going on here? And a lot of women I've seen nowadays are saying that. that men aren't messing with women no more. They rather keep their energy to themselves. Listen, it's all, you want to hear this? Our body, our choice. You can't put a time clock on us what we want to do with our bodies. Now that the script has been flipped, it's our body, our choice. So there's no time limit on what we want to do with our energy, how long we want to hold on to our semen. If we want to give that semen away to women who are close to that time clock, where that time clock on those ovaries and on that egg is going to expire, and they want kids, and men are saying, nah, we good. And it's not a shot at you, Chanel Anderson. I'm just saying, when certain groups that came out as were saying their body, their choice, hey, listen, enough brothers catch along of what's going on. It's going to be our body, our choice. It's our body, our choice. There's no time limit. We know as men what it's doing for us and our bodies and how it makes us move. It's our life force energy. Men who are good at controlling themselves and controlling their energy, they're good. We don't need to date. We don't need to, it's not that important because we know what comes with that. Got a little glimpse of it earlier today. SBG, you feel me? I don't want to deal with all that mouth and people talking for me and all that. I don't need you for that, shorty. I'm good. That's why I'm single. I'm a single man. Staying alone. I'm good. Chat, let's stop with the hate. Makes me sick. Chanel, sex should only be for procreation. In reality, anything else is sinful. See? There's men with this mindset out here, Chanel, that how they moving. They got a standard now. You see what semen retention does? It renews up here. Nah, you know what? I'm not giving away my life force energy to no woman unless she's ready to procreate. Anything else is sinful because now he has taken precedence and now put the value of that liquid gold that he holds so precious into himself that he's not willing to give it away because he knows what truly comes with that. Women feel a way about men not busting nuts. It's like they want us to do it. Here we go. Nah, it's not just for procreation or else women wouldn't have the clitoris, which is literally its only purpose is for pleasure. B, how you gonna hop on, bro, and play around and not give give it up? Yo, chill, bro. Bro, still, all right, I gotta catch up to. Semen retention is pure discipline that society doesn't want to confront, do. All right, I gotta. Ms. Royal Pride. I mean, they want sex just as bad as we do, but we all have put our higher selves first. Mr. Bo says, he believes that women want sex just as bad as we do as men, but we all have to put ourselves, our higher selves first. That's across the board. That's a fact. Good morning, brother. Hope your day is going good. Yeah, man, my day has been great, bro. I'm for real. Go holler at the moon. Man, for real, shorty never getting hit up after that. Listen, some of these women that clock is running out. Tick tock, and all those standards that you putting on men and having them. One doesn't like when they cheated in the past, so they're gonna hold that against them. Another one, you know what I mean, is on a different type of timing with whatever type of time that they on. It's all these standards across the board. We must understand there's gonna come a time, and these men are speaking up. They're playing it how they playing it. Some are putting the standard back on the women. They good. I want the money. Sex isn't important. Some men like bro just said, he's looking to see how many women got the bag for real. That's a true statement. Media proves says that's a true statement. All right. Yeah. Bird trades. How many women out there are, and RSVP says, oh, you're disciplined. I've practiced discipline. Controlling my lust, controlling my sexual desires. As these brothers are saying, it's very important. Because my time and attention and my mission and my really living my purpose comes president before anything. God's work comes president before anything. You know, you put God first. That's what it's supposed to be. And now carrying forward and introducing women into my life and talking to them and getting to know them and stuff like that. That discipline comes with you. And if I commit myself to a relationship, you can put that on something that same said discipline is coming with me. The condition that you met me in is going to be the condition that, you know, we're going to move forward in. It's about leadership. No woman really wants to be with an undisciplined man. If you get with him, you're going to be able to control him. That's why most women like to, you know, use that sex as a weapon. You play that sex with a weapon with the right dude who's disciplined in that manner, you're going to be a bad situation. The girl from my area used to come. Avila says, yo, a girl from my area used to come over my house to get me on and never allowed me to. What? Man. Oh, I told her I wasn't even on that. She got me to fall for it, then she ain't even go through with it. Men are physical, women are emotional. Some women break you. Same way men want to physically break women. I don't know. That's a little. I got you, Mr. Ball. I know what you're saying. Mentally failing got tested. Love from Kenya says no means no. That's a fact. Exactly, brother. This happens to. Be careful there. 44-year-old man asking kids to do weird stuff in people live. His name is Scott. I've done it for 2 months straight once, and it got easier after the first month. Yo, SBG is funny as hell, bro. Says I'm trying to chill, not chill. I've done semen retention for 5 years. That's what's up, brother. Fin reach. Some guys are so focused on achieving their goals, their aspirations, that all that other stuff could come later. They're cool with doing all the intimacy stuff and being in a relationship. And that's funny. Chill, blood from Kenya. Some guys aren't, their attention ain't on that because they are putting value over more important things than coochie and sex. Their focus and their drive, that sexual desire and that all that energy gets transmuted to something else, whether it be career, building up themselves, their whatever the case may be, their brand, to, you know what I mean? Just better themselves. Some people, you know, take other hobbies up. If guys are in school, it helps them focus on doing what they got to do in them books, studying, more focus, more drive to get things accomplished. Women are a distraction, bro. I'm not trying to slight the women out here or whatever the case may be, but if you aren't disciplined enough, that woman can be a distraction. Let me catch up to the chat. If you confess with, all right, now is reading the comments from yesterday. how to help with over sexualized mind. You need to put your attention on something else. Revert your attention. There's been a lot going on in this chat, bro. Y'all been very interactive, more interactive than usual. So bear with me and just have some patience, bro. Semen retention in a marriage would probably not work. No, that's false, bro. It would work. Do you have children? If not, are you asking me, love, from Kenya? I expressed before I got one kid. I have a 9-year-old. That comes from my marriage. But semen retention in a marriage should work. This is the thing, in a marriage, you shouldn't be having sex all the time like that anyway, for real, for real. When you practice at least 30 days of semen retention, reintroduce yourself back to your wife, you'll be looking at her with those eyes. She'll be looking at you with those eyes because that attraction, whatever that spark is, for real, will kick right back up like y'all first met again. Taking time, it's a time for everything. It's a time to really chill out. It's a time to really chill out, fast from certain things, let each other bodies recuperate. You feel what I'm saying? Intimacy doesn't have to do with sex all the time, so it should work in a marriage. But there has to be boundaries set, and it has to be what? Communication. That's what makes everything work. Yeah, I went there, Chanel Innocent. Well, you don't use it, you'll lose it. How about them apples? Listen, I'm good. And listen, love from Kenya, as far as with the human race, and once again, I'm gonna catch up to the chat. I'm not skipping over. I don't mean to skip over anybody or whatever the case may be, but I see certain comments in here about you know, where the human race is going, with men going their own way, women going their own. Listen, women want men to be on their program. Men are trying to get women to be on their program. Women aren't budging. There are more standards for women put on men nowadays. They have to have a certain status, make a certain amount of money. Even in Kenya, what you said before, and I asked you, you know, what was the context of you not talking to the brother after, you know, he moved in with his parents? Did you give him enough time to gather himself to see what his next move was going to be, or was he set on just moving back in with his parents and just eating it, like just staying there because it's more convenient? But there's certain things that we don't put on women. Listen to this, guys. Guys would mess with a dime piece that lived with their parents, and if they got their own, they would still be willing to mess with her. If she dead, live with her parents, don't got nothing going on, but because she look good, nice body, she might have a job, make some money, but if she don't got her own stuff for real, she's still, you know, under grown woman, still living with her parents, she's looking to be taken care of. Or would you really want someone in your corner or to introduce into your life that's independent for real like that? There's a lot of women out here that wants to be taken care of for real. They're getting tired of doing things on their own or being independent. You feel what I'm saying? They're just doing it because they have to, because men aren't willing to do that shit no more. Being the funder of their operations. So that's why men are stepping away, because a lot of men are feeling used for their resources. Until certain things get to change and we get to see women really exercise being independent like they saying they are, and move in a certain way like they say they are capable of doing, and saying that we don't need men, because a lot of women like to say that too. We don't need men. That's why it's going the way it's going too. See, your words, you talk about manifestation, the words that certain women be saying, oh, I don't need no man. I could do this on my own. All right, bet. So we've been disvalued. We don't hold the same value like we used to because a lot of women feel like they could do it on their own. That's why I made the comment earlier, like all that mouth, switch over to the other side, that other race, ain't much mouth. Men are tired of dealing with that mouth. There's always talk back. It's not to say like we don't want our women to give us feedback or talk back to us, but there's certain talk back that we say, yo, chill. I need you to chill. Man, about tantric sex and all that out of body experience during sex. Sex is magic for real. And we can only experience that level, right? And do women wait for marriage? Nah, women know what they be doing. Women have sex with who they want to have sex with. I'm 26, living in a penthouse on my own. I'm not capable with no man living with his parents. Compatible, I'm sorry. I'm sleepy a little bit, left for Carrie. No, I'm asking, listen, I totally agree with you. But this is what I'm asking you though. I value independence and grinding it out on my own. And Love Kenya, you brought up a great example. Like you've been doing this since you was 18. You feel what I'm saying? And that's respectable. I'm not, I'm not just coming at you in that way. Um, but did you give the brother a chance to get himself together? Did you get the? This is what I'm saying. Did you get the full context of why? Because I didn't ask in the beginning. I just chalked it up to living with his parents or whatever the case may be. Did you give him time to collect himself, get himself together? Because I don't know what he was going through. I didn't really, what I mean, want to get into your business like that. But I gotta ask though, because it's been kind of put out there like where the future is headed for us men in these relationships like that, like this, in true partnership. Because this is the thing, and this is what I'm saying. And follow me, love from Kenya. When you're in a relationship and you're really riding with somebody, anything can happen. Loss of job, get hurt on a job, or just get hurt in general and have to take time off and stuff like that. We'll need you to hold it down. Now, we have to make a sacrifice and not be in the same position or take a pay cut because, something is going on or whatever the case may be, right? Anything can happen. We need to be ensured that our partner is willing to pick up the pieces for us, not because it's just a financial thing. It's because women also have the duty of holding a certain standard of securing their man as well. I always like to say this: women have a duty of protection over their man as well. That protection has to do with nurturing, all right, being natural nurturers in every way, in any form that may come in. And a man, when he's down, when he's not feeling his best, women need to be there to support their man. So that's why I'm asking that question back to you. Like, did you see signs that he wasn't willing to try? Or did you even give him time to really pick up the pieces from however he ended up living with his parents? Or was he already living with his parents? I want to ask you that because from what you said earlier, you've been 18 on your own, doing your own thing. So from an independent woman, you got a certain standard of how you would view your man on him being independent. But once again, things happen. Things necessarily do happen. I just want to know, did you give the brother time? That's it. Yeah, he said because he needed to pay off some debt and stack his bread and allegedly help his parents with bills. But I don't buy it. How you gonna help out with bills if you broke? So you was able to see through the bullshit. All right, I got you. I'm gonna leave you alone. I've been paying for with my parents since I was 17. Yeah, that's another thing too. When I lived with my parents, I had to pay up after a certain while. They gave me the benefit of the doubt when I was 17, 18, because I was going to school. I was going to college. And I was playing ball and stuff like that. And I wasn't really at home like that. So I was in college playing ball and stuff like that. But when I was at home for real, and I was going to school because they wanted me to, and I wanted to go do my own thing, play some semi-pro ball and all that stuff. They was like, yo, you gotta kick in. So I'm like, nah, I'm gonna kick out. I'm out of here. But I did, you know what I mean? I did what I had to do until I got out of there. But that let me know my time is up here. You're an independent woman who can pay for her own dinner. Why are your parents making you pay when you're underage? You trying to teach that boy a lesson. They want him, get him up out here going. Teaching him some responsibility. Teaching him some shit before you did it, for real. And Chanel Anderson says, living with your parents, if possible, until marriage is smart in this economy, for real, for real. Not for no man, though. Not for no man, Chanel Anderson, for real, for real. Some women will see that, can't do it. I don't, you know what I mean? Depending on the stipulations and how things are going in that context, you know, it is what it is. But in this economy, even that, that's why I asked the sister, because she's coming from a viewpoint of she's doing it on her own already, independent, do what she gotta do what she gotta do. But if bro got folks and something happens or whatever, he has to help, you know, on the other side or whatever. But if she pick up on some funny stuff going on where it ain't making sense, then I get her. You know what I mean? It's the other way around. Not really him taking care of the parents, it's the parents taking care of him, for real. So the use of discernment is very key here. But for men trying to do that, it gets tricky out here if you're trying to date. How would you attack a zone defense? You attack a zone defense through the middle of the zone, in the corners of the zone. Because I got expelled. Oh, okay. Oh, you got expelled from school? Oh, wow, that's crazy. He had a roommate when I met him and then moved back with his parents like a month later. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You got it, Love K. I'm gonna leave you alone on that. I got kicked out. I got kicked out again, so I went back to my parents. Are you a fan of the fullback position, random? Yeah. Yeah, I used to be a hooper. I used to hold my own, Love from Kenya. That's what I'm saying. When you're able to adjust and use your height, man. Once again, 5'8", I used to hoop. I really excelled at football. I made it to semi-pro football. But I played basketball too. But I hold my own. Would you say your time is up? My time is now. Oh wow, some people just. If I hold myself to a certain standard, then my man gotta be on that same standard or better. And I heard somebody say this recently too. Women, they don't date. I think it was Kevin Samuels. Women, they don't date down. I don't know if it was exactly him or somebody else, but women, they refuse to date down. Once when women reach a certain plateau and they date a certain way, it's only there and up. Men, we will lower our standards to date a woman, bro. Whether she meet us or any because we can't move up and date a woman above us, man. No. Because once when this woman is here, she's only dating here. She's not going to bring herself down a little bit to your level. Some harsh truth, guys. Men, we are willing to date down our standards. Get on semen retention, guys. I'm telling you, because the reason why you're willing to date down your standard is because of one thing only. I don't think I gotta say it. Get on semen retention, guys, and get your shit up. It's not like I'm a bum expecting to be with a millionaire. No, Love Kenya, I get exactly what you're saying. I get exactly what you're saying. 100% get you. It's these men out here that don't understand. It's really men who don't understand that. If you're not at a certain level, guys are willing to date down. They're not willing to rise themselves up. There's certain women that are independent out here, able to hold it on their own, which is cool. It's cool. Once when a woman says, I'm not willing to let my standards down, it is what it is. So men, you want a chick with value? Increase your value. Or date down. Women don't date down, brother. You don't know how to drive on? Love from King? That's crazy. Someone needs to cancel the message you're putting out. Undercover agent. All right, you can cancel it. It's cool. Man, that's tragic. I would offer, but House of Velli, produced by Seven Golly says, but they want equality though. I know what they say, bro. Trust me. But I know what it really is, bro. You should know what it really is too. They say one thing, but you know. They say a woman being pretty is like a man being rich. And Savelli says, pretty don't last. Don't last too long. That beauty fades. It fades, and then once again. He says, love it funny as hell. He says, my ex was broke as hell. A man will date a woman with a part-time job at Taco Bell, but a woman won't date a man that doesn't make 6 figures. Randomized repeatedly. Facts. This is a fact, bro. But that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of standards out here that's put on men. When you truly look at it all across the board, men, we don't hold that same standard over these women. When you say, I refuse to date a woman that works a part-time job at Taco Bell, then things start to change for you, for real, for real. But if you lower your standard and say, I'm willing to date this woman, what do you think now does to your pockets? Work from home, but when I need to go in the office, I Uber. You should pop out with the Benz. Why all women nowadays comparing their relationships to reality TV shows, SMG, DR? There's a lot of comparison all across the board, not just on the reality TV shows, also on, you know, these social media platforms and stuff like that. People want what they can't have. So that reach for things that, you know, look good, that looks obtainable, sometimes, you know, they can't have that. So they still want it though. So they, you know, search for it, trying to manifest it in any which way, however it goes. But who's to say that, you know, they can't have that reality TV style lifestyle, you know? I've come to a point to just let, you know what I mean, these women live their life accordingly, however they want. If they're looking for something, searching for something, listen, I'm not going to go out myself, and I encourage you guys not to do for yourself outside of yourself to appease to anyone, man or woman. But especially when it comes down to actually being in a relationship and finding genuine love. It's supposed to be genuine, you know what I mean? But with this culture, where we at this day and age, man, if you don't got it together, you're not stable. It's tricky out here. He was abusive. He would, man. I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to talk that. But I see that, Love King. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that was happening to you. Whole dateline, right? Yo, there's a spot over here on YouTube, y'all know, and especially on my side, I'm in the East Coast, 6:30 in the morning. I said I was gonna get off in a while, but once when these conversations go like this, man, it's hard. It's hard to tune it out. You chose him. Don't play. Oh, come on, bro. All right, nah, we're not doing that. That's crazy. I'm sorry. So you in a new relationship, even with first time. Love King says she's single. The only men who show interest in me are really weird. Yo, y'all funny yourself today, yo. I appreciate y'all for being in here, man. We would probably live a happier life if I married a village girl from Kenya. Kenya, not really from Kenya. That's just her name. Like right now, it's a 5'7" man from Chicago trying to talk to me, but he got 3 kids and multiple DMs. Kenya, how do you feel about a guy having a kid, 1 kid? I'm not asking. Whatever, you can answer that if you want to. And she said the last guy I had a crush on cussed me out because I also I asked that because I have a standard too about women and kids. But I want you to answer though. Oh, creepy ones always. SBG says, "Yo, y'all funny as hell." Product Savali said, "I hope you find a doctor." Guys encouraging, and Avella Avella is just saying, "I hope you find Mr. Right to Kenya," and then SBG crazy as hell. As he said, "I hope you find a doctor." He says, "Doctors cheat." Oh man, yo, yeah, they be in there with the nurse, bro. Oh man, yo, SBG, if you can't find love, self-reflect. Yo, man, y'all funny as hell tonight. 1 kid might be fine if I really like him. Yeah, that's my limit. It sucks. That's kind of my limit too with other women. I got 1 kid myself, right? Um, I said to myself that if I deal with another woman, especially, you know what I mean, I'll be 39 this year, right? So if I'm dating, later in my 30s, 40, if I'm dating around that same age group and I come into a woman that doesn't have any kids, um, of course, that's cool. But if I run into a woman, if I'm dating around my age and she does have a kid, which is more, likely, um, it gotta be one kid. If it's two, it better be same baby father. If it's two and two different baby fathers, it's nope. I'm not even in the business of really dating women with kids, but you know, it is what it is in this day and age. And I know how relationships go and things go. I come from a relationship like that and co-parenting, so you know, I can't be too harsh out here in the dating game. You feel what I'm saying? But to me, uh, two kids and two different baby fathers, that's where the buck stops with me. I'm sorry. But SBG Cam is specific because that's the type of time I'm on for real. OG Kicks, appreciate you, bro. Respect. 3 kids is just too much. I don't even have a kid yet. Yeah, nah, it's a lot. And that's what I'm saying. 2 kids is pushing the envelope. That's why I said one. Because two kids is pushing it, and then how those 2 kids came to be, if it's two different, for me on my side, if it's two different baby fathers, it's a red flag for me. And I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. And then I'm pretty sure for women it's the same thing. 2 kids and 2 different baby mothers. Mm-mm. Nope. Yo, chill out. Oh shit. Hold up. Cannot bear the darkness. Only those who can't. Only those who can't love, chase a woman or a man. Avella M. That's a fact. It shouldn't be a chase thing. It should be an attraction thing. You should be naturally attracted to each other. I always believe though that men, uh, should have some balls. Some men are scared to talk to women, bro. How do I know this girl like me? How do I approach a woman, bro? It ain't that deep. If you feel some type of attraction, you feel some type of way towards that woman, and you can sense some type of, eye contact, body language back, go talk to her, bro. It's not that deep. I always feel like though men should approach. But pick up on certain women will give you the signs to come talk to them. They not gonna come and really approach you, but don't feel like you chasing. It shouldn't be a chase thing. But I like that Availer. Yeah, y'all tripping. You don't as I catch up to the chat, boys, I know you. Nah, bro, I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling, bro. Y'all crazy, man. Y'all don't understand the coming to this internet and coming across certain people, especially with females, bros. I respect my women, bro. Beautiful women that I come across. If I shot my shot at every woman that I seen come on here, bro, you know what I mean? It'll defeat the purpose of coming on these lives, bro. For real, for real. You know what I mean? I'm not on here for that. Yeah, and hold on, I got you. Paul, peace. I'm gonna catch up to the chat a little bit. You guys, man, y'all gotta chill, bro. Well, I'm gonna have to get y'all going. Respect, man. Respect all across the board, guys. That's it. SMG, man. I don't know what's up with you, brother. Let me know what it is, man. Yeah, SMG, man. Chill out. 38 is over. I feel you. Drop it. And Paul, I'm located in PA, brother. You don't even know who is really a woman on live. Can't shoot your shot on here. That's crazy work. Yeah, that's another thing too. Some people I've seen women pose as men, men pose as women. You gotta be careful out here in these internet streets, for real. That's why I say always respect first. You know what I mean? Respect whoever it is. If you say you're a woman, I'm gonna treat you as such. You say you're a man, it is what it is. But now we all congregating, cooling. And once again, my brothers, discipline. You come across these women, whether it be in the streets or on the internet, it's about discipline. I'm not thirsty. I'm not looking for a relationship off of these YouTube lives either. You feel what I'm saying? But people who do reach out, you feel what I'm saying? People who do reach out and show love, you know, it is what it is. Wherever it goes from there, you know, we speak, we talk, we congregate. But once again, it's all, for me, a conversation. You know what I mean? We talk, see what it is. But I don't expect anything. And that's the best part. That's the best place to be in. Non-expecting. You feel what I'm saying? I have a listen, Chanel Anderson, that's what I'm saying. This internet game is actual Grim Reaper, man. It's always great to see you in here dropping what you saying. I appreciate you for being here, man. Always coming through showing support. Um Your fitness page I follow, respect for the positivity. Hey, Young Cowboy, I don't really have a fitness page. I just drop random stuff, bro, for real, for real. The bulk of my page is really about semen retention. That's all my content is. On a couple of shorts, I show some workout videos. That's it. And Chanel Anderson says, I'm not a gold digger. I'm one of the fellas. And reach out how man, I don't want to say too much. Chanel Anderson. But I always encourage people, you know what I mean? My email. I'm just going to say my email is, you know what I mean? In my description on my profile. And I encourage people to reach out to me, especially those who have also content on YouTube. And I'm open to collaborating with the right people if the opportunity comes and everything makes sense. Just to show people, right? And show this internet and, you know, my followers, guys who, you know, who are really in tune with the content of how to deal with women, talking with women, collaborating with women if need be, and going about it in a respectful manner, in a respectful way. I've had, you know, certain people reach out and want to collab, um, men and women on both sides. You feel what I'm saying? And then, you know, on the other side, just women reach out, showing appreciation and stuff like that. That's all it is. Now, for me to jump on everything that comes my way and just pursue it in that manner, I'm not thinking like that. You feel what I'm saying? People genuinely love what I do on here. I come with a chill vibe. I come cool, calm, and collected, talk to people, give advice. Especially when we talk about spirituality. It's a universal thing. So it does me good in my heart to know that I could talk to men and women and help men and women with the knowledge that I have and open up the minds of men and women on both sides. Anything else, man? Yo, y'all gotta chill. Anything else, I'm not. Once again, I'm not chasing. I'm not pursuing anything. Um, and my expectations, I didn't come on. I didn't start these lives to do that. So, as it comes my way and dealing with, engaging with people, especially women, it's a test for me as well. You guys don't understand, like being the path that I've been on and doing the things I'm doing now is a new interaction with me, with people, now dealing with women. And as they, anyone who is free to reach out for whatever reason, I still have things I need to stand on and have a certain discipline about myself. So, you know, but it's funny though. Y'all funny as hell, man. SMG Dior says, I love to hear these women need a reality check. Nah, bro. You don't need to do that, man. Yo, chat, let's give some love to SMG, please. I think bro is depressed. Love working out all about the community. That's what's up, yeah. I may post more workout videos too. I might do that for the people, man. That's a universal thing, like I said. But yeah, when the people come across, man, they show love, man. I leave it open to everybody. But now, for me to start to pursue each and every woman that I'm not on that type of timing for real. And, I know what it is with this internet. So, I just take my time with everything that comes across. You feel me? Love from Kenya. Imagine being a nobody in real life and coming on the internet to attack people. Yeah, that's usually how the trolls rock. That's how they rock out. You know what I mean? That's got nothing better else to do, or they just want to be. Love from Kenya, you got a page? Once again, anyone who is on YouTube and got a platform, um, a troll is people who come to distract and just be funny in the comment section of people, just making fun of people, trying to get people angry and stuff like that, and antagonizing. That's some GDR, man. But if you're on YouTube, anyone who's on YouTube, man, if you've stopped through, showed love, liked the live, came through, subscribed, whatever the case may be, um, once again, I'm willing to come through and support, man. We all a YouTube community, and as you come subscribe over here on this side, I come subscribe on that side, and also support what you got going on on you guys' channel. It's always love. And once again, depending on also what topics, because I've also come across certain people during these lives, went to go check out their channel and see what their channel was about, and it's been women talking about spirituality. So I plan to reach out to certain people to see, what type of timing they on for real. And that works for the better, not for just my page, but for their page as well. To be able to collab with people with like-minded individuals who are talking about the same topic, for us to come together and actually congregate, letting our forces combine, if you will. It's power in that. So it's not always thinking about, once again, when you come out of a certain mindset, man, it changes things. You're able to really talk to people the right way. And thanks for the high five, bro. That's JDR, bro. I appreciate the good. I be all on that on hood. Yeah, I started going live in July. I hit 2K subs. That's what's up. Love from Kenya. And is it? Last stream I got 22K views. We going up. That's what's up, man. Um, is your YouTube the same as your screen name? Most likely it is. And I'll check you out. Vince McMahon. Vincent K. McMahon says, who you got winning the Super Bowl? Patriots. Early in the morning with the shits. I never get. Oh, man. Yeah, it's getting around that time, guys. I mostly do cooking live streams, kind of like cooking with Kaya. Nah, you bullshitting. Love from Kenya. Nah, you playing around. As soon as bro get off. Oh man, I'm sure that y'all funny as hell, yo. Cooking with Kenya is crazy. Yo, y'all crazy as hell, man. He said we be in people, so yeah, she played around, yo. Man. He said, why you cook iron? Yeah, nah, see, you keep on playing around, Kenya, with these eggs. Nah, for real, I might not, it's gonna take too much time to boil these eggs, so I just might fry it for real. That's funny as hell, though. I do like boiled eggs for real, for real. Some African shit. If you had to choose between pizza or burgers only for the rest of your life, which one are you choosing? No cop-out answers. Pizza, bro. I'm taking pizza. Nah, if you really got a YouTube channel, I'll come and check it out for real, for real. It's only support. That's it. If you cook it for real on there, what type of food you be cooking on there? And can you discriminate it against short man? Yeah, she did kind of put our short kings down a little bit. It's cool though, man. It's alright. Let me tell you something, fellas. All that 6'3", 6'4" shit that these women be talking, when they really come across you, you got good, pure energy. Because energy can't be fake. I don't care how tall you are or whatever. Women can sense weakness in a man. When you really come across with it, you know what I mean? Genuinely who you are and what you about, and you stand on that, that height shit don't really matter, bro. It don't matter. It's just a preference what they like, bro. You feel what I'm saying? You gotta be confident. You gotta be confident in who you are. Your energy will carry you into being a 6'5" giant. You just, you know what I mean? Your energy. I'm telling you. I had women be after me on my... I had women attract... Let me be politically correct for you guys. I don't want to say do too much. I had a female that was like 6'3", that was in love with me, bro. Had a crazy crush on me. I said, yo, I can't do it. You too tall. You too tall for real. It looks weird. It looks crazy. You feel what I'm saying? I'm exaggerating. She wasn't like 6'3". She, you know what I mean? She was 6 foot for sure. She was 6 foot. And the tallest woman I've dated, she was 5'11", bro. 5'10", 5'11". So all that tall shit, bro, and you know what I mean? There's a preference for them. That's what they would like. That's what they desire. You know what I mean? You come across, you genuinely who you are. You give off that genuine impression, whatever it is. She could feel secure around you, protected, and safe. She know nothing's gonna happen to her in those regards. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But once again, some women are so stuck on their preference. They stuck on that. I make all types of different foods. I be baking too. Pescatarian. Yeah, I need to get to the grocery store and get some fish. Last stream I made salmon, rice, spinach. That's what's up. 5 bands of plate. That's crazy. If you had to choose between having to make a hole right through the Great Wall of China with a toothpick or listening to 2 elks screaming in your ears, man, I ain't answering that. That's some crazy stuff now, Vincent. Leha says hi. Peace to you. Yo, SMG Dior is on. He's on. Yo, you're crazy, bro. Energy can't be fake. Enough said, Rebecca. Yeah, shouts out to Rebecca. Rebecca B. Peace to you. Thanks for being here. Have you ever played video games? Yes, Inferno. I've always had a PlayStation. Any form of PlayStation, whenever the new one came out, I've always had it. But I've always been to like sports games, like the 2K, Madden. And then I would dabble in Call of Duty. SMG Dior says, easy ass food to cook. Yo, I'm sorry, yo. Some of this shit is real funny, yo. Fiend says, hi, peace, Fiend. 2005, peace to you, bro. This is why women ain't ish. Nah, King is messing around. I believe we can sense energy of each other's energy. Yeah, that's a fact. Rebecca says, dang, I'm 5'4". Yeah, I'm only 5'8". I'm 5'8". I'm telling you, it'd be one thing, and then they see the short king. All that tall shit goes out the window. Can't charge 5 bands a plate. And expect a man to buy her Uber Eats. Nah, she said she cooking on that side, man. We can't say anything until we go over here and see what's going on. Shardsy and Stick says, hi, buddy, how are you? In all honesty, I'm doing great, man. This has been one of the most interactive lives I've been in. Talking to the people engaging, man. It's been funny tonight. It got on the wild side a little bit. You feel what I'm saying? In the conversation right now, once again, I put out there, if you got a YouTube page and need some support on your page, or, you know what I mean? You on this side and you came to check me out on a live, you know, it's on me to do my duty and support those who support me. So it's no sad topic right now, but I'm about to get off soon for real. So you're catching the tail end of this live right now. Get back into boxing. Nah, man, I don't want to get back into boxing, bro. You see this face, bro? Once again, I'm not a vain person. I've never been a vain person. But do you see this face? Do you see this handsome face? There's many ladies that be coming on and be saying everything about my handsome face. Nah, man. Unless I'm getting paid. That's now we talking business. I'm getting paid to do some, you know what I mean? Then, yeah, I'll go train. That's easy. But I ain't gonna go back into boxing and willing to get hit to do what? I'm good, though. I don't like getting hit, bro. I'm past that. Leha says, I'm 5 foot. I'm 4'11". Yeah, my shorties out there, man. Nah, 2026, we not letting no midgets put hands on us. That's funny. Short kings too violent. And yeah, I'm not a boxer. I used to train in boxing. Sparred a couple times, nothing too serious, you know what I mean? But I never been afraid to let my hands loose a little bit. As Big G Cam says, right, them short kings be taller than you. I think, yeah, you only 5'5", you said. 5'10" is average height for a man. That's decent. Glad you're all right. And I thank you, Sharzy, for checking in, tapping in. If you're enjoying the interactive live, I'm going to ask a question. What is the funniest memory you have that's instantly brings you joy? Man, that's a great question. There's been a couple instances, some funny instances. Some of them have dealt with some, not a negative situation, but I always find it humorous of people being challenged in certain ways. Yeah, we was at a party one time and someone was talking a lot of, and that's why I say every time, this internet, how people go about themselves, acting gangster and all tougher than they're supposed to. In real life, man, yeah, it'll be hard for some people to really come across me and keep that same energy. So I always find it humorous when people are acting a certain type of way. You really approach them, or they find out that there's some real ones around. Uh, they immediately shift, or they immediately switch into a whole different person. So I find humor in that, and I got a couple stories where it has played out. That's been funny to me. But on the lighter side, funny memory, damn. I shared a lot of times with some of my homeboys, man, and mm-mm. I would really have to think about that to give you a good one. Leah says, "What's your page about?" These lives, we talk about any and everything. It could be various topics from relationships, spirituality, music, movies. It all just depends on the vibe. But I'm a chill person, man. I'm able, in a verse person, I'm open-minded to talk about anything. Some people like to talk about politics, religion, and all that other good stuff. So I get into that too. I don't go too heavy into the politics and religion also. I talk about it to a certain point because it could be very controversial based on my beliefs and other people's beliefs. And people like to force their beliefs on people. But, it is what it is. I like to talk about a little bit of everything. I want to train and learn how to punch properly. Well, Green says, yeah, you should get into that. Look at some tutorials on YouTube. Invest into one of those stand-up men that you could punch on. I don't like to tell people that I do that though. I like to leave that as an element of surprise. You don't let everybody know your weapon, that you got weapons on you like that. But I got a little bit of hands, just a little bit. SMG Dior says, it's about exposing gold diggers. Yo, chill, bro. King says, be right back. I don't know how long you gonna be. Well, let me catch up. I gotta catch up to the chat anyway. Hoop with the homies. Then get ice cream after those were the days. Hey, SHB. That's what I'm saying, man. There's been so many memories of me being with my guys, man. Especially playing ball. playing sports. Um, the aftermath of it, you know what I mean, talking, joking with, you know what I mean? So I just say overall, man, just being around my sports buddy, man, and especially after the, you know what I mean, playing at the parks. Days playing at the parks and ball and stuff like that, and just enjoying the time after, bro. We always get laughs and stuff like that, joking on each other, making fun of each other, you know, roasting each other as they would say. And that also grew us to have thick skin, bro. That making fun of each other, you know what I mean, for our whatever the case may be. If we notice that someone has certain insecurities and stuff like that, you know, we would joke on each other about it. You know, especially as friends. If we couldn't get the girl that we wanted or we got played out, we would joke on each other about that. You know what I mean? It made us tougher a little bit. But you know what I mean? It all made us cool, friends. We had that comfortability with each other. Getting ice cream together, that's kind of crazy though. But yeah, man. I really don't mind him. He's a dope, but yeah. I imagine you were bullied in school. You talking about me, product by Svengali? No. If you talk about me, hell no. I wasn't no bully in school. If you can't tell, bro, I got along with everybody, bro, because I don't want nobody to have this stigma about people who play sports and stuff like that in high school or whatever. Like they was kind of like a jock or asshole and like picked on people. There were people like that in high school, but me, I got along with everybody, bro. Seriously. Like people knew me for playing sports. I played both sports in high school. So until you really got to talk to me and I really opened up, you know, people was like, yo, this kid is cool as hell. So yeah, I was part of what they call a peer group as well when I was a senior, and you know, talking to, and I got to, you know, peer group. We got to talk to the underclassmen. Like as a freshman were coming in, I was part of a group my senior year where we would have groups with the freshmen, getting them formulated, transitioning into high school and stuff like that. So I didn't get to pick and choose, you know what I mean, who I got to have my groups. But I've always been a genuine person. I always carry myself a certain way, and people just naturally gravitated to me. And I know how to treat people, man. I was raised off respect. You respect people first until someone crosses that line. Then you know, it is what it is. But picking up boxing and boxing and stuff like that, once again, just being a sports fan, watching certain people come up like Mike Tyson. One of my favorite boxer of all time is actually Roy Jones Jr. That's my favorite boxer. He's number one to me, but that's just my personal preference. I watched young Floyd come up. I know that's, you know, ironic. People say I look like Floyd, but he's number two to me. But Roy Jones is somebody I really uh, love to watch, and that was my favorite boxer. And of course, Mike Tyson, knockout artist. But that's not my style though. My style is more Roy. I love watching him. Yeah, SHB says ice cream and business bitches have to play ball. Yeah, no, I get them though. The thing is, you know what we did used to have, you know what I mean, the ice cream truck roll up on us in the summertime and stuff like that. But when you hooping for real like that, you know what I mean, you say never mind to that shit. Never made it to my high school year. Got my GED. That's cool, man. As long as you got that, bro. It says, yeah, you look like Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Iron Mike the legend. Yeah, nah, there's certain legends. Muhammad Ali's a legend. Um, I love the sport of boxing, bro. So you gotta understand, like, there's certain people that to me is on another stratosphere when it comes to ranking. But me personally, Roy Jones to me is my number one guy, bro. For real, for real. I got to see him. Where his mistake was going up in weight classes because he's one of the only to really do it like that, from middleweight to lightweight to heavyweight. And in his prime, bro, the domination that he had, knocking people out. His nickname, Captain Hook, left hook, vicious, bro. And just his style and the way he went about it, you know, a little bit flashy, a little bit, you know, cocky in his demeanor and stuff like that. But he was in his prime. Backed it up. Nowadays, Nah, I don't look like no damn Crawford, bro. But produced by Velli. You look like a mixture between Adrian Broner is somebody I get too. That's I get that look alike. Um, decent rapper too. That's what he is. Roy Jones, man, in that ring, bro. Nothing like him, bro. The legend in his own right. But you know, Iron Mike too is up there. Right now we got a fight coming up on the 31st. My boy Shakur Stevenson from my hometown of Newark, New Jersey. That's where I was born. That's why I was raised for a little bit. He hails from the same city and town. He's the golden child of the city right now. So that's what I'm rooting for. I'm excited to watch that fight when it comes on. Something to be witnessed. But yeah, I don't look like Crawford. But Bud Crawford in his own right, the new age, one of a legend in his own right now. And Mayweather, I consider him one of the greatest too, a legend in his own right, being undefeated. Some people said he's had questionable fights and stuff like that, but one of the best and most efficient technical fighters of all time. Adrian Broner, holy shit, couldn't remember his broke ass name. Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and Mayweather is also into MMA. Roy Jones pulled up on Fat Joe for that lean back line. Story was cold, yeah. I'm telling you, man, Roy in his prime, John Jones, yeah, that's MMA. Roy Jones Jr., man, in boxing, bro. I'm telling you, watch. If you go back, watch his highlights, some of his fights, man. And I grew up at that time, and that's why I really, like, grew up watching. And that's when the heavyweight division was also at the top of his tops, man. And Mayweather, the greatest defensive boxer, yes. Um, Shakur Stevenson, that's how his style reminds me of. A lot of people get upset with him because he's not a knockout artist. He's not, you know what I mean? He's not a power puncher like that. He's very tactical. And that's where he has modeled his style from. Um, he's very tactical, very efficient. He wants to land his punches for real, than to just throw a bunch of punches to conserve that energy. And he knows how to move around the ring and use that defense. And that's something that he is mastering. And as a young, Floyd wasn't always like that. How Shakur is now, when Floyd was that young, Floyd was knocking out people. He used to break his hands all the time. So that's when he switched to that defensive boxer style, and he mastered it. He mastered that Philly shell. So Shakur is along that same line, but now Shakur doesn't have any hand problems, stuff like that. He did hurt himself though in one fight. He alleged and said, you know, he just wanted to take his time in the fight. But seeing him train with Bud, with Terrence Crawford, it gives me some hopes that he'll be more ready to let his hands go. Because there's been times I watch this kid and I'm like, yo, why won't this kid throw this damn left hook? And that's from me watching Roy Jones Jr. all the time. But he's so quick, and he's quick and fast. Shaq is quick and fast. But every time I see an opening for this kid, and it really bothers me that he refuses to throw that left hook, bro. I'm sorry, I know I'm ranting on the boxing. We're talking about boxing right now. But I sometimes understand. Prince Nassim movie just dropped. Yeah, Prince Nassim was a character back in his day too. Yeah, that's when boxing, man, really. It was really that. It still has this mystique too, but when you know MMA, UFC all came along, boxing hasn't really been the same as it used to. I'm disappointed in Javante. Yeah, man, Tank. He has so much potential. Yeah, I mean, with the fame and money, you know, that changes people, bro. That really does change people. I wanted to see Tank fight Shakur as well. Tank was on record saying, why everybody keep bringing Shaq name up. He ain't really fight nobody, so it seemed like he not really interested in fighting Shaq. But I'm telling you, I got a bias, bro, because Shaq comes from my city, bro. He's originally from my city, so I got a little bit of bias when it comes to Shaq. I think that would be a good fight, and I think Shaq would give him some work. It's just that Tank hits hard, bro. He is very hard. He's a powerful little guy, bro. What's my favorite movie? Ronnie without the J says. Ronnie J. I've always said, I, I'm a movie buff. I got a lot of favorite movies, but The Last Dragon is my favorite movie, bro. It's my favorite movie of all time. Javante, get smart, get that money, and dip. Yeah, SPG Cam. We're talking about his recent tie-ups with like law enforcement and putting his hands on women, bro. Like old girl was saying before, like Kenya was saying before with the Short Kings, bro. Javante is legit 5'5", 5'6". You feel what I'm saying? He can't keep his hands off these women, bro. He gets into some shit and he can't keep his hands to himself. And he's a dangerous guy, bro. He always got DV going on with him, bro. He can't control himself. But with the money and fame, and also express, like you got to learn how to deal with these women too, because they know how to hit you in a sore spot and get you to react. If you don't know how to control yourself out here with these women, they'll get you jammed up, man. Do you think AJ will retire because of that car crash? Yo, he seemed hurt, like afterwards, like from the pictures and stuff like that after that car crash. Um, I mean, he should. I think he should, unless he gets a valid competition. I just hope he's healthy enough, bro. Because now, if he comes back and something's wrong with him from the car crash, they're gonna blame it on the car crash as to why he's not the same anymore. But who knows? You know, that might have changed everything for him, and he probably won't be the same. I don't know. They didn't really. I never didn't hear anything that would hinder him from coming back and competing again and boxing again. But I know that he's kind of at risk because of the accident. He looked hurt for real. He says, man, and yeah, all that Jake Paul stuff, man, and that's what I'm saying. With boxing, it's taking a huge blow with that Jake Paul and Logan Paul stuff, man. All that shit looks goofy. And that's what it's become about. That's what I'm saying. Like now it's not even about actually fighting the best fighters. That's how it used to be back in the day. We're going to make sure we line up these matches to fight the best fighters. Now it's just about getting the easy bag because of popularity. And now it's whack. You want to see the fighters fight the best fighters. Conquer Wash one says, how you get brave enough to go live? Guys don't understand, man. It takes a certain amount of not giving a fuck, honestly. Not caring what the people say, knowing what to expect. People gonna like you, people gonna hate you, people gonna troll you, people, you know what I mean? There's gonna be distractions and stuff like that. People gonna disagree with you. It is what it is, brother. You got to embrace it all and just move on from it. It's just having a certain confidence about yourself, knowing who you are, being comfortable with who you are, not being influenced by the internet and what internet people got to say. So, yeah, you're right. It does take a certain type of bravery, courage, but you can't care. You can't care. You just got to go. You got to do it. And if you really have something you have to say to people, share with the people, and be amongst the people, that should just be a part of who you are. And once you gain that about yourself, the overall confidence, nothing else can tell you different, bro. For real, for real. A couple more minutes, guys, and I'm about to jump up off of here, man. Man, that Napoleon mindset. Yeah, that Napoleon complex, man. That short man complex, bro. What are your thoughts about internet money? There are teenagers literally making millions of dollars without degrees, earning more than doctors. The internet has become the gold rush, brother. And yeah, now that you're capable of being a teenager and being to jump on here, more teenagers, with the society are accessible to and relatable to the, what I mean, that said generation. They're gonna generate the dollars. But I get what you're saying with the doctors out here with the profession of saving lives. They're not getting compensated and paid the right way. That's not the internet problem, bro. It's that's somebody else's problem. I don't know whether to blame it on who do you blame that on for real? That's not the internet's problem. That's all I could say. They were trying to kill him because he was supposed to rig that fight. Karkawai says that about Anthony Joshua. He didn't go with the script. That's what's being put out there. I guess, man. I don't know. Like Nigerian expressway is prone to car accidents, and that's another thing too. Like accidents happen, and the way they said he was moving and doing all that other stuff, but only two of his peoples got killed. But he didn't. He survived. He just looked severely hurt, or he was hurt for the time being. It is an insult to the sport. That's what I'm saying. I agree. That's GB Cam. Just diminish the sport. But there's gonna be conspiracies out there. He didn't stick to the script. He wasn't supposed to do what he gotta do. Whatever the script was, I don't know. Who knows how it was supposed to go for real? But who knows? For real, shit. So hope the ones want to hear first. Pro boxers praise Jake for bringing eyes to boxing, so it's perspective. They praise him because he's generating the big bucks. Even when he fought Mike Tyson, bro. If you watch that, from the beginning to the end, it was almost like a humiliation ritual for Mike Tyson because they had showed him with his ass out and his chaps and all that other stuff. It was very disrespectful. But it's become entertainment. It's like WWE now, if you will. If you ask me, it's more like a worldwide entertainment. That's what boxing has turned into now. Not saying that the punches are fake, but it's a little bit rigged. There's a script. Even in a Tyson fight, I've seen Tyson pull back some punches where he should have knocked bro out. For real, for real. So, it's good you got to stick to the script and to praise him and give him his good salutations of bringing awareness to the boxing because they're being paid. They're being paid to do that. Just my belief, and that's my opinion. SBG Cam says, peace and blessings. Dipping out. Peace to you, bro, and thanks for being a part of this, man. Thanks for being this live, man. Funny as hell, FBG. I'm going to be back on later, bro. I'm trying to fit. Okay. The Bronze Bomber left his wife because he lost his last couple fights. Yeah, it got dark for him, bro. Ever since those losses to the Gypsy King, Tyson Fury, that changed things for him. And then, yeah, with those last couple losses, his mystique and how he is, it ain't the same no more. I had high hopes for him to get some actual technique because that's what he was missing for real. He's a great power puncher, but he lacks in technique. And, if you don't work on the technique, footwork, guarding yourself, being a little bit defensive, not so offensive at the times, it is what it is. Yeah, you see, out of 10, 22. Yeah, I didn't even watch it. I just caught the clips of him just taking punches. It wasn't even a fight. He was just taking punches, bro. He didn't even throw no punches back. He was scared. Jamie Butler, peace to you, says, I have an offer. Go ahead. I'm about to get off soon, guys, in the next couple minutes. Less than 5 minutes. Tyson just needed to pay off his debts. $100 if you shave your beard. SMG Dior says, terrible. Someone said Adam 22 wife lasted longer. Jesus Christ. Yo, you guys, man. Lasted longer. Man, nobody believes he is just old. Crazy as fuck. Why do people even give Adam 22 any time of day? Yeah, he does have a powerful windmill. Yeah, it's a wild shot that he throws, and if he lands, it's lights out. And no, I'm not a boxer, man. I'm a boxing fan, and I used to train a little bit in boxing. That's it. I never really gloved up and got into, the ring like that per se. But I've sparred against, certain people in the gym, and that's it. That's as far as I went. Nothing too crazy trying to go professional. Just training, exercising. But that's about it, man. Nothing too crazy. Hello from Australia. Have a good day, brother. You too, antibacterial. Peace to you, man. You need to see it. Yeah, man. Yeah, I know I look like a boxer, but yeah, just some of the things I did back in the day, especially with training. Like, I've always been into sports for real. Basketball, but football, being my main thing. But like I said, training and boxing, being in boxing gyms, just doing random stuff, man. You know what I mean? But I never took it serious, bro. Never took it really serious. I didn't have dreams or aspirations to be any type of world-class champ or anything like that. Yeah. Seven Gali says, if you can avoid a confrontation, then you already won. That's a fact. But guys, man, I'm about to jump off of this. Rebecca, Rebecca B says, mixed martial arts at all? Nah, just fighting. I mean, just fighting, just boxing. If I did had the fight, you know what I mean? If whatever I had to fight, it was all, it was street fight, free for all. But as far as like training, nah, I just couple boxing, you know what I mean? Just training and boxing, that was it. That's as far as I took it because that's what I grew up on. You know what I mean? Being a kid, growing up in the 90s, seeing mixed martial arts and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Well, martial arts period only came from the movies for me, watching Bruce Lee and stuff like that. But training in karate or anything else, I never really got into that. Boxing is what I ended up getting into. Taking some interest in. That was it. But guys, I appreciate y'all, man, and y'all time. I love and appreciation for those who came through, show love, who gave their insights, being interactive, being funny as hell, man. I'll catch y'all a little bit later. I plan to go live a little bit later. Around the same time, around 11, 11:30, that midnight hour. That's usually when I come on. Once again, guys, I hope y'all have a peaceful day. Enjoy the day. With all I said, with love and peace.